The Diary of a Successful Man by Ernest Dowson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1st October 1880s. Hotel du Lit, Bruges. After all, few places appeal to my imagination more potently than this autumnal old city, the most medieval town in Europe. I am glad that I have come back here at last. It is melancholy indeed, but then at my age one's pleasures are chiefly melancholy. One is essentially of the autumn, and it is always autumn at Bruges. I thought I had been given back my youth when I awoke this morning and heard the carillon chiming out, as it has done, no doubt, intermittently, since I heard it last, 20 years ago. Yes, for a moment I thought I was young again. Only for a moment. When I went out into the streets and resumed acquaintance with all my old haunts, the illusion had gone. I strolled into Saint-Sauveur's, wandered a while through its dim, dusky aisles, and then sat down near the high altar, where the air was heaviest with stale incense, and indulged in retrospect. I was there for more than an hour. I doubt whether it was quite wise. At my time of life one had best keep out of cathedrals. They are vault-like places, pregnant with rheumatism. At best they are full of ghosts. And a good many revenants visited me during that hour of meditation. Afterwards I paid a visit to the Memlings in the Hôpital. Nothing has altered very much, even the women, with their placid, ugly Flemish faces, sitting eternally in their doorways with the eternal lace pillow, might be the same women. In the afternoon I went to the Béguinage, and sat there long in the shadow of a tree, which must have grown up since my time, I think. I sat there too long, I fear, until the dusk and the chill drove me home to dinner. On the whole, perhaps, it was a mistake to come back. The sameness of this terribly constant old city seems to intensify the change that has come to oneself. Perhaps, if I had come back with Lorimer, I should have noticed it less, for, after all, the years have been kind to me, on the whole. They have given me most things which I set my heart upon, and if they had not broken a most perfect friendship, I would forgive them the rest. I sometimes feel, however, that one sacrifices too much to one's success. To slave 20 years at the Indian bar has its drawbacks, even when it does leave one at 50, prosperous à mourir d'ennui. Yes, I must admit that I am prosperous, disgustingly prosperous, and my wife is dead, and Lorimer has altogether passed out of my life. Ah, it is a mistake to keep a journal, a mistake. 3rd October. I vowed yesterday that I would pack my portmanteau and move on to Brussels, but today finds me still at Bruges. The charm of the old Flemish city grows on me. Today I carried my peregrinations further afield. I wandered about the quays, and stood on the old bridge where one obtained such a perfect glimpse, through a trellis of chestnuts, of the red roof and spires of Notre Dame. But the particular locality matters nothing. Every nook and corner of Bruges teems with reminiscences. And how fresh they are! At Bombay I had not time to remember or to regret. But today the whole dead and forgotten story rises up like a ghost to haunt me. At times, moreover, I have a curious, fantastic feeling that some day or other in some mildewing church, I shall come face to face with Lorimer. He was older than I. He must be greatly altered, but I should know him. It is strange how intensely I desire to meet him. I suppose it is chiefly curiosity. I should like to feel sure of him, to explain his silence. He cannot be dead. I am told that he had pictures in this last academy. And yet, never to have written, never once, through all these years. I suppose there are few friendships which can stand the test of correspondence. Still it is inexplicable. It is not like Lorimer. He could not have harbored a grudge against me, for what? A boyish infatuation for a woman who adored him, and whom he adored? The idea is preposterous. They must have laughed over my folly often, of winter evenings by their fireside. For they married. They must have married. They were made for each other, and they knew it. Was their marriage happy, I wonder? Was it as successful as mine, though perhaps a little less commonplace? It is strange, though, that I never heard of it, that he never wrote to me once, not through all those years. 4th October. Inexplicable, inexplicable. Did they marry after all? Could there have been some gigantic misunderstanding? I paid a pilgrimage this morning, which hitherto I had deferred. I know not precisely why. I went to the old house in the Rue d'Alva, where she lived, our Comtesse, and the sight of its grim, historic frontal made 20 years seem as yesterday. I meant to content myself with a mere glimpse at the barred windows, but the impulse seized me to ring the bell which I used to ring so often. It was a foolish, fantastic impulse, but I obeyed it. I found it was occupied by an Englishman, a Mr. Venables. There seemed to be more English here than in my time, and I sent in my card and asked if I might see the famous dining room. There was no objection raised. My host was most courteous. My name, he said, was familiar to him. He is evidently proud of his dilapidated old palace, and I said to Grace to save it from the attentions of the upholsterer. No, 20 years have produced very little change in the room where we had so many pleasant sittings. The ancient stamped leather on the walls is perhaps a trifle more ragged. The old oak panels, not blacker, that were impossible, but a trifle more worm-eaten. It is the same room. I must have seemed a sad bore to my polite cicerone as I stood, hat in hand, and silently took in all the old familiar details. The same smell of mildewed antiquity, I could almost believe, the same furniture. And indeed, my host tells me that he took over the house as it was, and that some of the chairs and tables are scarcely more youthful than the walls. Yes, there by the huge fireplace was the same quaintly carved chair where she always sat. Ah, those delicious evenings when one was 25. For the moment I should not have been surprised if she had suddenly taken shape before my eyes in the old seat, the slim, girlish woman in her white dress, her hands folded in her lap, her quiet eyes gazing dreamily into the red fire, a subtle air of distinction in her whole posture. She would be old now, I suppose. Would she? Ah, no, she was not one of the women who grow old. I caught up the thread of my host's discourse, just as he was pointing it with a sharp rap upon one of the most time-stained panels. "Behind there," he remarked, with pardonable pride, "is the secret passage where the Duc d'Alva was assassinated. I smiled apologetically. Yes, I said, I know it. I should explain perhaps. My excuse for troubling you was not merely historic curiosity. I have more personal associations with this room. I spent some charming hours in it a great many years ago. And for the moment I had forgotten that I was nearly 50. Ah, he said, with interest, you know the late people, the Fontaines? No, I said, I am afraid I have never heard of them. I am very ancient. In my time it belonged to the Savarez family. So I have heard, he said, but that was long ago. I have only had it a few years. Fontaine, my landlord, bought it from them. Did you know Monsieur le Comte? No, I answered. Madame la Comtesse. She was left a widow very shortly after her marriage. I never knew Monsieur le Comte. My host shrugged his shoulders. From all accounts, he said, you did not lose very much. It was an unhappy marriage, I remarked, vaguely, most unhappy. Her second marriage promised greater felicity. Mr. Venables looked at me curiously. I understood, he began, but he broke off abruptly. I did not know Madame de Savarez married again. His tone had suddenly changed. It had grown less cordial, and we parted shortly afterwards with a certain constraint. And as I walked home pensively curious, his interrupted sentence puzzled me. Does he look upon me as an impostor, a vulgar gossip monger? What has he heard? What does he know of her? Does he know anything? I cannot help believing so. I almost wish I had asked him definitely, but he would have misunderstood my motives. Yet even so, I wish I had asked him. 6th October. I am still living constantly in the past, and the fantastic feeling, whenever I enter a church or turn a corner that I shall meet Lorimer again, has grown into a settled conviction. Yes, I shall meet him, and in Bruges. It is strange how an episode which one has thrust away out of sight and forgotten for years will be started back into renewed life by the merest trifle. And for the last week it has all been as vivid as if it happened yesterday. Tonight I have been putting questions to myself, so far with no very satisfactory answer. Was it a boyish infatuation after all? Has it passed away as utterly as I believed? I can see her face now as I sit by the fire with the finest precision of detail. I can hear her voice, that soft, low voice, which was none the less sweet for its modulation of sadness. I think there are no women like her nowadays. None, none. Did she marry Lorimer, and if not? It seems strange now that we should have both been so attracted, and yet not strange when one considers it. At least we were never jealous of one another. How the details rush back upon one! I think we must have fallen in love with her at the same moment. For we were together when we saw her for the first time. We were together when we went first to call on her in the Rue d'Alva. I doubt if we ever saw her except together. It was soon after we began to get intimate that she wore white again. She taught us that we had given her back her youth. She joined our sketching expeditions with the most supreme contempt for les convenances. when she was not fluttering round, passing from Lorimer's canvas to mine with her sweetly inconsequent criticism, she sat in the long grass and read to us André Chénier and Lamartine. In the evening we went to see her. She denied herself to the rest of the world, and we sat for hours in that ancient room in the delicious twilight, while she sang to us. She sang divinely. Little French chansons, gay and sad, and snatches of operette. How we adored her! I think she knew from the first how it would be, and postponed it as long as she could. But at last she saw that it was inevitable. I remember the last evening that we were there. Shall I ever forget it? We had stayed beyond our usual hour, and when we rose to go, we all of us knew that those pleasant, irresponsible evenings had come to an end. And both Lorimer and I stood for a moment on the threshold before we said good night, feeling, I suppose, that one of us was there for the last time. And how graceful, how gracious she was as she held out one little white hand to Lorimer and one to me. "Good night, dear friends," she said. "I like you both so much, so much. Believe me, I am grateful to you both for having given me back my faith in life, in friendship. Believe that, will you not, mes amis?" Then, for just one delirious moment, her eyes met mine, and it seemed to me, ah well, after all, it was Lorimer she loved. 7th October. It seems a quixotic piece of folly now, our proposal we would neither take advantage of the other. But we both of us must speak. We wrote to her at the same time, and likely enough, in the same words. We posted our letters by the same post. Today I had the curiosity to take out her answer to me from my desk, and I read it quite calmly and dispassionately, the poor yellow letter with the faded ink, which wrote "Fini" to my youth, and made a man of me. "Pauvre cher ami," she wrote to me, and when I had read that, for the first time in my life and the only time, Lorimer's superiority was bitter to me. The rest I deciphered through scalding tears. "Pauvre cher ami, I am very sorry for you, and yet I think you should have guessed and have spared yourself this pain, and me too a little. No, my friend, that which you ask of me is impossible. You are my dear friend, but it is your brother whom I love, your brother, for are you not as brothers? And I cannot break your beautiful friendship. No, that must not be. See, I ask one favor of you. I have written also to him, only one little word, Viens. But will you not go to him and tell him for me? Ah, my brother, my heart bleeds for you. I too have suffered in my time. You will go away now, yes, that is best. But you will return when this fancy of yours has passed. Ah, forgive me that I am happy. Forgive us, forgive me. Let us still be friends. Adieu, au revoir. Thy sister, Delphine. I suppose it was about an hour later that I took out my letter to Lorimer. I told him as I told myself that it was the fortune of war, that she had chosen the better man, but I could not bear to stay and see their happiness. I was in London before the evening. I wanted work, hard grinding work. I was tired of being a briefless barrister, and as it happened, an Indian opening offered itself at the very moment when I had decided that Europe had become impossible to me. I accepted it, and so those 2 happy ones passed out of my life. 20 years ago, and in spite of his promise he has never written from that day till this, not so much as a line to tell me of his marriage. I made a vow then that I would get over my folly, and it seemed to me that my vow was kept. And yet here today in Bruges I am asking myself whether after all it has been such a great success, whether sooner or later one does not have to pay for having been hard and strong, for refusing to suffer. I must leave this place. It is too full of Madame de Savaresse. Is it curiosity which is torturing me? I must find Lorimer. If he married her, why has he been so persistently silent? If he did not marry her, what in heaven's name does it mean? These are vexing questions. 10th October. In the church of the Dames Rouges I met today my old friend Sebastian Lorimer. Strange, strange. He was greatly altered. I wonder almost that I recognized him. I had strolled into the church for benediction, for the first time since I have been back here, and when the service was over and I swung back the heavy door, with the exquisite music of the O Salutaris, sung by those buried women behind the screen still echoing in my ear, I paused for a moment to let a man pass by me. It was Lorimer. He looked wild and worn. It was no more than the ghost of my old friend. I was shocked and startled by his manner. We shook hands quite impassively, as if we had parted yesterday. He talked in a rambling way as we walked towards my hotel of the singing of the nuns, of the numerous religious processions, of the blessed doctrine of the intercession of saints. The old melodious voice was unchanged, but it was pitched in the singularly low key which I have noticed some foreign priests acquire who live much in churches. I gather that he has become a Catholic. I do not know what intangible instinct, or it may be fear, prevented me from putting to him the vital question which has so perplexed me. It is astonishing how his face has changed. What an extraordinary restlessness his speech and eye have acquired. It never was so of old. My first impression was that he was suffering from some acute form of nervous disorder, but before I left him a more unpleasant suspicion was gradually forced upon me. I cannot help thinking that there is more than a touch of insanity in my old friend. I tried from time to time to bring him down to personal topics, but he eluded them dexterously, and it was only for a moment or so that I could keep him away from the all-absorbing subject of the Catholic Church, which seems, in some of its more sombre aspects, to exercise an extraordinary fascination over him. I asked him if he often visited Bruges. He looked up at me with a curious expression of surprise. "I live here," he said, "almost always." "I have done so for years." Presently he added hurriedly, "You have come back. I thought you would come back. But you have been gone a long time. Oh, a long time. It seems years since we met. Do you remember—" He checked himself. Then he added in a low whisper, We all come back, we all come back. He uttered a quaint, short laugh. One can be near, very near, even if one can never be quite close. He tells me that he still paints, and that the Academy, to which he sends a picture yearly, has recently elected him an associate. But his art does not seem to absorb him as it did of old, and he speaks of his success dryly and as a matter of very secondary importance. He refused to dine with me, alleging an engagement, but that so hesitatingly and with such vagueness that I could perceive it was the merest pretext. His manner was so strange and remote that I did not venture to press him. I think he is unhappily conscious of his own frequent incoherencies, and at moments there are quite painful pauses when he is obviously struggling with dumb piteousness to be lucid, to collect himself and pick up certain lost threads in his memory. He is coming to see me this evening, at his own suggestion, and I am waiting for him now with a strange terror oppressing me. I cannot help thinking that he possesses the key to all that has so puzzled me, and that tonight he will endeavour to speak. 11th October. Poor Lorimer! I have hardly yet got over the shock which his visit last night caused me, and the amazement with which I heard and read between the lines of his strange confession. His once clear reason is, I fear, hopelessly obscured, and how much of his story is hallucination I cannot say. His notions of time and place are quite confused, and out of his rambling statement I can only be sure of one fact. It seems that he has done me a great wrong, an irreparable wrong, which he has since bitterly repented. And in the light of this poor wretch's story a great misunderstanding is rolled away, and I am left with the conviction that the last 20 years have been after all a huge blunder, an irrevocable and miserable mistake. Through my own rash precipitancy and Lorimer's weak treachery, a trivial mischance that a single word would have rectified has been prolonged beyond hope of redress. It seems that after all it was not Lorimer whom she chose. Madame de Savaresse, writing to us both 20 years ago, made a vital and yet not inexplicable mistake. She confused her envelopes, and the letter which I received was never meant for me, although it was couched in such ambiguous terms that until today the possibility of this error never dawned on me. And my letter, the one little word of which she spoke, was sent to Lorimer. Poor wretch! He did me a vital injury. Yes, I can say that now, a vital injury. But on the whole I pity him. To have been suddenly dashed down from the pinnacles of happiness, it must have been a cruel blow. He tells me that, when he saw her that afternoon and found out his mistake, he had no thought except to recall me. He actually came to London for that purpose, vowed to her solemnly that he would bring me back. It was only in England that, to use his own distraught phrase, the devil entered into possession of him. His half-insane ramblings gave me a very vivid idea of that fortnight during which he lay hid in London, trembling like a guilty thing, fearful at every moment that he might run across me, and yet half longing for the meeting with the irresoluteness of the weak nature, which can conceive and to a certain extent execute a lachette, yet which would always gladly yield to circumstance and let chance or fate decide the issue. And to the very last Lorimer was wavering, had almost sought me out and thrown himself on my mercy. when the news came that I had sailed. Destiny, who has no weak scruples, had stepped in and sealed Delphine's mistake for all time after her grim fashion. When he went back to Bruges and saw Madame de Savaresse, I think she must have partly guessed his baseness. Lorimer was not strong enough to be a successful hypocrite, and that meeting, I gather, was also their final parting. She must have said things to him in her beautiful quiet voice, which he has never forgotten. He went away, and each day he was going to write to me, and each day he deferred it. And then he took up the Times one morning and read the announcement of my marriage. After that, it seemed to him that he could only be silent. Did she know of it too? Did she suffer, or did she understand? Poor woman, poor woman. I wonder if she consoled herself as I did, and if so, how she looks back on her success. I wonder whether she is happy, whether she is dead. I suppose these are questions which will remain unanswered. And yet when Lorimer left me at a late hour last night, it seemed to me that the air was full of unspoken words. Does he know anything of her now? I have a right to ask him these things, and tomorrow I am to meet him. He made the request most strangely, at the same place where we fell in with each other today. Until tomorrow, then. 12th October. I have just left Sebastian Lorimer at the church of the Dames Rouges. I hope I was not cruel. But there are some things which one can neither forget nor forgive, and it seemed to me that when I knew the full measure of the ruin he had wrought, my pity for him withered away. I hope, Lorimer, I said, that we may never meet again. And, honestly, I cannot forgive him. If she had been happy, if she had let time deal gently with her, ah yes, even if she were dead, it might be easier. But that this living entombment, this hopeless death in life should befall her, she so magnificently fitted for life's finer offices, ah, the pity of it, the pity of it. But let me set down the whole sad story as it dawned upon me this afternoon in that unearthly church. I was later than the hour appointed. Vespers were over, and the server, taper in hand, was gradually transforming the gloom of the high altar into a blaze of light. With a strange sense of completion, I took my place next to the chair by which Lorimer, with bowed head, was kneeling, his eyes fixed with a strange intentness on the screen which separated the outer worshippers from the chapel or gallery which was set apart for the nuns. His lips moved from time to time spasmodically, in prayer or ejaculation. Then, as the jubilant organ burst out, and the officiating priest in his dalmatic cloth of gold passed from the sacristy and genuflected at the altar, he seemed to be listening in a very passion of attention. But, as the incense began to fill the air, and the litany of Loreto smote on my ear to some sorrowful, undulating Gregorian, I lost thought of the wretched man beside me. I forgot the miserable mistake that he had perpetuated, and I was once more back in the past, with Delphine kneeling by her side. Strophe by strophe that perfect litany rose and was lost in a cloud of incense in the mazy arches of the roof. Janua coeli, stella matutina, salus infirmorum, ora pro nobis. In strophe and antistrophe, the melancholy, nasal intonation of the priest died away, and the exquisite women's voices in the gallery took it up with exultation, and yet with something like a sob of limitation. Refugium peccatorum, consolatrix afflictorum, auxilium Christianorum, ora pro nobis. And so on, through all the exquisite changes of the hymn, until the time of the music changed, and the priest intoned the closing line, ora pro nobis, sancta Dei genetrix. And the voices in the gallery answered, ut digni efficiamur promissionibus Christi. There was one voice which rose above all the others, a voice of marvellous sweetness and power, which from the first moment had caused me a curious thrill. And presently Lorimer bent down and whispered to me, "So near," he murmured, "and yet so far away, so near, and yet never quite close." But before he had spoken, I had read in his rigid face, in his eyes fixed with such a passion of regret on the screen, why we were there, whose voice it was we had listened to. I rose and went out of the church quietly and hastily. I felt that to stay there one moment longer would be suffocation. Poor woman! So this is how she sought consolation, in religion. Well, there are different ways for different persons, and for me, what is there left for me? Oh, many things, no doubt, many things. Still, for once and for the last time, let me set myself down as a dreary fraud. I never forgot her, not for 1 hour or day, not even when it seemed to me that I had forgotten her most, not even when I married. No woman ever represented to me the same idea as Madame de Savaresse. No woman's voice was ever sweet to me after hers. The touch of no woman's hand ever made my heart beat one moment quicker for pleasure or for pain, since I pressed hers for the last time on that fateful evening 20 years ago. Even so, when the service was over, and the people had streamed out and dispersed, I went back for the last time into the quiet church. A white-robed server was extinguishing the last candle on the altar. Only the one red light, perpetually vigilant before the sanctuary, made more visible the deep shadows everywhere. Lorimer was still kneeling, with bowed head in his place. Presently he rose and came towards me. "She was there, Delphine. You heard her. Ah, Dion, she loves you, she always loves you. You are avenged." I gather that for years he has spent hours daily in this church, to be near her and hear her voice, the magnificent voice rising above all the other voices in the chants of her religion. But he will never see her, for is she not of the Dames Rouges? And I remember now all the stories of the order, of its strictness, its austerity, its perfect isolation. And chiefly I remember how they say that only twice after one of these nuns has taken her vows is she seen of any except those of her community, Once, when she enters the order, the door of the convent is thrown back, and she is seen for a single moment in the scarlet habit of the order, by the world, by all who care to gaze. And once more, at the last, when clad in the same coarse red garb, they bear her out quietly in her coffin into the church. And of this last meeting, Lorimer, I gather, is always restlessly expectant, his whole life concentrated, as it were, in a very passion of waiting for a moment which will surely come. His theory, I confess, escapes me, nor can I guess how far a certain feverish remorse, an intention of expiation, may be set as a guiding spring in his unhinged mind, and account, at least in part, for the fantastic attitude which he must have adopted for many years. If I cannot forgive him, at least I bear him no malice, and for the rest, our paths will hardly cross again. One takes up one's life, and expiates its errors, each after one's several fashion, and my way is not Lorimer's. And now that it is all so clear, there is nothing to keep me here any longer, nothing to bring me back again. It seemed to me today, strangely enough, as though a certain candle of hope, of promise, of pleasant possibilities, which had flickered with more or less light for so many years, had suddenly gone out and left me alone in utter darkness, as the knowledge was borne in upon me that henceforth Madame de Savaresse had passed altogether and finally out of my life. And so, tomorrow, Brussels. End of The Diary of a Successful Man by Ernest Dowson.
It by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was no talk of it for a fortnight. We spoke of latitude and longitude, and the proper manufacture of sherry cobblers, while the steamer cut open a glassy smooth sea. Then we turned towards China, and drank farewell to the Near East. We shall reach Hong Kong without being it, said the nervous lady. Nobody of ordinary strength of mind ever was it, said the big fat man with the voice. I kept my eye on the big fat man. He boasted too much. The China seas are governed neither by wind nor calm. Deep down under the sapphire waters sits a green and yellow devil who suffers from indigestion perpetually. When he is unwell he troubles the waters above him with twistings and writhings. Thus it happens that it is never calm in the China seas. The sun was shining brightly when the big fat man with the voice came up the companion and looked at the horizon. Ha! said he, calm as ditch water. Now I remember when I was in the Florida in '80, meeting a tidal wave that turned us upside down for 5 minutes, and most of the people inside out, by Jove. He expatiated at length on the heroism displayed by himself, when even the captain was down, sir. I said nothing, but I kept my eyes upon the strong man. The sun continued to shine brightly, and it also kept an eye in the same direction. I went to the far-off forecastle, where the sheep and the cow and the boatswain and the second-class passengers dwell together in amity. Boatswain, said I, how's her head? Directly in front of her, sir, replied that ill-mannered soul. but we shall be meeting a head sea in half an hour that'll put your head between your legs. Go aft and tell that to them first-class passengers." I went aft, but I said nothing. We went later to tiffin, and there was a fine funereal smell of stale curries and tinned meats in the air. Conversation was animated, for most of the passengers had been together for 5 weeks, and had developed 2 or 3 promising flirtations. I was a stranger, a minnow among Tritons, a third man in the cabin. Only those who have been a third man in the cabin know what this means. Suddenly, and without warning, our ship curtsied. It was neither a bob, nor a duck, nor a lurch, but a long, sweeping, stately, old-fashioned curtsy, followed by a lull in the conversation. I was distinctly conscious that I had left my stomach 2 feet in the air, and waited for the return roll to join it. "Prettily the old hooper rides, doesn't she?" said the strong man. "I hope she won't do it often," said the pretty lady with the changing complexion. "Wah hoop, wah, 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 willy whoop," said the screw, that had managed to come out of the water, and was racing wildly. "Good heavens, is the ship going down?" said the fat lady, clutching her own private claret bottle that she might not die athirst. The ship went down at the word. With a drunken lurch down she went, and a smothered yell from one of the cabins showed that there was water in the sea. The portholes closed with a clash, and we rose and fell on the swell of the boatswain's head sea. The conversation died out. Some complained that the saloon was stuffy, and fled upstairs to the deck. The strong man brought up the rear. "Ooshy, ooshy, wooshy, woggle wop," cried a big wave without a head. "Get up, old girl!" and he smacked the ship most disrespectfully under the counter, and she squirmed as she took the drift of the next sea. "She rides very prettily," repeated the strong man, as the companion stairs spurned him from them, and he wound his arms round the nearest steward. "Damn prettily," said the necked officer. "I'm going to lie down. Never could stand the China seas." "Most refreshing thing in the world," said the strong man faintly. I took counsel purely with myself, which is to say, my stomach, and perceived that the worst would not befall me. "Come to the forecastle, then, and feel the wind," said I to the strong man. The plover's egg eyes of the 3 yellowish-green girls were upon him. "With pleasure," said he, and I bore him away to where the cutwater was pulling up the scared flying fishes as a spaniel flushes game. In front of us was the illimitable blue, lightly ridged by the procession of the big blind rollers. Up rose the stem, till 6 feet of the red paint stood clear above the blue. From 23 feet to 18 I could count as I leaned over. Then the sapphire crashed into splintered crystal with a musical jar, and the white spray licked the anchor channels as we drove down and down, sucking at the sea. I kept my eye upon the strong man, and I noticed that his mouth was slightly open, the better to inhale the rushing wind. When I looked a second time, he was gone. The driven spray was scarcely quicker in its flight. My excellent stomach behaved with temperance and chastity. I enjoyed the forecastle, and my delight was the greater when I reflected on the strong man. Unless I was much mistaken, he would know all about it in half an hour. I went aft, and a lull between 2 waves heard the petulant pop of a champagne cork. No one drinks champagne after tiffin, except it. The strong man had ordered the champagne. There were bottles of it flying about the quarter-deck. The engaged couple were sipping it out of one glass, but their faces were averted, like our parents of old. They were ashamed. You may go, you may go to Hong Kong for me, shouted half a dozen little waves together, pulling the ship several ways at once. She rolled stately, and from that moment settled down to the work of the evening. I cannot blame her, for I am sure she did not know her own strength. It didn't hurt her to be on her side, and play cat and mouse, and puss in the corner, and hide and seek, but it destroyed the passengers. One by one they sank into long chairs and gazed at the sky, but even there the little white moved, and there was not one stable thing in heaven above or the waters beneath. My virtuous and very respectable stomach behaved with integrity and resolution. I treated it to a gin cocktail, which I sucked by the side of the strong man, who told me in confidence that he had been overcome by the sun at the forecastle. Sun fever does not make people cold and clammy and blue. I sat with him and tried to make him talk about the Florida and his voyages in the past. He evaded me and went down below. 3 minutes later I followed him with a thick cheroot. Into his bunk I went, for I knew he would be helpless. He was. He wallowed supine, and I stood in the doorway smoking. "What is it?" said I. He wrestled with his pride, his wicked pride, but he would not tell a lie. "It," said he, and it was so. The rolling continues, the ship is a shambles, and I have 6 places on each side of me, all to myself. End of It, by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland. The Woman's Rose, by Olive Schreiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I have an old brown carved box. The lid is broken and tied with a string. In it I keep little squares of paper with hair inside, and a little picture which hung over my brother's bed when we were children, and other things as small. I have in it a rose. Other women also have such boxes where they keep such trifles, but no one has my rose. When my eye is dim and my heart grows faint, and my faith in woman flickers, and her present is an agony to me, and her future a despair, the scent of that dead rose, withered for 12 years, comes back to me. I know there will be spring, as surely as the birds know it when they see above the snow 2 tiny, quivering green leaves. Spring cannot fail us. There were other flowers in the box once, a bunch of white acacia flowers, gathered by the strong hand of a man as we passed down a village street on a sultry afternoon when it had rained, and the drops fell on us from the leaves of the acacia trees. The flowers were damp. They made mildew marks on the paper I folded them in. After many years I threw them away. There is nothing of them left in the box now but a faint, strong smell of dried acacia that recalls that sultry summer afternoon. But the rose is in the box still. It is many years ago now. I was a girl of 15, and I went to visit in a small up-country town. It was young in those days, and 2 days' journey from the nearest village. The population consisted mainly of men. A few were married, and had their wives and children, but most were single. There was only one young girl there when I came. She was about 17, fair, and rather fully fleshed. She had large dreamy blue eyes, and wavy light hair, full rather heavy lips, until she smiled, then her face broke into dimples, and all her white teeth shone. The hotel-keeper may have had a daughter, and the farmer in the outskirts had too, but we never saw them. She reigned alone. All the men worshipped her. She was the only woman they had to think of. They talked of her on the stoep, at the market, at the hotel. They watched for her at street corners. They hated the man she bowed to or walked with down the street. They brought flowers to the front door. They offered her their horses. They begged her to marry them when they dared. Partly there was something noble and heroic in this devotion of men to the best woman they knew. Partly there was something natural in it, that these men, shut off from the world, should pour at the feet of one woman the worship that otherwise would have been given to 20. And partly there was something mean in their envy of one another. If she had raised her little finger, I suppose, she might have married any one out of 20 of them. Then I came. I do not think I was prettier. I do not think I was so pretty as she was. I was certainly not as handsome. But I was vital, and I was new, and she was old. They all forsook her and followed me. They worshipped me. It was to my door that the flowers came. It was I had 20 horses offered me when I could only ride one. It was for me they waited at street corners. It was what I said and did that they talked of. Partly I liked it. I had lived alone all my life. No one ever had told me I was beautiful and a woman. I believed them. I did not know it was simply a fashion, which one man had set, and the rest followed unreasoningly. I liked them to ask me to marry them, and to say no. I despised them. The mother heart had not swelled in me yet. I did not know all men were my children, as the large woman knows when her heart is grown. I was too small to be tender. I liked my power. I was like a child with a new whip, which it goes about cracking everywhere, not caring against what. I could not wind it up and put it away. Men were curious creatures who liked me. I could never tell why. Only one thing took from my pleasure. I could not bear that they had deserted her for me. I liked her great dreamy blue eyes. I liked her slow walk and drawl. When I saw her sitting among men, she seemed to me much too good to be among them. I would have given all their compliments if she would once have smiled at me as she smiled at them, with all her face breaking into radiance, with her dimples and flashing teeth. But I knew it never could be. I felt sure she hated me, that she wished I was dead, that she wished I had never come to the village. She did not know when we went out riding, and a man who had always ridden beside her came to ride beside me, that I sent him away. That once, when a man thought to win my favour by ridiculing her slow drawl before me, I turned on him so fiercely that he never dared come before me again. I knew she knew that at the hotel men had made a bet as to which was the prettier, she or I, and had asked each man who came in, and that the one who had staked on me won. I hated them for it, but I would not let her see that I cared about what she felt towards me. She and I never spoke to each other. If we met in the village street, we bowed and passed on. When we shook hands, we did so silently, and did not look at each other. But I thought she felt my presence in a room just as I felt hers. At last the time for my going came. I was to leave the next day. Some one I knew gave a party in my honour, to which all the village was invited. It was midwinter. There was nothing in the garden but a few dahlias and chrysanthemums, and I suppose that for 200 miles round there was not a rose to be bought for love or money. Only in the garden of a friend of mine, in a sunny corner between the oven and the brick wall, there was a rose tree growing which had on it one bud. It was white, and it had been promised to the fair-haired girl to wear at the party. The evening came. When I arrived and went to the waiting-room to take off my mantle, I found the girl there already. She was dressed in pure white, with her great white arms and shoulders showing, and her bright hair glittering in the candlelight, and the white rose fastened at her breast. She looked like a queen. I said good evening, and turned away quickly to the glass to arrange my old black scarf across my old black dress. Then I felt a hand touch my hair. "Stand still," she said. I looked in the glass. She had taken the white rose from her breast, and was fastening it in my hair. How nice dark hair is! It sets off flowers so. She stepped back and looked at me. It looks much better there. I turned round. "You are so beautiful to me," I said. "Yes," she said, with her slow colonial drawl. "I'm so glad." We stood looking at each other. Then they came in and swept us away to dance. All the evening we did not come near to each other. Only once, as she passed, she smiled at me. The next morning I left the town. I never saw her again. Years afterwards I heard she had married and gone to America. It may or may not be so, but the rose is in my box still. When my faith in woman grows dim, and it seems that for want of love and magnanimity she can play no part in any future heaven, then the scent of that small withered thing comes back. Spring cannot fail us. End of The Woman's Rose, by Olive Schreiner. Read by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
The Gift of the Magi, by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gift of the Magi, by O. Henry. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it. $1.87. And the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beg her description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, though, they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with the powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she only had $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him. Something fine and rare and sterling. Something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you've seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly, she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there were 2 possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day to dry just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her, rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her, and then she did it up again, nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket, on went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, Madame Sophronie, hair goods of all kinds. One flight up, Della ran and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sophronie. "Will you buy my hair?" asked Della. "I buy hair," said Madame. "Take your hat off and let's have a sight at the looks of it." Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practiced hand. "Give it to me, quick," said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him, quietness and value. The description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly on account of the old leather strap he had used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes, her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, long, carefully, and critically. "If Jim doesn't kill me," she said to herself, "before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock, the coffee was made and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stairway down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying a little silent prayer about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please, God, make him think I am still pretty." The door opened, and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat, and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly, with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim, laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet, even after the hardest mental labor. cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone?" he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold, I tell you, sold and gone, too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to awake. He unfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1,000,000 a year. What is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Del," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going for a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs. The set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in the Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoiseshell, with jeweled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile, and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull, precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it a dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Del," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now suppose you put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of 2 foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these 2 were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry, read by Vince D.
The Invisible Portraits by Stanley J. Wayman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a certain morning in last June, I was stooping to fasten a shoelace, having taken advantage for the purpose of the step of a corner house in St. James's Square, when a man passing behind me stopped. "Well," said he aloud, after a short pause, during which I wondered, I could not see him, what he was doing. "The meanness of these rich folk is disgusting. Not a coat of paint for a 12-month. I should be ashamed to own a house and leave it like that." The man was a stranger to me, and his words seemed as uncalled for as they were ill natured. But being thus challenged, I looked at the house. It was a great stone mansion, with a balustrade atop, with many windows and a long stretch of area railings. And certainly it was shabby. I turned from it to the critic. He was shabby too, a little red-nosed man wearing a bad hat. "It is just possible," I suggested, "that the owner may be a poor man and unable to keep it in order." "Ugh! What has that to do with it?" my new friend answered contemptuously. "He ought to think of the public." "And your hat?" I asked with winning politeness. "It strikes me, an unprejudiced observer, as a bad hat. Why do you not get a new one?" "Cannot afford it," he snapped out, his dull eyes sparkling with rage. "Cannot afford it? But, my good man, you ought to think of the public." "You tomcat! What have you to do with my hat? Smother you!" was his kindly answer, and he went on his way, muttering things uncomplimentary. I was about to go mine, and was first falling back to gain a better view of the house in question, when a chuckle close to me betrayed the presence of a listener, a thin, gray-haired man, who, hidden by the pillar of the porch, must have heard our discussion. His hands were engaged with a white tablecloth from which he had been shaking the crumbs. He had the air of an upper servant of the best class. As our eyes met, he spoke. "Neatly put, sir, if I may take the liberty of saying so," he observed with a quiet dignity it was a pleasure to witness. "And we are very much obliged to you. The man was a snob, sir." "I'm afraid he was," I answered, "and a fool too." "And a fool, sir. Answer a fool after his folly. You did that, and he was nowhere at all, except in the swearing line. Now, might I ask," he continued, "if you are an American, sir?" "No, I'm not," I answered, "but I have spent some time in the States." "I could have fancied that," he sighed. "I thought but never mind, sir," he began. "I was wrong. It is curious how very much alike gentlemen that are real gentlemen speak. Now, I dare swear, sir, that you have a taste for pictures." I was inclined to humor the old fellow's mood. "I like a good picture, I admit," I said. "Then perhaps you would not be offended if I asked you to step inside and look at one or two?" he suggested timidly. "I would not take a liberty, sir, but there are some Van Dycks and a Rubens in the dining room that cost a mint of money in their day, I have heard. And there is no one else in the house but my wife and myself." It was a strange invitation, strangely brought about, but I saw no reason for myself why I should not accept it, and I followed him into the hall. It was spacious, but sparely furnished. The matted floor had a cold look, and so had the gaunt stand, which seemed to be a fixture, and boasted but one umbrella, one sunshade, and one dog whip. As I passed a half open door, I caught a glimpse of a small room prettily furnished, with dainty prints and water colors on the walls. But these were of a common order. A dozen replicas of each and all might be seen in a walk through Bond Street. Even the oasis of taste and comfort told the same story as had the bare hall and dreary exterior, and laid as it were a finger on one's heart. I trod softly as I followed my guide along the strip of matting towards the rear of the house. He opened a door at the inner end of the hall and led me into a large and lofty room built out from the back, and a state dining room or ballroom. At present it rather resembled the latter, for it was without furniture. "Now," said the old man, turning and respectfully touching my sleeve to gain my attention. Now you will not consider your labour lost in coming to see that, sir. It is a portrait of the second Lord Wetherby by Sir Anthony Van Dyck, and is judged to be one of the finest specimens of his style in existence." I was lost in astonishment, amazed, almost appalled. My companion stood by my side, his face wearing a placid smile of satisfaction, his hand pointing slightly upwards to the blank wall before us. The blank wall! Of any picture there or elsewhere in the room there was no sign. I turned to him and then from him, and I felt very sick at heart. The poor old fellow must be mad. I gazed blankly at the blank wall. "By Van Dyck?" I repeated mechanically. "Yes, sir, by Van Dyck," he replied in the most matter-of-fact tone imaginable. "So too is this one." He moved as he spoke a few feet to his left. "The second peer's first wife in the costume of a lady in waiting. This portrait and the last are in as good a state of preservation as on the day they were painted." Oh, certainly mad! And yet so graphic was his manner, so crisp and realistic were his words, that I rubbed my eyes and looked again, and almost fancied that Lord Walter and Anne, his wife, grew into shape before me on the wall. Almost, but not quite, and it was with a heart full of wondering pity that I accompanied the old man, in whose manner there was no trace of wildness or excitement, round the walls, visiting in turn the Cuyp which my lord bought in Holland, the Rubens, the four Lawrences, and the Phillips, a very Barmecide feast of art. I could not doubt that the old man saw the pictures, but I saw only bare walls. "Now I think you have seen them, family portraits and all," he concluded, as we came to the doorway again, stating the fact, which was no fact, with complacent pride. "They are fine pictures, sir. They at least are left, although the house is not what it was." "Very fine pictures," I remarked. I was minded to learn if he were sane on other points. "Lord Wetherby?" I said. "I should suppose that he is not in London?" "I do not know, sir, one way or the other," the servant answered with a new air of reserve. "This is not his lordship's house. Mrs. Wigram, my late lord's daughter-in-law, lives here." "But this is the Wetherbys' town house," I persisted. I knew so much. "It was my late lord's house. At his son's marriage it was settled upon Mrs. Wigram, and little enough besides. God knows," he exclaimed querulously, "it was Mr. Alfred's wish that some land should be settled upon his wife, but there was none out of the entail, and my lord, who did not like the match, though he lived to be fond enough of the mistress afterwards, said, 'Settle the house in town,' in a bitter kind of joke like. So the house was settled, and £500 a year. Mr. Alfred died abroad, as you may know, sir, and my lord was not long in following him." He was closing the shutters of one window after another as he spoke. The room had sunk into deep gloom. I could imagine now that the pictures were really where he fancied them. "And Lord Wetherby, the late peer?" I asked after a pause. "Did he leave his daughter-in-law nothing?" "My lord died suddenly, leaving no will," he replied sadly. "That is how it all is. And the present peer, who was only a second cousin, well, I say nothing about him." A reticence which was well calculated to consign his lordship to the lowest deep. "He did not help?" I asked. "Devil a bit, begging your pardon, sir. But there, it is not my place to talk of these things. I doubt I have wearied you with talk about the family. It is not my way," he added, as if wondering at himself, "only something in what you said seemed to touch a chord like." By this time we were outside the room, standing at the inner end of the hall, while he fumbled with the lock of the door. short passages ending in swing doors, ran out right and left from this point, and through one of these a tidy, middle-aged woman wearing an apron suddenly emerged. At sight of me she looked greatly astonished. "I have been showing the gentleman the pictures," said my guide, who was still occupied with the door. A quick flash of pain altered and hardened the woman's face. "I have been very much interested, madam," I said softly. Her gaze left me to dwell upon the old man with infinite affection. "John had no right to bring you in, sir," she said primly. "I have never known him to do such a thing before. And, Lord a mercy, there is the mistress's knock. Go, John, and let her in. And this gentleman," with an inquisitive look at me, "will not mind stepping a bit aside while her ladyship goes upstairs." "Certainly not," I answered. I hastened to draw back into one of the side passages, into the darkest corner of it, and there stood leaning against the cool panels, my hat in hand. In the short pause which ensued before John opened the door, she whispered to me: "You have not told him, sir?" "About the pictures?" "Yes, sir. He is blind, you see." "Blind!" I exclaimed. "Yes, sir, this year and more. And when the pictures were taken away by the present earl, that he had known all his life, and had been so proud to show to people, just the same as if they had been his own, why, it seemed a shame to tell him. I have never had the heart to do it, and he thinks they are there to this day." Blind! I had never thought of that. And while I was grasping the idea now, and fitting it to the facts, a light footstep sounded in the hall, and a woman's voice on the stairs. Such a voice and such a footstep that, as it seemed to me, a man, if nothing else were left to him, might find home in them alone. "Your mistress," I said presently, when the sounds had died away upon the floor above, "has a sweet voice, but has not something annoyed her?" "Well, I never should have thought that you would have noticed that!" exclaimed the housekeeper, who was, I dare say, many other things besides housekeeper. "You have a sharp ear, sir, that I will say. Yes, there is something has gone wrong, but to think that an American gentleman should have noticed it!" "I'm not an American," I said, perhaps testily. "Oh, indeed, sir, I beg your pardon, I'm sure. It was just your way of speaking made me think it," she replied, and then there came a second louder rap at the door, as John, who had gone upstairs with his mistress, came down in a leisurely fashion. "That is Lord Wetherby, drat him!" he said on his wife calling to him in a low voice. He was ignorant, I think, of my presence. "He is to be shown into the library, and the mistress will see him there in 5 minutes, and you are to go to her room. Oh, rap away!" he added, turning towards the door, and shaking his fist at it. "There is many a better man than you has waited longer at the door." "Hush, John! Do you not see the gentleman?" interposed his wife, with the simplicity of habit. "He will show you out," she added rapidly to me, "as soon as his lordship has gone in, if you do not mind waiting another minute." "Not at all," I said, drawing back into the corner as they went on their errands. But though I said "not at all," mine was an odd position. The way in which I had come into the house, and my present situation in a kind of hiding, would have made most men only anxious to extricate themselves. But I, while listening to John parleying with someone at the door, conceived a strange desire, or a desire which would have been strange in any other man, to see this thing to the end, conceived it and acted upon it. The library! That was the room on the right of the hall, opposite to Mrs. Wigram's sitting room. Probably, nay, I was certain, it had another door opening on the passage in which I stood. It would cost me but a step or two to confirm my opinion. When John ushered in the visitor by one door, I had already, by way of the other, ensconced myself behind a screen that I seemed to know would face it. I was going to listen. Perhaps I had my reasons. Perhaps, but there, what matter? I, as a fact, listened. The room was spacious but sombre, wainscoted and vaulted with oak. Its only visible occupant was a thin, dark man of middle size, with narrow face and a stubborn feather of black hair rising above his forehead, a man of Welsh type. He was standing with his back to the light, a roll of papers in one hand, the fingers of the other drumming upon the table, betrayed that he was both out of temper and ill at ease. While I was still scanning him stealthily, I had never seen him before, the door was opened, and Mrs. Wigram came in. I sank back behind the screen. I think some words passed, some greeting of the most formal, but though the room was still, I failed to hear it, and when I recovered myself he was speaking.
"I'm here at your wish, Mrs. Wigram, and your service too," he was saying with an effort at gallantry which sat very ill upon him. "Although I think it would have been better if we had left the matter to our solicitors."
Indeed?
Yes, I fancied you were aware of my opinion.
I was. And I perfectly understand, Lord Wetherby, your preference for that course, she replied with sarcastic coldness, which did not hide her dislike for him.
You naturally shrink from telling me your terms face to face. Now, Mrs. Wigram, is not this a tone to be deprecated? He answered, lifting his hands. I come to you as a man of business upon business.
Business? Does that mean wringing advantage from my weakness? She retorted. He shrugged his shoulders.
I do deprecate this tone, he repeated. I come in plain English to make you an offer, one which you can accept or refuse as you please. I offer you 500 a year for this house. It is immensely too large for your needs, and too expensive for your income, and yet you have in strictness no power to let it. Very well. I, who can release you from that restriction, offer you 500 a year for the house. What can be more fair?
Fair? In plain English, Lord Wetherby, you are the only possible purchaser, and you fix the price. Is that fair? The house would let easily for 1,200.
Possibly, he retorted, if it were in the open market, but it is not.
No, she answered rapidly. And you, having the 40,000 a year which, had my husband lived, would have been his and mine, you who, a poor man, have stepped into his inheritance, you offer me 500 for the family house. For shame, my lord, for shame.
We are not acting a play, he said doggedly, showing that her words had stung him in some degree. The law is the law. I ask for nothing but my rights, and one of those I am willing to waive in your favor. You have my offer.
And if I refuse it? If I let the house? You will not dare to enforce the restriction.
Try me, he rejoined, again drumming with his fingers upon the table. Try me, and you will see.
If my husband had lived.
But he did not live, he broke in, losing patience. And that makes all the difference. Now, for heaven's sake, Mrs. Wigram, do not make a scene. Do you accept my offer?
For a moment she had seemed about to break down, but her pride coming to the rescue, she recovered herself with wonderful quickness. I have no choice, she said with dignity.
I am glad you accept,
he answered, so much relieved that he gave way to an absurd burst of generosity.
Come, he cried, we will say guineas instead of pounds, and have done with it.
She looked at him in wonder. No, Lord Wetherby, she said. I accepted your terms. I prefer to keep to them. You said that you would bring the necessary papers with you. If you have done so, I will sign them now, and my servants can witness them.
I have the draft, and the lawyer's clerk is no doubt in the house, he answered. I left directions for him to be here at 11.
I do not think he is in the house, the lady answered. I should know if he were here.
Not here?
He cried angrily.
Why not, I wonder? But I have the skeleton lease. It is very short, and to save delay I will fill in the particulars, names and so forth myself, if you will permit me to do so. It will not take me 20 minutes.
As you please. You will find a pen and ink on the table. If you will kindly ring the bell when you are ready, I will come and bring the servants."
"Thank you. You are very good," he said smoothly, adding when she had left the room, "And the devil take your impudence, madam. As for your cursed pride, well, it has saved me £25 a year, and so you are welcome to it. I was a fool to make the offer."
And with that, now grumbling at the absence of the lawyer's clerk, and now congratulating himself on the saving of a lawyer's fee, my lord sat down to his task. A hansom cab on its way to East India Club rattled through the square, and under cover of the noise I stole out from behind the screen and stood in the middle of the room looking down at the unconscious worker. If for a minute I felt strongly the desire to raise my hand and give my lordship such a surprise as he had never in his life experienced, any other man might have felt the same, and as it was I put it away and only looked quietly about me. Some rays of sunshine piercing the corner pane of a dulled window fell on and glorified the Wetherby coat of arms blazoned over the wide fireplace, and so created the one bright spot in the bare, dismantled room, which had once, unless the tiers of empty shelves and the yet lingering odour of Russia allied, been lined from floor to ceiling with books. My lord had taken the furniture, my lord had taken the books, my lord had taken nothing but his rights. Retreating softly to the door by which I had entered, and rattling the handle, I advanced afresh into the room. "Will your lordship allow me?" I said, after I had in vain coughed twice to gain his attention. He turned hastily and looked at me with a face full of suspicion. Some surprise of finding another person in the room and close to him was natural, but possibly also there was something in the atmosphere of that house which threw his nerves off their balance.
"Who are you?"
he cried in a tone which matched his face.
"You left orders, my lord," I explained, "with Messrs. Duggan and Poole, that a clerk should attend here at 11. I very much regret that some delay has unavoidably been caused." "Oh, you're the clerk," he replied ungraciously. "You do not look much like a lawyer's clerk."
Involuntarily I glanced aside, and saw in a mirror the reflection of a tall man with a thick beard and moustaches, grey eyes, and an ugly scar seaming the face from nose to ear.
"Yet I hope to give you full satisfaction, my lord," I murmured, dropping my eyes. "It was understood that you needed a confidential clerk." "Well, well, sir, to your work," he replied irritably. "Better late than never. And after all, it may be preferable for you to be here and see it duly executed. Only you will not forget," he continued hastily, with a glance at the papers, "that I have myself copied three full folios, sir, for which an allowance must be made. But there, get on with your work. The handwriting will speak for itself."
I obeyed and wrote on steadily, while the Earl walked up and down the room, or stood at a window. Upstairs sat Mrs. Wigram, schooling herself, I dare swear, to take this one favour that was no favour from the man who had dealt out to her such hard measure. Outside, a casual passer through the square glanced up at the great house, and seeing the bent head of the secretary and the figure of his companion moving to and fro, saw, as he thought, nothing unusual, nor had any presentiment how should he of the strange scene which the room with the dingy windows was about to witness. I had been writing for perhaps 5 minutes when Lord Wetherby stopped in his passage behind me and looked over my shoulder. With a jerk his eyeglasses fell, touching my shoulder.
"Bless my soul!" he exclaimed. "I've seen your handwriting somewhere, and lately too. Where could it have been?" "Probably among the family papers, my lord," I answered. I have several times been engaged in the family business in the time of the late Lord Wetherby." "Indeed!" There was both curiosity and suspicion in his utterance of the word. "You knew him?" "Yes, my lord. I have written for him in this very room, and he has walked up and down and dictated to me, as you might be doing now," I explained. His lordship stopped his pacing to and fro, and retreated to the window on the instant. But I could see that he was interested, and I was not surprised when he continued with transparent carelessness: "A strange coincidence. And may I ask what it was upon which you were engaged?" "At that time," I answered, looking him full in the face, "it was a will, my lord." He started and frowned, and abruptly resumed his walk up and down. But I saw that he had a better conscience than I had given him the credit of possessing. My shot had not struck fairly where I had looked to place it, and finding this was so, I turned the thing over afresh, while I pursued my copying. When I had finished, I asked him I think he was busy at the time cursing the absence of tact in the lower orders if he would go through the instrument, and he took to my seat. Where I stood behind him, I was not far from the fireplace. While he muttered to himself the legal jargon, in which he was as well versed as a lawyer bred in an office, I moved to it, and, neither missed nor suspected, stood looking from his bent figure to the blazoned shield which formed part of the mantelpiece. If I wavered, my hesitation lasted but a few seconds. Then, raising my voice, I called sharply: "My lord, there used to be here." He turned swiftly and saw where I was. "What the deuce are you doing there, sir?" he cried in boundless astonishment, rising to his feet and coming towards me, the pen in his hand and his face aflame with anger. "You forget." "A safe, a concealed safe for papers," I continued, cutting him short in my turn. "I have seen the late Lord Wetherby place papers in it more than once. The spring worked from here. You touch this knob." "Leave it alone, sir!" cried the peer furiously. He spoke too late. The shield had swung gently outwards on a hinge, door fashion, and where it had been gaped a small open safe, lined with cement. The rays of sunshine, that a few minutes before had picked out so brightly the gaudy quarterings, now fell on a large envelope which lay apart on a shelf. It was as clean as if it had been put there that morning. No doubt the safe was airtight. I laid my hand upon it. "My lord," I cried, turning to look at him with ill-concealed exultation, "here is a paper, I think a will." A moment before, the veins of his forehead had been swollen, his face dark with the rush of blood. His anger died down, at sight of the packet, with strange abruptness. He regained his self-control, and a moment saw him pale and calm, all show of resentment confined to a wicked gleam in his eye. "A will!" he repeated with a certain kind of dignity, though the hand he stretched out to take the envelope shook. "Indeed, then it is my place to examine it. I am the heir at law, and I am within my rights, sir." I feared that he was going to put the parcel into his pocket and dismiss me, and I was considering what course I should take in that event, when instead he carried the envelope to the table by the window and tore off the cover without ceremony. "It is not in your handwriting," were his first words, and he looked at me with a distrust that was almost superstitious. No doubt my sudden entrance, my ominous talk, and my discovery seemed to him to savour of the devil. "No," I replied unmoved. "I told your lordship that I had written a will at the late Lord Wetherby's dictation. I did not say, for how could I know, that it was this one." "Ah!" He hastily smoothed the sheets and ran his eyes over the contents. When he reached the last page there was a dark scowl on his face, and he stood a while staring at the signatures, not now reading, I think, but collecting his thoughts. "You know the provisions of this?" he presently burst forth with violence, dashing the back of his hands against the paper. "I say, sir, you know the provisions of this?" "I do not, my lord," I answered. nor did I. The unjust provisions of this will, he repeated, passing over my negative as if it had not been uttered. £50,000 to a woman who had not a penny when she married his son. Ay, and the interest on another 100,000 for her life. Why, it is a prodigious income, and an abnormal income for a woman. And out of whose pocket is it to come? Out of mine, every stiver of it. It is monstrous, I say it is. How am I to keep up the title on the income left to me, I should like to know?" I marvelled. I remembered how rich he was. I could not refrain from suggesting that he had still remaining all the real property. "And," I added, "I understood, my lord, that the testator's personality was sworn under £400,000. "You talk nonsense," he snarled. "Look at the legacies. 5,000 here and 1,000 there, and hundreds like berries on a bush. It is a fortune, a decent fortune, clean frittered away. A barren title is all that will be left to me." What was he going to do? His face was gloomy, his hands were twitching. "Who are the witnesses, my lord?" I asked in a low voice. So low, for under certain conditions a tone conveys much, very much, that he shot a stealthy glance toward the door before he answered. "John Williams." "Blind," I replied in the same low tone. "William Williams. He is dead. He was Mr. Alfred's valet. I remember reading in the newspaper that he was with his master and was killed by the Indians at the same time." "True, I remember that was the case," he answered huskily. "And the handwriting is Lord Wetherby's," I assented. Then for fully a minute we were silent, while he bent over the will, and I stood behind him looking down at him with thoughts in my mind, which he could as little fathom as could the senseless wood upon which I leaned. Yet I too mistook him. I thought him, to be plain, a scoundrel, and, well, so he was, but a mean one. "What is to be done?" he muttered at length, speaking rather to himself than to me. I answered softly, "I am a poor man, my lord," while inwardly I was quoting Quem Deus vult perdere. My words startled him. He answered hurriedly, "Just so, just so. So shall I be when this cursed paper takes effect. A very poor man, 150,000 gone at a blow. But there, she shall have it. She shall have every penny of it. Only," he concluded slowly, "I do not see what difference one more day will make." I followed his downcast eyes, which moved from the will before him to the agreement for the lease of the house, and I did see what difference a day would make. I saw and understood and wondered. He had not the courage to suppress the will, but if he could gain a slight advantage by withholding it for a few hours, he had the mind to do that. Mrs. Wigram, a rich woman, would no longer let the house. She would be under no compulsion to do so, and my lord would lose a cheap residence as well as his £150,000. To the latter loss he could resign himself with a sigh, but he could not bear to forego the petty gain for which he had schemed. "I think I understand, my lord," I replied. "Of course," he resumed nervously, "you must be rewarded for making this discovery. I will see that it is so. You may depend upon me. I will mention the case to Mrs. Wigram, and in fact, my friend, you may depend upon me." "That will not do," I said firmly. "If that be all, I had better go to Mrs. Wigram at once, and claim my reward a day earlier." He grew very red in the face at receiving this check. "You will not in that event get my good word," he said. "Which has no weight with the lady," I answered, politely but plainly. "How dare you speak so to me?" his lordship cried. "You are an impertinent fellow. But there, how much do you want?" £100. £100 for a mere day's delay, which will do no one any harm." "Except Mrs. Wigram," I retorted dryly. "Come, Lord Wetherby, this lease is worth 1,000 a year to you. Mrs. Wigram, as you well know, will not voluntarily let the house to you. If you would have Wetherby House, you must pay me. That is the long and the short of it." "You are an impertinent fellow," he repeated. "So you have said before, my lord.
I expected him to burst into a furious passion, but I suppose there was something of power in my tone, beyond the mere defiance which the words expressed, for instead of doing so, he eyed me with a thoughtful, malevolent gaze, and paused to consider. "You are at Poole and Duggan's," he said slowly. "How was it that they did not search this cupboard, with which you were acquainted?" I shrugged my shoulders. "I have not been in the house since Lord Wetherby died," I said. "My employers did not consult me when the papers he left were examined." "You are not a member of the firm?" "No, I am not," I answered. I was thinking that so far as I knew those respectable gentlemen, no one of them would have helped my lord in this for 10 times £100. My lord, fow! He seemed satisfied, and taking out a note case, laid on the table a little pile of notes. "There is your money," he said, counting them over with reluctant fingers. "Be good enough to put the will and envelope back into the cupboard. Tomorrow you will oblige me by rediscovering it. You can manage that, no doubt, and giving information at once to Messrs. Duggan and Poole, or Mrs. Wigram, as you please. Now," he continued when I had obeyed him, "will you be good enough to ask the servants to tell Mrs. Wigram that I am waiting?" There was a slight noise behind us. "I am here," said someone. I am sure that we both jumped at the sound, for though I did not look that way, I knew that the voice was Mrs. Wigram's, and that she was in the room. "I have come to tell you, Lord Wetherby," she went on, "that I have an engagement from home at 12. Do I understand, however, that you are ready? If so, I will call in Mrs. Williams." "The papers are ready for signature," the peer answered, betraying some confusion, "and I am ready to sign. I shall be glad to have the matter settled as agreed." Then he turned to me, where I had fallen back, as seemed becoming, to the end of the room, and said, "Be good enough to ring the bell, if Mrs. Wigram permit it." As I moved to the fireplace to do so, I was conscious that the lady was regarding me with some faint surprise. But when I had regained my position and looked towards her, she was standing near the window, gazing steadily out into the square, an expression of disdain rendered by face and figure. Shall I confess that it was a joy to me to see her fair head so high, and to read even in the outline of her girlish form a contempt which I, and I only, knew to be so justly based? For myself, I leant against the edge of the screen by the door, and perhaps my £100 lay heavily on my heart. As for him, he fidgeted with his papers, although they were all in order, and was visibly impatient to get his bit of knavery accomplished. Oh, he was a worthy man, and Welshman. "Perhaps," he presently suggested, for the sake of saying something, "while your servant is coming, you will read the agreement, Mrs. Wigram. It is very short, and, as you know, your solicitors have already seen it in the draft." She bowed and took the paper negligently. She read some way down the first sheet with a smile, half careless, half contemptuous. Then I saw her stop. She had turned her back to the window to obtain more light, and dwell on a particular sentence. I saw God, I had forgotten the handwriting. I saw her grey eyes grow large, and fear leap into them as she grasped the paper with her other hand, and stepped nearer to the peer's side. "Who?" she cried. "Who wrote this? Tell me, do you hear? Tell me quickly." He was nervous on his own account, wrapped in his own piece of scheming, and obtuse. "I wrote it," he said, with maddening complacency. He put up his glasses and glanced at the top of the page she held out to him. "I wrote it myself, and I can assure you that it is quite right, and a faithful copy. You do not think " Think! No, no! This, I mean. Who wrote this?" she cried, awe in her face, and a suppliant tone, strange as addressed to that man, in her voice. He was confounded by her vehemence, as well as hampered by his own evil conscience. "The clerk, Mrs. Wigram, the clerk," he said petulantly, still in his fog of selfishness. "The clerk from Messrs. Duggan and Poole's." "Where is he?" she cried out breathlessly. I think she did not believe him. "Where is he?" he repeated in querulous surprise. "Why, here, of course. Where should he be, madam? He will witness my signature." Would he? Signatures! It was little of signatures I recked at that moment. I was praying to heaven that my folly might be forgiven me, and that my lightly planned vengeance might not fall on my own head. Joy does not kill, I was saying to myself, repeating it over and over again, and clinging to it desperately. Joy does not kill. But oh, was it true in the face of that white-lipped woman? Here! She did not say more, but gazing at me with great dazed eyes, she raised her hand and beckoned to me. And I had no choice but to obey, to go nearer to her, out into the light. "Mrs. Wigram," I said hoarsely, my voice sounding to me only as a whisper, "I have news of your of your husband. It is good news." Good news? Did she faintly echo my words? Or as her face, from which all colour had passed, peered into mine, and searched it in infinite hope and infinite fear, did our two minds speak without need of physical lips? Good news? Yes, I whispered. He is alive. The Indians did not. Alfred! Her cry rang through the room, and with it I caught her in my arms as she fell. Beard and long hair, and scar and sunburn and strange dress, these which had deceived others, were no disguise to her, my wife. I bore her gently to the couch, and hung over her in a new paroxysm of fear. "A doctor! Quick, a doctor!" I cried to Mrs. Williams, who was already kneeling beside her. "Do not tell me," I added piteously, "that I have killed her." "No, no, no," the good woman answered, the tears running down her face. "Joy does not kill." An hour later this fear had been lifted from me, and I was walking up and down the library alone with my thankfulness, glad to be alone, yet more glad, more thankful still, when John came in with a beaming face. "You have come to tell me," I cried eagerly, pleased that the tidings had come by his lips. "To go to her? That she will see me?" "Her ladyship is sitting up," he replied. "And Lord Wetherby?" I asked, pausing at the door to put the question. "He left the house at once?" "Yes, my lord. Mr. Wigram has been gone some time." End of The Invisible Portraits by Stanley J. Weyman. Read by Lars Rolander.
The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. She was one of those pretty and charming girls who are sometimes, as if by a mistake of destiny, born in a family of clerks. She had no dowry, no expectations, no means of being known, understood, loved, wedded by any rich and distinguished man, and she let herself be married to a little clerk at the Ministry of Public Instruction. She dressed plainly because she could not dress well, but she was as unhappy as though she had really fallen from her proper station. Since with women there is neither caste nor rank, and beauty, grace, and charm act instead of family and birth. Natural fineness, instinct for what is elegant, suppleness of wit, are the sole hierarchy, and make from women of the people the equals of the very greatest ladies. She suffered ceaselessly, feeling herself born for all the delicacies and all the luxuries. She suffered from the poverty of her dwelling, from the wretched look of the walls, from the worn-out chairs, from the ugliness of the curtains. All those things, of which another woman of her rank would never even have been conscious, tortured her and made her angry. The sight of the little Breton peasant, who did her humble housework, aroused in her regrets which were despairing and distracted dreams. She thought of the silent antechambers hung with oriental tapestry, lit by tall bronze candelabra, and of the two great footmen in knee-breeches who sleep in the big arm-chairs, made drowsy by the heavy warmth of a hot air stove. She thought of the long salons fatted up with ancient silk, of the delicate furniture carrying priceless curiosities, and of the coquettish perfumed boudoirs made for talks at 5 o'clock with intimate friends, with men famous and sought after, whom all women envy and whose attention they all desire. When she sat down to dinner, before the round table covered with a tablecloth 3 days old, opposite her husband, who uncovered the soup tureen and declared with an enchanted air, "Ah, the good old pot-au-feu! I don't know anything better than that." She thought of dainty dinners, of shining silverware, of tapestry which peopled the walls with ancient personages and with strange birds flying in the midst of a fairy forest. And she thought of delicious dishes served on marvellous plates, and of the whispered gallantries which you listen to with a sphinx-like smile, while you are eating the pink flesh of a trout or the wings of a quail. She had no dresses, no jewels, nothing. And she loved nothing but that. She felt made for it. She would have so liked to please, to be envied, to be charming, to be sought after. She had a friend, a former schoolmate at the convent, who was rich, and whom she did not like to go and see any more, because she suffered so much when she came back. But one evening her husband returned home with a triumphant air, and holding a large envelope in his hand. "There," said he, "here is something for you." She tore the paper sharply, and drew out a printed card, which bore these words: "The Minister of Public Instruction and Madame Georges Ramponneau request the honour of Monsieur and Madame Loisel's company at the Palace of the Ministry on Monday evening, January 18th. Instead of being delighted, as her husband hoped, she threw the invitation on the table with disdain, murmuring, "What do you want me to do with that?" "But, my dear, I thought you would be glad. You never go out, and this is such a fine opportunity. I had awful trouble to get it. Every one wants to go. It is very select, and they are not giving many invitations to clerks. The whole official world will be there." She looked at him with an irritated eye, and she said impatiently, "And what do you want me to put on my back?" He had not thought of that. He stammered, "Why, the dress you go to the theatre in. It looks very well to me." He stopped, distracted, seeing that his wife was crying. 2 great tears descended slowly from the corners of her eyes toward the corners of her mouth. He stuttered, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" But by a violent effort she had conquered her grief, and she replied, with a calm voice, while she wiped her wet cheeks, "Nothing. Only I have no dress, and therefore I can't go to this ball. Give your card to some colleague whose wife is better equipped than I." He was in despair. He resumed, "Come, let us see, Mathilde. How much would it cost, a suitable dress, which you could use on other occasions, something very simple?" She reflected several seconds, making her calculations, and wondering also what sum she could ask without drawing on herself an immediate refusal and a frightened exclamation from the economical clerk. Finally she replied, hesitatingly, "I don't know exactly, but I think I could manage it with 400 francs." He had grown a little pale, because he was laying aside just that amount to buy a gun and treat himself to a little shooting next summer on the plain of Nanterre, with several friends who went to shoot larks down there of a Sunday. But he said, "All right, I will give you 400 francs, and try to have a pretty dress." The day of the ball drew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, uneasy, anxious. Her dress was ready, however. Her husband said to her one evening, "What is the matter? Come, you've been so queer these last 3 days." And she answered, It annoys me not to have a single jewel, not a single stone, nothing to put on. I shall look like distress. I should almost rather not go at all," he resumed. "You might wear natural flowers. It's very stylish at this time of the year. For 10 francs you could get 2 or 3 magnificent roses." She was not convinced. "No, there's nothing more humiliating than to look poor among other women who are rich." But her husband cried, "How stupid you are! Go look up your friend, Madame Forestier, and ask her to lend you some jewels. You're quite thick enough with her to do that." She uttered a cry of joy. "It's true! I never thought of it." The next day she went to her friend and told of her distress. Madame Forestier went to a wardrobe with a glass door, took out a large jewel-box, brought it back, opened it, and said to Madame Loisel, "Choose, my dear." She saw first of all some bracelets, then a pearl necklace, then a Venetian cross, gold and precious stones of admirable workmanship. She tried on the ornaments before the glass, hesitated, could not make up her mind to part with them, to give them back. She kept asking, "Haven't you any more?" "Why, yes, look, I don't know what you like." All of a sudden she discovered in a black satin box a superb necklace of diamonds, and her heart began to beat with an immoderate desire. Her hands trembled as she took it. She fastened it around her throat, outside her high-necked dress, and remained lost in ecstasy at the sight of herself. Then she asked, hesitating, filled with anguish, "Can you lend me that, only that?" "Why, yes, certainly." She sprang upon the neck of her friend, kissed her passionately, then fled with her treasure. The day of the ball arrived. Madame Loisel made a great success. She was prettier than them all, elegant, gracious, smiling, and crazy with joy. All the men looked at her, asked her name, endeavored to be introduced. All the attachés of the cabinet wanted to waltz with her. She was remarked by the minister himself. She danced with intoxication, with passion, made drunk by pleasure, forgetting all in the triumph of her beauty, in the glory of her success, in a sort of cloud of happiness composed of all this homage, of all this admiration, of all these awakened desires, and of that sense of complete victory which is so sweet to woman's heart. She went away about 4 o'clock in the morning. Her husband had been sleeping since midnight in a little deserted anteroom with 3 other gentlemen whose wives were having a very good time. He threw over her shoulders the wraps which she had brought, modest wraps of common life, whose poverty contrasted with the elegance of the ball dress. She felt this, and wanted to escape so as not to be remarked by the other women, who were enveloping themselves in costly furs. Loisel held her back. "Wait a bit. You will catch cold outside. I will go and call a cab." But she did not listen to him, and rapidly descended the stairs. When they were in the street they did not find a carriage, and they began to look for one, shouting after the cabmen whom they saw passing by at a distance. They went down toward the Seine in despair, shivering with cold. At last they found on the quay one of those ancient noctambulant coupés which, exactly as if they were ashamed to show their misery during the day, are never seen round Paris until after nightfall. It took them to their door in the Rue des Martyrs, and once more, sadly, they climbed up homeward. All was ended for her, and as to him, he reflected that he must be at the ministry at 10 o'clock. She removed the wraps which covered her shoulders before the glass, so as once more to see herself in all her glory. But suddenly she uttered a cry. She had no longer the necklace around her neck. Her husband, already half undressed, demanded, "What is the matter with you?" She turned madly toward him. I have lost Madame Forestier's necklace." He stood up, distracted. "What? How? Impossible!" And they looked in the folds of her dress, in the folds of her cloak, in her pockets, everywhere. They did not find it. He asked, "You're sure you had it on when you left the ball?" "Yes, I felt it in the vestibule of the palace. But if you had lost it in the street, we should have heard it fall. It must be in the cab." "Yes, probably. Did you take his number?" "No, no. And didn't you notice it?" "No." They looked thunderstruck at one another. At last Loisel put on his clothes. "I shall go back on foot," said he, "over the whole route which we have taken to see if I can't find it." And he went out. She sat waiting on a chair in her ball dress, without strength to go to bed, overwhelmed, without fire, without a thought. Her husband came back about 7 o'clock. He had found nothing. He went to police headquarters, to the newspaper offices, to offer a reward. He went to the cab companies, everywhere, in fact, whither he was urged by the least suspicion of hope. She waited all day in the same condition of mad fear before this terrible calamity. Loisel returned at night with a hollow, pale face. He had discovered nothing. "You must write to your friend," said he, "that you have broken the clasp of her necklace and that you are having it mended. That will give us time to turn round." She wrote at his dictation. At the end of a week they had lost all hope, and Loisel, who had aged 5 years, declared, "We must consider how to replace that ornament." The next day they took the box which had contained it, and they went to the jeweller whose name was found within. He consulted his books. "It was not I, madame, who sold that necklace. I must simply have furnished the case." Then they went from jeweller to jeweller, searching for a necklace like the other, consulting their memories, sick both of them with chagrin and with anguish. They found in a shop at the Palais Royal a string of diamonds which seemed to them exactly like the one they looked for. It was worth 40,000 francs. They could have it for 36. So they begged the jeweller not to sell it for 3 days yet, and they made a bargain that he should buy it back for 34,000 francs in case they found the other one before the end of February. Loisel possessed 18,000 francs which his father had left him. He would borrow the rest. He did borrow, asking 1,000 francs of one, 500 of another, 5 louis here, 3 louis there. He gave notes, took up ruinous obligations, dealt with usurers and all the race of lenders. He compromised all the rest of his life, risked his signature without even knowing if he could meet it, and frightened by the pains yet to come, by the black misery which was about to fall upon him, by the prospect of all the physical privations and of all the moral tortures which he was to suffer, he went to get the new necklace, putting down upon the merchant's counter 36,000 francs. When Madame Loiseau took back the necklace, Madame Forestier said to her, with a chilly manner, "You should have returned it sooner. I might have needed it." She did not open the case, as her friend had so much feared. If she had detected the substitution, what would she have thought? What would she have said? Would she not have taken Madame Loisel for a thief? Madame Loisel now knew the horrible existence of the needy. She took her part, moreover, all on a sudden, with heroism. That dreadful debt must be paid. She would pay it. They dismissed their servants. They changed their lodgings. They rented a garret under the roof. She came to know what heavy housework meant, and the odious cares of the kitchen. She washed the dishes, using her rosy nails on the greasy pots and pans. She washed the dirty linen, the shirts, and the dishcloths, which she dried upon a line. She carried the slops down to the street every morning, and carried up the water, stopping for breath at every landing. And, dressed like a woman of the people, she went to the fruiterer, the grocer, the butcher, her basket on her arm, bargaining, insulted, defending her miserable money sou by sou. Each month they had to meet some notes, renew others, obtain more time. Her husband worked in the evening making a fair copy of some tradesman's accounts, and late at night he often copied manuscript for 5 sous a page. And this life lasted 10 years. At the end of 10 years they had paid everything, with the rates of usury and the accumulations of the compound interest. Madame Loisel looked old now. She had become the woman of impoverished households, strong and hard and rough. With frowsy hair, skirts askew, and red hands, she talked loud while washing the floor with great swishes of water. But sometimes, when her husband was at the office, she sat down near the window, and she thought of that gay evening of long ago, of that ball where she had been so beautiful and so fêted. What would have happened if she had not lost that necklace? Who knows? Who knows? How life is strange and changeful! How little a thing is needed for us to be lost or to be saved! But one Sunday, having gone to take a walk in the Champs-Élysées to refresh herself from the labors of the week, she suddenly perceived a woman who was leading a child. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still charming. Madame Loisel felt moved. Was she going to speak to her? Yes, certainly. And now that she had paid, she was going to tell her all about it. Why not? She went up. "Good day, Jeanne." The other, astonished to be familiarly addressed by this plain goodwife, did not recognize her at all, and stammered, "But, madame, I do not know. You must have mistaken." "No, I am Mathilde Loisel." Her friend uttered a cry. "Oh, my poor Mathilde! How you are changed!" "Yes, I have had days hard enough since I have seen you, days wretched enough. And that because of you." "Of me? How so? Do you remember that diamond necklace which you lent me to wear at the ministerial ball?" "Yes." "Well, I lost it." "What do you mean? You brought it back." "I brought you back another just like it. And for this we have been 10 years paying. You can understand that it was not easy for us who had nothing. At last it is ended, and I am very glad." Madame Forestier had stopped. "You say that you bought a necklace of diamonds to replace mine?" "Yes." "You never noticed it then? They were very alike." And she smiled with a joy which was proud and naive at once. Madame Forestier, strongly moved, took her 2 hands. "Oh, my poor Mathilde! Why, my necklace was paste. It was worth at most 500 francs. End of The Necklace, by Guy de Maupassant.
The Wooden Doll, by Mrs. W. K. Clifford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wooden Doll had no peace. My dears, if ever you are a doll, hope to be a rag doll, or a wax doll, or a doll full of sawdust apt to ooze out, or a china doll, easy to break. Anything in the world rather than a good, strong, wooden doll, with a painted head and movable joints. For that is indeed a sad thing to be. Many a time the poor wooden doll wished it were a tin train, or a box of soldiers, or a woolly lamb, or anything on earth rather than what it was. It never had any peace. It was taken up and put down at all manners of odd moments, made to go to bed when the children went to bed, to get up when they got up, be bathed when they were bathed, dressed when they were dressed, taken out in all weathers, stuffed into their satchels when they went to school, left about in corners, dropped on stairs, forgotten, neglected, bumped, banged, broken, glued together, anything and everything it suffered, until many a time it said sadly enough to its poor little self, "I might as well be a human being at once, and be done with it." And then it fell to thinking about human beings, what strange creatures they were, always going about, though none carried them save when they were very little, always sleeping and waking, and eating and drinking, and laughing and crying, and talking and walking, and doing this and that and the other, never resting for long together, or seeming as if they could be still for even a single day. They are always making a noise, thought the wooden doll. They are always talking and walking about, always moving things and doing things, building up and pulling down, and making and unmaking, forever, and never are they quiet. It is lucky that we are not all human beings, or the world would be worn out in no time, and there would not be a corner left in which to rest a poor doll's head. End of The Wooden Doll. Read by Craig Houghton.
The Headswoman by Kenneth Grahame. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. It was a blunt, sunny morning of a medieval May, an old-style May of the most typical quality, and the council of the little town of St. Radegonde were assembled, as was their wont at that hour, in the picturesque upper chamber of the Hôtel de Ville, for the dispatch of the usual municipal business. Though the date was early 16th century, the members of this particular town council possessed considerable resemblance to those of similar assemblies in the 17th, 18th, and even the 19th centuries, in a general absence of any characteristic at all, unless a pervading hopeless insignificance can be considered as such. All the characters in the room, indeed, seemed to be concentrated in the girl who stood before the table, erect, yet at her ease, facing the members in general, and Mr. Mayor in particular, a delicate-handed, handsome girl of some 18 summers, whose tall, supple figure was well set off by the quiet, though tasteful mourning in which she was clad. "Well, gentlemen," the Mayor was saying, "this little business appears to be quite in order, and it only remains for me to review the facts. You are aware that the town has lately had the misfortune to lose its executioner, a gentleman who, I may say, performed the duties of his office with neatness and dispatch, and gave the fullest satisfaction to all with whom he came in contact. But the council had already, in a vote of condolence, expressed its sense for the striking qualities of the deceased. You are doubtless also aware that the office is hereditary, being secured to a particular family in this town, so long as any one of its members is ready and willing to take it up. The deed lies before me, and appears to be quite in order. It is true that on this occasion the council might have been called upon to consider and examine the title of the claimant, the late lamented official having only left a daughter, she who now stands before you, But I am happy to say that Jean, the young lady in question, with what I am bound to call great good feeling on her part, has saved us all trouble in that respect, by formally applying for the family post, with all its duties, privileges, and emoluments, and her application appears to be quite in order. There is, therefore, under the circumstances, nothing left for us to do but to declare the said applicant duly elected. I would wish, however, before I sit down, to make it quite clear to the fair petitioner that if a laudable desire to serve the council trouble in the matter has led her to a hasty conclusion, it is quite open to her to reconsider her position. Should she determine not to press her claim, the succession to the post would then apparently devolve upon her cousin Enguerrand, well known to you all as a practising advocate in the courts of this town. Though the youth has not, I admit, up to now proved a conspicuous success in the profession he has chosen, still there is no reason why a bad lawyer should not make an excellent executioner, and in view of the close friendship, may I even say attachment, existing between the cousins, it is possible that this young lady may in due course practically enjoy the solid emoluments of the position, without the necessity of discharging its, to some girls, uncongenial duties, and so, though not the Rose herself, she would still be near the Rose. And the Mayor resumed his seat, chuckling over his little pleasantry, which the keener wits of the council proceeded to explain at length to the more obtuse. "Permit me, Mr. Mayor," said the girl quietly, "first to thank you for what was evidently the outcome of a kindly though misdirected feeling on your part, and then to set you right as to the grounds of my application for the post to which you admit my hereditary claim. As to my cousin, your conjecture as to the feeling between us is greatly exaggerated, and I may further say at once, from my knowledge of his character, that he is little qualified either to adorn or to dignify an important position such as this. A man who has achieved such indifferent success in a minor and less exacting walk of life is hardly likely to shine in an occupation demanding punctuality, concentration, judgment, all the qualities, in fine, that go to make a good business man. But this is beside the question. My motive, gentlemen, in demanding what is my due, is a simple, and, I trust, an honest one, and I desire that there should be no misunderstanding. It is my wish to be dependent on no one. I am both willing and able to work, and I only ask for what is the common right of humanity: admission to the labour market. How many poor toiling women would simply jump at a chance like this which fortune, by the accident of birth, lays open to me? And shall I, from any false deference to that conventional voice which proclaims this thing as nice, and that thing as not nice, reject a handicraft which promises me both artistic satisfaction and a competence? No, gentlemen, my claim is a small one, only a fair day's wage, for a fair day's work, but I can accept nothing less, nor consent to forego my rights, even for any contingent remainder of possible cousinly favour." There was a touch of scorn in her fine contralto voice as she finished speaking. The Mayor himself beamed approval. He was not wealthy, and had a large family of daughters, so Jean's sentiments seemed to him entirely right and laudable. "Well, gentlemen," he began briskly, "then all we've got to do is to—" "Beg pardon, your worship," put in Master Robinet, the tanner, who had been sitting with a petrified, Bill-the-Lizard sort of expression during the speechifying, "but are we to understand as how this here young lady is going to be the public executioner of this here town?" "Really, neighbour Robinet," said the Mayor somewhat pettishly, "you've got ears like the rest of us, I suppose, and you know the contents of the deed, and you've had my assurance that it's quite in order, and as it's getting towards lunch time—" "But it's unheard of," protested honest Robinet. "There hasn't ever been no such thing. Leastways not as I've heard tell." "Well, well, well," said the Mayor, "everything must have a beginning, I suppose. Times are different now, you know. There's the march of intellect, and all that sort of thing. We must advance with the times, don't you see, Robinet? Advance with the times." "Well, began the tanner. But no one heard, on this occasion, the tanner's opinion as to his condition, physical or spiritual, for the clear contralto cut short his obtestations. "If there's really nothing more to be said, Mr. Mayor," she remarked, "I need not trespass longer on your valuable time. I propose to take up the duties of my office to morrow morning at the usual hour. The salary will, I assume, be reckoned from the same date, and I shall make the customary quarterly application for such additional emoluments as may have accrued to me during that period. You see, I am familiar with the routine. Good morning, gentlemen." And as she passed from the council chamber, her small head held erect, even the tanner felt that she took with her a large portion of the May sunshine which was condescending that morning to gild their deliberations. Chapter 2. One evening, a few weeks later, Jeanne was taking a stroll on the ramparts of the town, a favourite and customary walk of hers when business cares were over. The pleasant expanse of country that lay spread beneath her, the rich sunset, the gleaming sinuous river, and the noble old château that dominated both town and pasture from its adjacent height, all served to stir and bring out in her those poetic impulses which had lain dormant during the working day, while the cool evening breeze smoothed out and obliterated any little jars or worries which might have ensued during the practice of a profession in which she was still something of a novice. This evening she felt fairly happy and content. True, business was rather brisk, and her days had been fully occupied, but this mattered little so long as her modest efforts were appreciated, and she was now really beginning to feel that, with practice, her work was creditably and artistically done. In a satisfied, somewhat dreamy mood, she was drinking in the various sweet influences of the evening, when she perceived her cousin approaching. "Good evening, Enguerrand," cried Jeanne pleasantly. She was thinking that since she had begun to work for her living, she had hardly seen him, and they used to be such good friends. Could anything have occurred to offend him? Enguerrand drew near somewhat moodily, but could not help allowing his expression to relax at sight of her fair young face, set in its framework of rich brown hair, wherein the sunset seemed to have tangled itself, and clinch reluctant to leave it. "Sit down, Enguerrand," continued Jeanne, "and tell me what you've been doing this long time. Been very busy, and winning forensic fame and gold?" "Well, not exactly," said Enguerrand, moody once more. "The fact is, there's so much interest required nowadays at the courts that unassisted talent never gets a chance. And you, Jeanne?" "Oh, I don't complain," answered Jeanne lightly. "Of course it's fair time just now, you know, and we're always busy then, but work will be lighter soon, and then I'll get a day off, and we'll have a delightful ramble and picnic in the woods, as we used to do when we were children. What fun we had in those old days, Enguerrand! Do you remember when we were quiet little tots and used to play at executions in the back garden, and you were a bandit and I a buccaneer, and all sorts of dreadful things, and I used to chop off your head with a paper knife? How pleased dear father used to be!" "Jeanne," said Enguerrand with some hesitation, "you've touched upon the very subject that I came to speak to you about. Do you know, dear, I can't help feeling, it may be unreasonable, but still the feeling is there, that the profession you have adopted is not quite, is just a little—" "Now, Enguerrand," said Jeanne, an angry flash sparkling in her eyes. She was a little touchy on this subject, the word she most affected to despise being also the one she most dreaded, the adjective unladylike. "Don't misunderstand me, Jeanne," went on Enguerrand imploringly. "You may naturally think that, because I should have succeeded to the post, with its income and perquisites, had you relinquished your claim, there is therefore some personal feeling in my remonstrances. Believe me, it is not so. My own interests do not weigh with me for a moment. It is on your account, Jeanne, and yours alone, that I ask you to consider whether the higher aesthetic qualities which I know you possess may not become cramped and thwarted by the trivial round, the common task, which you have lightly undertaken. However laudable a professional life may be, one always feels that with a delicate organism such as a woman, some of the bloom may possibly get rubbed off the peach." "Well, Enguerrand," said Jeanne, composing herself with an effort, though her lips were set hard, "I will do you the justice to believe that personal advantage does not influence you, and I will try to reason calmly with you, and convince you that you are simply hide bound by old world prejudice. Now, take yourself, for instance, who come here to instruct me. What does your profession amount to when all's said and done? A mass of lies, quibbles, dodges, and tricks, that would make any self-respecting executioner blush. And even with the dirty weapons at your command, you make but a poor show of it. There was that wretched fellow you defended only 2 days ago. I was in court during the trial, professional interest, you know. Well, he had his regular alibi, all ready, as clear could be. Only you must needs go and mess and bungle the thing up, so that just as I expected all along, he was passed on to me for treatment in due course. You may like to have his opinion, that of a shrewd, though unlettered person. 'It's a real pleasure, miss,' he said, 'to be handled by you. You knows your work, and you does your work, though perhaps I says it as shouldn't. If that blooming fool of a mouthpiece of mine,' he was referring to you, dear, in your capacity of advocate, 'had known his business half as well as you do yours, I shouldn't have been here now. And you know, Enguerrand, he was perfectly right.'" "Well, perhaps he was," admitted Enguerrand. "You see, I had been working at a sonnet the night before, and I couldn't get the rhymes right, and they would keep coming into my head in court and mixing themselves up with the alibi. But look here, Jeanne, when you saw I was going off the track, you might have given me a friendly hint, you know, for old time's sake, if not for the prisoner's." "I daresay," replied Jeanne calmly. "Perhaps you'll tell me why I should sacrifice my interests because you're unable to look after yours. You forget that I receive a bonus over and above my salary upon each exercise of my functions." "True," said Enguerrand gloomily. "I did forget that. I wish I had your business aptitudes, Jeanne." "I daresay you do," remarked Jeanne. "But you see, dear, how all your arguments fall to the ground. You mistake a prepossession for a logical base. Now, if I had gone, like that claret you used to dangle after, and been waiting woman to some grand lady in a château, a thin-blooded compound of drudge and sycophant, then I suppose you'd have been perfectly satisfied. So feminine, so genteel." "She's not a bad sort of girl, little Claire," said Enguerrand reflectively, thereby angering Jeanne afresh. "But putting her aside, of course you could always beat me at argument, Jeanne. You'd have made a much better lawyer than I. But you know, dear, how much I care about you, and I did hope that on that account even a prejudice, however unreasonable, might have some little weight. And I'm not alone, let me tell you, in my views. There was a fellow in court only to day who was saying that yours was only a succès d'estime, and that woman, as a naturally talkative and hopelessly unpunctual animal, could never be more than a clever amateur in the profession you have chosen." "That will do, Enguerrand," said Jeanne proudly. "It seems that when argument fails, you can stoop so low as to insult me through my sex. You men are all alike, steeped in brutish masculine prejudice. Now go away, and don't mention the subject to me again till you're quite reasonable and nice." Chapter 3. Jeanne passed a somewhat restless night after her small scene with her cousin, waking depressed and unrefreshed. Though she had carried matters with so high a hand, and had scored so distinctly all around, she had been more agitated than she had cared to show. She liked Enguerrand, and more especially did she like his admiration for her, and that chance allusion to claret contained possibilities that were alarming. In embracing a professional career, she had never thought for a moment that it could militate against that due share of admiration to which, as a girl, she was justly entitled. And Enguerrand's views seemed this morning all the more narrow and inexcusable. She rose languidly, and as soon as she was dressed, sent off a little note to the Mayor, saying that she had nervous headache and felt out of sorts, and begging to be excused from attendance on that day. And the missive reached the Mayor just as he was taking his usual place at the head of the board. "Dear, dear," said the kind-hearted old man, as soon as he had read the letter to his fellow councilman. "I'm very sorry, poor girl. Here, One of you fellows just run round and tell the gaoler there won't be any business to day. Jean's seedy. It's put off till to morrow. And now, gentlemen, the agenda—" "Really, your worship," exploded Robinet, "this is simply ridiculous." "Upon my word, Robinet," said the Mayor, "I don't know what's the matter with you. Here's a poor girl unwell, and a more hard-working girl isn't in the town, and instead of sympathizing with her and saying you're sorry, you call it ridiculous. Suppose you had a headache yourself, you wouldn't like—" "But it is ridiculous," maintained the tanner stoutly. "Who ever heard of an executioner having a nervous headache? There's no precedent for it. And out of sorts, too! Suppose the criminals said they were out of sorts and didn't feel up to being executed?" "Well, suppose they did," replied the Mayor. "We'd try and meet them half way, I daresay. They'd have to be executed some time or other, you know. Why on earth are you so captious about trifles? The prisoners won't mind, and I don't mind. Nobody's inconvenienced, and everybody's happy." "You're right there, Mr. Mayor," put in another councilman. "This executing business used to give the town a lot of trouble and bother. Now it's all as easy as your hand. Instead of objecting, as they used to do, and wanting to argue the point and kick up a row, the fellows as is told off for execution come skipping along in the morning like a lot of lambs in Maytime. And then the fun there is on the scaffold, the jokes, the back answers, the repartees, and never a word to shock a baby. Why, my little girl as goes through the market place every morning, on her way to school, you know, she says to me only yesterday, she says, 'Why, father,' she says, 'it's as good as the play actors,' she says." "There again," persisted Robinet, "I object to that too. They ought to show a properer feeling. Playing in mummers is one thing, and being executed is another, and people ought to keep 'em separate. In my father's time that sort of thing wasn't thought good taste, and I don't hold with new fangled notions." "Well, really, neighbour," said the Mayor, "I think you're out of sorts yourself to day. You must have got out of bed the wrong side this morning. As for a little joke, more or less, we all know a maiden loves a merry jest when she's certain of having the last word. But I'll tell you what I'll do, if it'll please you. I'll go round and see Jean myself on my way home, and tell her, quite nicely, you know, that once in a way doesn't matter, but that if she feels her health won't let her keep regular business hours, she mustn't think of going on with anything that's bad for her. Like that, don't you see? And now, gentlemen, let's read the minutes." Thus it came about that Jean took her usual walk that evening with a ruffled brow and a swelling heart, and her little hand opened and shut angrily as she paced the ramparts. She couldn't stand being found fault with. How could she help having a headache? Those clods of citizens didn't know what a highly strung sensitive organisation was. Absorbed in her reflections, she had taken several turns up and down the grassy footway before she became aware that she was not alone. A youth, of richer dress and more elegant bearing than the general run of the Radegardians, was leaning in an embrasure, watching the graceful figure with evident interest. "Something has vexed you, fair maiden," he observed, coming forward deferentially as soon as he perceived he was noticed. "And care sits but awkwardly on that smooth young brow." "Nay, it is nothing, kind sir," replied Jean. "We girls who work for our living must not be too sensitive. My employers have been somewhat exigent, that is all. I did wrong to take it to heart." "'Tis the way of the bloated capitalist," rejoined the young man lightly, as he turned to walk by her side. "They grinned us, they grinned us. Perhaps some day they will come under your hands in turn, and then you can pay them out. And so you toil and spin, fair Lily, and yet methinks those delicate hands show little trace of labour." "You wrong me indeed, sir," replied Jean merrily. "These hands of mine, that you are so good as to admire, do great execution." "I can well believe that your victims are numerous," he replied. "May I be permitted to rank myself among the latest of them?" "I wish you a better fortune, kind sir," replied Jean demurely. "I can imagine no more delightful one," he replied. "And where do you ply your daily task, fair mistress? Not entirely out of sight and access, I trust?" "Nay, sir," laughed Jean. "I walk in the market place most mornings, and there is no charge for admission, and access is far from difficult. Indeed, some complain, but that is no business of mine. And now I must be wishing you a good evening." Nay, for he would have detained her, it is not seemly for an unprotected maiden to tarry in converse with a stranger at this hour. "Au revoir, sir, if you should happen to be in the market place any morning." And she tripped lightly away. The youth, gazing after her retreating figure, confessed himself strangely fascinated by this fair unknown, whose particular employment, by the way, he had forgotten to ask; while Jean, as she sped homewards, could not help reflecting that, for style and distinction, this new acquaintance threw into the shade all the Enguerrands and others she had met hitherto, even in the course of business. Chapter 4. The next morning was bright and breezy, and Jean was early at her post, feeling quite a different girl. The busy little market place was full of colour and movement, and the gay patches of flowers and fruit, the strings of fluttering kerchiefs, and the piles of red and yellow pottery, formed an artistic setting to the quiet, impressive scaffold which they framed. Jean was in short sleeves, according to the etiquette of her office, and her round graceful arms showed snowily against her dark blue skirt and scarlet tight-fitting bodice. Her assistant looked at her with admiration. "Hope you're better, miss," he said respectfully. "It was just as well you didn't put yourself out to come yesterday. There was nothing particular to do. Only one fellow, and he said he didn't care. Anything to oblige a lady." "Well, I wish he'd hurry up now to oblige a lady," said Jean, swinging her axe carelessly to and fro. 10 minutes past the hour. I shall have to talk to the Mayor about this." "It's a pity there ain't a better show this morning," pursued the assistant, as he leaned over the rail of the scaffold and spat meditatively into the busy throng below. "They do say as how the young Seigneur arrived at the Château yesterday. Him as has been finishing his education in Paris, you know. He's as likely as not to be in the market place to day, and if he's disappointed, he may go off to Paris again, which would be a pity, seeing the Château's been empty so long. But he may go to Paris, or anywhere else he's a mind to. He won't see better workmanship than in this here little town." "Well, my good Raoul," said Jean, colouring slightly at the obvious compliment, "quality, not quantity, is what we aim at here, you know. If a Paris education has been properly assimilated by the Seigneur, he will not fail to make all the necessary allowances. But see, the prison doors are opening at last." They both looked across the little square to the prison, which fronted the scaffold, and sure enough, a small body of men, the sheriff at their head, was issuing from the building, conveying, or endeavouring to convey, the tardy prisoner to the scaffold. That gentleman, however, seemed to be in a different and less obliging frame of mind from that of the previous day, and at every pace one or other of the guards was shot violently into the middle of the square, propelled by a vigorous kick or blow from the struggling captive. The crowd, unaccustomed of late to such demonstrations of feeling, and resenting the prisoner's want of taste, hooted loudly; but it was not until that ingenious mediaeval arrangement known as la marche au crapaud had been brought to bear on him that the reluctant convict could be prevailed upon to present himself before the young lady he had already so unwarrantably detained. Jean's profession had both accustomed her to surprises and taught her the futility of considering her clients as drawn from any one particular class. Yet she could hardly help feeling some astonishment on recognizing her new acquaintance of the previous evening. That, with all his evident amiability of character, he should come to this end, was not in itself a special subject for wonder, but that he should have been conversing with her on the ramparts at the hour when, after courteously excusing her attendance on the scaffold, he was cooling his heels in prison for another day, seemed hardly to be accounted for, at first sight. Jean, however, reflected that the reconciling of apparent contradictions was not included in her official duties. The sheriff, wiping his heated brow, now read the formal procès, delivering over the prisoner to the executioner's hands. "And a nice job we've had to get him here," he added on his own account; and the young man, who had remained perfectly tractable since his arrival, stepped forward and bowed politely. "Now that we have been properly introduced," said he courteously, "allow me to apologise for any inconvenience you have been put to by my delay. The fault was entirely mine, and these gentlemen are in no way to blame. Had I known whom I was to have the pleasure of meeting, wings could not have conveyed me swiftly enough." "Do not mention, I pray, the word inconvenience," replied Jean, with that timid grace which so well became her. "I only trust that any slight discomfort it may be my duty to cause you before we part will be as easily pardoned. And now, for the morning, alas, advances, any little advice or assistance that I can offer is quite at your service. For the situation is possibly new, and you may have had but little experience." "Faith, none worth mentioning," said the prisoner gaily. "Treat me as a raw beginner. Though our acquaintance has been but brief, I have the utmost confidence in you." "Then, sir," said Jean, blushing, "suppose I were to assist you in removing this gay doublet, so as to give both of us more freedom and less responsibility?" "A perquisite of the office?" queried the prisoner with a smile, as he slipped one arm out of its sleeve. A flush came over Jean's fair brow. "That was ungenerous," she said. "Nay, pardon me, sweet one," said he, laughing. "'Twas but a poor jest of mine, in bad taste, I willingly admit." "I am sure you did not mean to hurt me," she replied kindly, while her fingers were busy in turning back the collar of his shirt. It was composed, she noticed, of the finest point lace, and she could not help a feeling of regret that some slight error, as must, from what she knew, exist somewhere, should compel her to take a course so at variance with her real feelings. Her only comfort was that the youth himself seemed entirely satisfied with his situation. He hummed the last air from Paris during her ministrations, and, when she had quite finished, kissed the pretty fingers with a metropolitan grace. "And now, sir," said Jean, "if you will kindly come this way, and please to mind the step, so. Now, if you will have the goodness to kneel here. Nay, the sawdust is perfectly clean. You are my first client this morning. On the other side of the block you will find a nick, more or less adapted to the human chin, though a perfect fit cannot of course be guaranteed in every case. So, are you pretty comfortable?" "A bed of roses," replied the prisoner. "And what a really admirable view one gets of the valley and the river from just this particular point." "Charming, is it not?" replied Jean. "I'm so glad you do justice to it. Some of your predecessors have really quite vexed me by their inability to appreciate that view. It's worth coming here to see it. And now, to return to business for one moment. Would you prefer to give the word yourself? Some people do. It's a mere matter of taste. Or will you leave yourself entirely in my hands?" "Oh, in your fair hands," replied her client, "which I beg you to consider respectfully kissed once more by your faithful servant to command." Jean, blushing rosily, stepped back a pace, moistening her palms as she grasped her axe, when a puffing and blowing behind caused her to turn her head, and she perceived the Mayor hastily ascending the scaffold. "Hold on a minute, Jean, my girl," he gasped. "Don't be in a hurry. There's been some little mistake." Jean drew herself up with dignity. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand you, Mr. Mayor," she replied in freezing accents. "There's been no little mistake on my part that I'm aware of." "No, no, no," said the Mayor apologetically, "but on somebody else's there has. You see, it happened in this way. This here young fellow was going round the town last night, and he'd been dining, I should say, and he was carrying on rather free. I will only say so much in your presence, that he was carrying on decidedly free. So the town guard happened to come across him, and he was very high and very haughty, he was, and wouldn't give his name nor yet his address, as a gentleman should, you know, when he's been dining and carrying on free. So our fellows just ran him in, and it took the pick of them all their time to do it too. Well, then, the other chap who was in prison, the gentleman who obliged you yesterday, you know, what does he do but slip out and run away in the middle of all the row and confusion. And very inconsiderate and ungentlemanly it was of him to take advantage of us in that mean way, just when we wanted a little sympathy and forbearance. Well, the sheriff comes this morning to fetch out his man for execution, and he knows there's only one man to execute, and he sees there's only one man in prison, and it all seems as simple as ABC. He never was much of a mathematician, you know, so he fetches our friend here along, quite gaily. And that's how it came about, you see. Hinc illæ lachrymae, as the Roman poet has it. So now I shall just give this young fellow a good talking to, and discharge him with a caution, and we shan't require you any more to day, Jean, my girl." "Now look here, Mr. Mayor," said Jean severely, "you utterly fail to grasp the situation in its true light. All these little details may be interesting in themselves, and doubtless the press will take note of them, but they are entirely beside the point. With the muddle-headedness of your officials, which I have frequently remarked upon, I have nothing whatever to do. All I know is that this young gentleman has been formally handed over to me for execution, with all the necessary legal requirements, and executed he has got to be. When my duty has been performed, you are at liberty to reopen the case if you like, and any little mistake that may have occurred through your stupidity you can then rectify at your leisure. Meantime, you're no locus standi here at all. In fact, you've no business whatever lumbering up my scaffold. So shut up and clear out." "Now, Jean, do be reasonable," implored the Mayor. "You women are so precise. You never will make any allowance for the necessary margin of error in things." "If I were to allow the necessary margin for all your errors, Mayor," replied Jean coolly, "the edition would have to be a large paper one, and even then the text would stand a poor chance. And now, if you don't allow me the necessary margin to swing my axe, there may be another little mistake." But at this point a hubbub arose at the foot of the scaffold, and Jean, leaning over, perceived sundry tall fellows, clad in the livery of the Seigneur, engaged in dispersing the municipal guard by the agency of well-directed kicks, applied with heartiness and anatomical knowledge. A moment later there strode on to the scaffold, clad in black velvet, and adorned with his gold chain of office, the stately old seneschal of the Château, evidently in a towering passion. "Now mark my words, you miserable little bladder-o'-lard," he roared at the Mayor, whose bald head certainly shone provokingly in the morning sun. "See if I don't take this out on your skin presently." And he passed on to where the youth was still kneeling, apparently quite absorbed in the view. "My lord," he said firmly, though respectfully, "your hare-brained folly really passes all bounds. Have you entirely lost your head?" "Faith, nearly," said the young man, rising and stretching himself. "Is that you, old Tybalt? Oh, what a crick I've got in my neck! But that view of the valley was really delightful." "Did you come here simply to admire the view, my lord?" inquired Tybalt severely. "I came because my horse would come," replied the young Seigneur lightly. "That is, these gentlemen here were so pressing, they would not hear of any refusal, and besides, they forgot to mention what my attendance was required in such a hurry for. And when I got here, Tybalt, old fellow, and saw that divine creature, nay, a goddess, dea certe, so graceful, so modest, so anxious to acquit herself with credit, well, you know my weakness, I never could bear to disappoint a woman. She had evidently set her heart on taking my head. And as she had my heart already—" "I think, my lord," said Tybalt with some severity, "you had better let me escort you back to the Château. This appears to be hardly a safe place for light-headed and susceptible persons." Jean, as was natural, had the last word. "Understand me, Mr. Mayor," said she, "these proceedings are entirely irregular. I decline to recognise them, and when the quarter expires I shall claim the usual bonus." Chapter 5. When an hour or two later an invitation arrived, courteously worded, but significantly backed by an escort of half a dozen tall archers, for both Jean and the Mayor to attend at the Château without delay, Jean, for her part, received it with neither surprise nor reluctance. She had felt it especially hard that the only two interviews fate had granted her with the one man who had made some impression on her heart should be hampered, the one by consideration of propriety, the other by the conflicting claims of her profession and its duties. On this occasion now she would have an excellent chaperon in the Mayor, and, business being over for the day, they could meet and unbend on a common social footing. The Mayor was not at all surprised either, considering what had gone before. But he was exceedingly terrified, and sought some consolation from Jean as they proceeded together to the Château. That young lady's remarks, however, could hardly be called exactly comforting. "I always thought you'd put your foot in it some day, Mayor," she said. "You are so hopelessly wanting in system and method. Really, under the present happy-go-lucky police arrangements, I never know whom I may not be called upon to execute. Between you and my cousin Enguerrand, life is hardly safe in this town, and the worst of it is that we other officials on the staff have to share in the discredit." "What do you think they'll do to me, Jean?" whimpered the Mayor, perspiring freely. "Can't say, I'm sure," pursued the candid Jean. Of course, if it's anything in the rack line of business, I shall have to superintend the arrangements, and then you can feel sure you're in capable hands. But probably they'll only fine you pretty smartly, give you a month or two in the dungeons, and dismiss you from your post, and you will hardly grudge any slight personal inconvenience resulting from an arrangement so much to the advantage of the town." This was hardly reassuring, but the mayor's official reprimand of the previous day still rankled in this unforgiving young person's mind. On their reaching the château, the mayor was conducted aside to be dealt with by Tybalt, and from the sounds of agonized protestation and lament which shortly reached Jean's ears, it was evident that he was having a mauvais quart d'heure. The young lady was shown respectfully into a chamber apart, where she had hardly had time to admire sufficiently the good taste of the furniture and the magnificence of the tapestry with which the walls were hung, when the Seigneur entered and welcomed her with a cordial grace that put her entirely at her ease. "Your punctuality puts me to shame, fair mistress," he said, "considering how unwarrantably I kept you waiting this morning, and how I tested your patience by my ignorance and awkwardness." He had changed his dress, and the lace round his neck was even richer than before. Jeanne had always considered one of the chief marks of a well-bred man to be a fine disregard for the amount of his washing bill, and then with what good taste he referred to recent events, putting himself in the wrong, as a gentleman should. "Indeed, my lord," she replied modestly, "I was only too anxious to hear from your own lips that you bore me no ill will for the part forced on me by circumstances in our recent interview. Your lordship has sufficient critical good sense, I feel sure, to distinguish between the woman and the official." "True, Jeanne," he replied, drawing nearer, "and while I shrink from expressing in their fulness all the feelings that the woman inspires in me, I have no hesitation, for I know it will give you pleasure, in acquainting you with the entire artistic satisfaction with which I watched you at your task." "But indeed," said Jeanne, "you did not see me at my best. In fact, I can't help wishing—it's ridiculous, I know, because the thing is hardly practicable—but if I could only have carried my performance quite through, and put the last finishing touches to it, you would not have been judging me now by the mere blocking in of what promised to be a masterpiece." "Yes, I wish it could have been arranged somehow," said the Seigneur reflectively, "but perhaps it's better as it is. I'm content to let the artist remain for the present and trust, if I may only take over, fully paid up, the woman I adore." Jeanne felt strangely weak. The official seemed oozing out of her fingers and toes, while the woman's heart beat even more distressingly. "I have one little question to ask," he murmured. His arm was about her now. "Do I understand that you still claim your bonus?" Jeanne felt like water in his strong embrace, but she nerved herself to answer, faintly but firmly, "Yes." "Then so do I," he replied, as his lips met hers. Executions continued to occur in St. Radegond, the Radegondians being conservative and very human. But much of the innocent enjoyment that formerly attended them departed after the fair Châtelaine had ceased to officiate. Enguerrand, on succeeding to the post, wedded Clairette, she being, he was heard to say, a more suitable match in mind and temper than others in whom he would name no names. Rumour had it that he found his match and something over, while as for temper and mind, which she gave him in bit. But the domestic trials of high-placed officials have a right to be held sacred. The profession, in spite of his best endeavours, languished nevertheless. Some said that the scaffold lacked its old attraction for criminals of spirit. Others, more unkindly, that the headsman was the innocent cause, and that Enguerrand was less fatal in his new sphere than formerly, when practising in the criminal court as advocate for the defence. The End of The Headswoman by Kenneth Grahame.
Mary Smith by Booth Tarkington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Millick Chester, rising early from intermittent slumbers, found himself the first of the crowded Pullman to make a toilet in the men's smoke and washroom, and so had the place to himself.
an advantage of high dramatic value to a person of his age and temperament, on account of the mirrors, which, set at various angles, afford a fine view of the profile. Henry Millick Chester, scouring cinders and stickiness from his eyes, and rouging his ears with honest friction, enriched himself of this too unfamiliar opportunity. He smiled, and was warmly interested in the results of his smile in reflection, particularly in some pleasant alterations it effected upon an outline of the cheek usually invisible to the bearer. He smiled graciously, then he smiled sardonically. Other smiles he offered, the tender smile, the forbidding smile, the austere and the seductive, the haughty and the pleading, the mordant and the compassionate, the tolerant but incredulous smile of a man of the world, and the cold ascetic smile that shows a woman that her shallow soul has been read all too easily. Pastimes abandoned only with the purely decorative application of shaving lather to his girlish chin. However, as his unbeetling brow was left unobscured, he was able to pursue his physiognomical researches, and to produce for his continued enlightenment a versatile repertory of frowns, the stern, the quizzical, the bitter, the treacherous, the bold, the agonized, the inquisitive, the ducal, and the frown of the husband who says, "I forgive you. Go." A few minutes later Mr. Chester, abruptly pausing in the operation of fastening his collar, bent a sudden passionate interest upon his right forearm, without apparent cause, and with the air of never having seen it until that moment. He clenched his fingers tightly, producing a slight stringiness above the wrist, then crooked his elbow with intensity, noting this enormous effect in all the mirrors. Regretfully he let his shirt-sleeves fall and veil the rare but private beauties just discovered, rested his left hand negligently upon his hip, extended his right in a gesture of flawlessly aristocratic grace, and with a slight inclination of his head uttered aloud these simple but befitting words, "I thank ye, my good people." Young Meister was greeting the loyal tenantry, who acclaimed his return to Fielding Manor, a flowered progress thoroughly incomprehensible to the Pullman porter, whose transfixed eye, glazed upon an old gold face, intruded through the narrow doorway. Mr. Chester encountered in the glass above the nickeled wash-basins. The Libyan withdrew in a cloud of silence, and young Meister, flushing somewhat, resumed his toilet with annoyed precision and no more embroidery. He had yesterday completed his sophomore year. The brushes he applied to his now adult locks were those of a junior, and with a man's age had come a man's cares and responsibilities. Several long years had rolled away since for the last time he had made himself sick on a train in a club-car orgy of cubebs and sarsaparilla pop. Zigzagging through shoe-bordered aisles of sleepers in morning dishevelment, he sought the dining-car, where the steward escorted him to an end table for two. He would have assumed his seat with that air of negligent hauteur which was his chosen manner for public appearances, had not the train, taking a curve at high speed, heaved him into the undesirable embrace of an elderly man breakfasting across the aisle. "Keep your feet, sonny, keep your feet," said this barbarian, little witting that he addressed a member of the 19-something prom committee. People at the next table laughed genially, and Mr. Chester, muttering a word of hostile apology, catapulted into his assigned place, his cheeks hot with the triple outrage. He relieved himself a little by the icy repulsion with which he countered the cordial advances of the waiter, who took his order and wished him a good morning, hoped he had slept well, declared the weather delightful, and, unanswered, yet preserved his beautiful courtesy unimpaired. When this humble ambassador had departed on his mission to the kitchen, Henry Millick Chester, unwarrantably persuaded that all eyes were searching his every inch and angle, an impression not uncharacteristic of his years, gazed out of the window with an indifference which would have been obtrusive if any of the other breakfasters had happened to notice it. The chill exclusiveness of his expression was a rebuke to such prying members of the proletariat as might be striving to read his thoughts, and barred his fellow passengers from every privilege to his consideration. The intensely reserved gentleman was occupied with interests which were the perquisites of only his few existing peers in birth, position, and intelligence, none of whom, patently, was in that car. He looked freezingly upon the abashed landscape, which fled in shame, nor was that wintry stare relaxed when the steward placed some one opposite him at the little table. Nay, our frosty scholar now intensified the bleakness of his isolation, retiring quite to the pole in reproval of this too close intrusion. He resolutely denied the existence of his vis-a-vis, refused consciousness of its humanity, even of its sex, and then inconsistently began to perspire with the horrible impression that it was glaring at him fixedly. It was a dreadful feeling. He felt himself growing red, and coughed vehemently to afford the public an explanation of his change of color. At last, his suffering grown unendurable, he desperately turned his eyes full upon the newcomer. She was not looking at him at all, but down at the edge of the white cloth on her own side of the table, and she was the very prettiest girl he had ever seen in his life. She was about his own age, her prettiness was definitely extreme, and its fair delicacy was complete, and without any imperfection whatever. She was dressed in pleasant shades of tan and brown. A brown veil misted the rim of her hat, tan gloves were folded back from her wrists, and they and all she wore were fresh and trim and ungrimed by the dusty journey. She was charming. Henry Millick Chester's first gasping appraisal of her was perfectly accurate, for she was a peach, or a rose, or anything that is dewy and fresh and delectable. She was indeed some smooth. She was the smoothest thing in the world, and the world knows it. She looked up. Henry Millick Chester was lost. At the same instant that the gone feeling came over him, she dropped her eyes again to the edge of the table. Who can tell if she knew what she had done? The conversation began with appalling formalities, which preluded the most convenient placing of a sugar bowl and the replenishing of an exhausted salt cellar. Then the weather, spurned as the placative offering of the gentle waiter, fell from the lips of the princess in words of diamonds and rubies and pearls. Our Henry took up the weather where she left it. He put it to its utmost. He went forward with it, prophesying weather. He went backward with it, recalling weather. He spun it out and out, while she agreed to all he said, until this overworked weather got so stringy that each obscurely felt it to be hideous. The thread broke. Fragments wandered in the air for a few moments, but disappeared. A desperate propriety descended, and they fell into silence over their eggs. Frantically Mr. Chester searched his mind for some means to pursue the celestial encounter. According to the rules, something ought to happen that would reveal her as Patricia Beekman, the sister of his roommate, Schuyler Beekman, and to-night he should be handing the imperturbable Dawkins a wire to send. "My dear Schuyler, I married your sister this afternoon." But it seemed unlikely, because his roommate's name was Jake Schmults, and Jake lived in Cedar Rapids, and besides, this train wasn't coming from or going to Palm Beach. It was going to St. Louis eventually, and now hustled earnestly across the placid and largely unbutlered plains of Ohio. Often, as everyone knows, people have been lost to each other forever through the lack of a word, and few have realized this more poignantly than our Henry, as he helplessly suffered the precious minutes to accumulate vacancy. True, he had thought of something to say, yet he abandoned it. Probably he was wiser to wait, as what he thought of saying was, "Will you be my wife?" It might seem premature, he feared. The strain was relieved by a heavenly accident which saved the life of a romance near perishing at birth. That charming girl, relaxing slightly in her chair, made some small, indefinite, and entirely ladylike movement of restfulness that reached its gentle culmination upon the 2 feet of Mr. Chester, which, obviously mistaken for structural adjuncts of the table, were thereby glorified and became beautiful on the mountains. He was not the man to criticize the remarkable ignorance of dining-car table architecture thus displayed, nor did he in any wise resent being mistaken up to the ankles for metal or wood. No, the light pressure of her small heels hardly indented the stout toes of his brown shoes. The soles of her slippers reposed upon his 2 insteps, and rapture shook his soul to its foundations, while the ineffable girl gazed lustrously out of the window, the clear serenity of her brilliant eyes making plain her complete unconsciousness of the nature of what added to her new comfort. A terrific blush sizzled all over him, and to conceal its visible area he bent low to his coffee. She was unaware. He was transported. She, to his eyes, transfigured. Glamour diffused itself about her, sprayed about them both like showers of impalpable gold dust, and filled the humble dining-car. It filled the whole world. Transformed, seraphic waiters passed up and down the aisle in a sort of obscure radiance. A nimbus hovered faintly above the brown veil. A sacred luminosity was exhaled by the very tablecloth, where an angel's pointed fingers drummed absently. It would be uncharitable to believe that a spirit of retaliation inspired the elderly and now replete man across the aisle, and yet, when he rose, he fell upon the neck of Henry as Henry had fallen upon his, and the shock of it jarred 4 shoes from the acute neighborliness of their juxtaposition. The accursed graybeard, giggling in his senility, passed on. But that angel leaped backward in her chair, while her beautiful eyes, wide open, stunned, her beautiful mouth, wide open, incredulous, gave proof that horror can look bewitching. "Murder!" she gasped. "Were those your feet?" And as he could compass no articulate reply, she grew as pink as he, murmured inaudibly, and stared at him in wider and wilder amazement. It didn't hurt," he finally managed to stammer. At this she covered her blushes with her 2 hands, and began to gurgle and shake with laughter. She laughed and laughed and laughed. It became a paroxysm. He laughed too, because she laughed. Other passengers looked at them and laughed. The waiters laughed. They approved. Colored waiters always approve of laughter. And a merry spirit went abroad in the car. At last she controlled herself long enough to ask, "But what did you think of me?" It didn't hurt," he repeated idiotically, to his own mortification, for he passionately aspired to say something airy and winsome, but as he couldn't think of anything like that, he had to let it go. "Oh, not at all," he added feebly. However, though not so deep as a well, it served. 'Twas enough, for she began to laugh again, and there loomed no further barrier in the way of acquaintance. Therefore it was pleasantly without constraint, and indeed as a matter of course, that he dropped into a chair beside her half an hour later in the observation car. and something in the way she let the Illustrated London News slide into the vacant chair on the other side of her might have suggested that she expected him. "I was still wondering what you must have thought of me." This gave him an opportunity, because he had thought out a belated reply for the first time she had said it. Hence, quick as a flash, he made the dashing rejoinder. "It wasn't so much what I thought of you, but what I thought of myself. I thought I was in heaven." She must have known what pretty sounds her laughter made. She laughed a great deal. She even had a way of laughing in the middle of some of her words, and it gave them a kind of ripple. There are girls who naturally laugh like that. Others learn to. A few won't, and some can't. It isn't fair to the ones that can't. "But you oughtn't to tell me that," she said. It was in the middle of "oughtn't" that she rippled. A pen cannot express it, neither can a typewriter, and no one has yet invented a way of writing with a flute. But the effect on Henry shows what a wonderful ripple it was. Henry trembled. From this moment she had only to ripple to make Henry tremble. Henry was more in love than he had been at breakfast. Henry was a goner. "Why oughtn't I to?" he demanded with a white intensity. "If anything's true, it's right to tell it, isn't it? I believe that everybody has a right to tell the truth, don't you?" "Yes." "You take the case of a man that's in love," said this rather precipitate gentleman. "Isn't it right for him to—" "But suppose," she interrupted, becoming instantly serious with the introduction of the great topic, "suppose he isn't really in love. Don't you think there are very few cases of people truly and deeply caring for each other?" "There are men," he said firmly, "who know how to love truly and deeply, and could never in their lives care for anybody but the one woman they have picked out. I don't say all men feel that way. I don't think they do. But there are a few that are capable of it." The seats in an observation car are usually near neighbors, and it happened that the brown cuff of a tan sleeve, extended reposefully on the arm of her chair, just touched the back of his hand, which rested on the arm of his. This ethereally light contact continued. She had no apparent cognizance of it, but a vibrant thrill passed through him, and possibly quite a hearty little fire might have been built under him without his perceiving good cause for moving. He shook, gulped, and added, "I am." "But how could you be sure of that," she said thoughtfully, "until you tried?" And as he seemed about to answer, perhaps too impulsively, she checked him with a smiling, "At your age." "You don't know how old I am. I'm older than you." "How old are you?" 21 next March." "What day?" "The 7th." "That is singular." "Why?" "Because," she began in a low tone, and with full recognition of the solemn import of the revelation, "because my birthday is only one day after yours. I was 20 years old the 8th of last March." "By George!" The exclamation came from him, husky with awe. There was a fateful silence. "Yes, I was born on the 8th," she said slowly. "And me on the 7th." "At such a time no man is a purist." "It is strange," she said. "Strange. I came into the world just one day before you did." They looked at each other curiously, deeply stirred. Coincidence could not account for these birthdays of theirs, nor chance for their meeting on a train like this. Henry Millick Chester was breathless. The mysteries were glimpsed. No doubt was possible. He and the wondrous creature at his side were meant for each other, intended from the beginning of eternity. She dropped her eyes slowly from his, but he was satisfied that she had felt the marvel precisely as he had felt it. "Don't you think," she said gently, "that a girl has seen more of the world at 20 than a man?" Mr. Chester well wished to linger upon the subject of birthdays. However, the line of original research suggested by her question was alluring also. "Yes and no," he answered with admirable impartiality. "In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. For instance, you take the case of a man that's in love. Well, interrupted the lady, I think, for instance, that a girl understands men better at 20 than men do women. It may be, he admitted, nodding. I like to think about the deeper things like this sometimes. So do I. I think they're interesting, she said, with that perfect sympathy of understanding which he believed she was destined to extend to him always and in all things. Life itself is interesting, don't you think so? I think it's the most interesting subject there can be. Real life, that is, though not just on the surface. Now, for instance, you take the case of a man that's in— Do you go in much for reading? She asked. Sure, but as I was saying, I think reading gives us so many ideas, don't you? Yes, I get a lot out of it. I do, too. I try to read only the best things, she said. I don't believe in reading everything, and there's so much to read nowadays that isn't really good. Who do you think, he inquired with deference, is the best author now? It was not a question to be settled quite offhand. She delayed her answer slightly, then with a gravity appropriate to the literary occasion temporized. Well, since Victor Hugo is dead, it's hard to say just who is the best. Yes, it is, he agreed. We get that in the English course in college. There aren't any great authors any more. I expect probably Swinburne's the best. She hesitated. Perhaps, but more as a poet. He assented. Oh, yes, that's so. I expect he would be classed more as a poet. Come to think of it, I believe he's dead, too. I'm not sure, though. Maybe it was Beerbohm Tree, somebody like that. I've forgotten. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I didn't mean poetry. I meant, who do you think writes the best books? Mrs. Humphrey Ward? Yes, she's good. And so's Henry James. I've never read anything by Henry James. I guess I'll read some of his this summer. What's the best one to begin on? The exquisite pink of her cheeks extended its area almost imperceptibly. Oh, any one. They're all pretty good. Do you care for nature? Sure thing, he returned quickly. Do you? I love it. So do I. I can't do much for mathematics, though. Brr, she shivered prettily. I hate it. So do I. I can't give astronomy a whole lot, either. She turned a softly reproachful inquiry upon him. Oh, don't you love to look at the stars? In horror lest the entrancing being think him a brute, he responded with breathless haste. Oh, rather. To look at 'em, sure thing. I meant astronomy in college. That's mostly math, you know, just figures. But stars to look at, of course, that's different. Why, I look up at 'em for hours sometimes. He believed what he was saying. I look up at 'em and think and think and think. So do I. Her voice was low and hushed. There was something almost holy in the sound of it, and a delicate glow suffused her lovely upraised face, like that picture of St. Cecilia, he thought. Oh, I love the stars, and music, and flowers, and birds, he added automatically in a tone that, could it by some miracle have been heard at home, would have laid his 9-year-old brother flat on the floor in a might-be mortal swoon. A sweet warmth centered in the upper part of his diaphragm and softly filtered throughout him. The delicious future held no doubts or shadows for him. It was assured. He and this perfect woman had absolutely identical tastes. Their abhorrences and their enthusiasms marched together. They would never know a difference in all their lives to come. Destiny unrolled before him a shining pathway, which they two would walk hand in hand through the summer days to a calm and serene autumn, respected and admired by the world, but finding ever their greatest and most sacred joy in the light of each other's eyes, that light none other than the other could evoke. Could it be possible, he wondered, that he was the same callow boy who but yesterday pranced and exulted in the parade of the new juniors? How absurd and purposeless that old life seemed! How far away, how futile, and how childish! Well, it was over, finished. By this time to-morrow he would have begun his business career. Back in the old life he had expected to go through a law school after graduating from college, subsequently to enter his father's office. That meant 5 years before even beginning to practice, an idea merely laughable now. There was a men's furnishing store on a popular corner at home. It was an establishment which had always attracted him, and what pleasanter way to plough the road to success than through acres of variously woven fabrics, richly colored silks, delicate linens, silver mountings, and odorous leathers, in congenial association with neckties, walking sticks, hosiery, and stick-pins. He would be at home a few hours hence, and he would not delay. After lunch he would go boldly to his father and say, "Father, I have reached man's estate, and I have put away childish things. I have made up my mind about a certain matter, and you will only waste time by any effort to alter this my firm determination. Father, I here and now relinquish all legal ambitions for the reason that a mercantile career is more suited to my inclinations and my abilities. Father, I have met the one and only woman I can ever care for, and I intend to make her my wife. Father, you have always dealt squarely with me. I will deal squarely with you. I ask you the simple question, will you or will you not advance me the funds to purchase an interest in Paul H. Hoy and Company's men's outfitting establishment? If you will not, then I shall seek help elsewhere." Waking dreams are as swift sometimes as the other kind, which we hear thread mazes so labyrinthine between the opening and the closing of a door. And a 20-year-old fancy fermenting in the enclosure of a 6 7/8 plaid cap effervesces with a power of sizzling and sparkling and popping. "I believe I love music best of all," said the girl dreamily. "Do you play?" he asked, and his tone and look were those of one who watches at the sick-bed of a valued child. "Yes, a little. I love the piano." He was untroubled by any remorse for what he and some of his gang had done only 2 days since to a previously fine instrument in his dormitory entry. He had forgotten the dead past in his present vision, which was of a luxurious room in a spacious mansion, and a tired man of affairs coming quietly into that room from a conference at which he had consolidated the haberdashery trade of the world, and sinking noiselessly upon a rich divan, while a beautiful woman in a dress of brown and tan, her hair slightly silvered, played to him through the twilight upon a grand piano, the only other sound in the great house being the softly murmurous voices of perfectly trained children being put to bed in a distant nursery upstairs. "I like the stage, too," she said. "Don't you?" "You know! Did you see the Tinkle-Dingle Girl?" "Yes, I liked it." "It's a peach of a show." He spoke with warranted authority. During the university term just finished he had gone 8 times to New York, and had enriched his critical perceptions of music and the drama by 10 visits to the Tinkle-Dingle Girl, 2 of his excursions having fallen on matinee days. "Those big birds that played the comedy parts were funny birds, weren't they?" "The Tramp and the Brewer? Yes, awfully funny." "We'll go lots to the theatre." He spoke eagerly and with superb simplicity, quite without consciousness that he was skipping much that would usually be thought necessarily intermediate. An enchanting vision engrossed his mind's eye. He saw himself night after night at the Tinkle-Dingle Girl, his lovely wife beside him, growing matronly perhaps, but slenderly matronly, with the grace of years that only added to her beauty, and always wearing tan gloves and a brown veil. The bewilderment of her expression was perhaps justified. "What?" At this he realized the import of what he had said, and what in a measure it did assume. He became pinkish, then pink, then more pink, and so did she. Paralyzed, the blushing pair looked at each other throughout this duet in color, something like a glint of alarm beginning to show through the wide astonishment in her eyes, and with the perception of this he was assailed by an acute perturbation. He had spoken thoughtlessly, even hastily, he feared. He should have given her more time. Would she rise now with chilling dignity and leave him, it might be forever? Was he to lose her just when he had found her? He shuddered at the ghastly abyss of loneliness disclosed by the possibility. But this was only the darkest moment before a radiance that shot heavenward like the flaming javelins of an equatorial sunrise. Her eyes lowered slowly till the long brown lashes shadowed the rose-colored cheek, and the fall of her glance came to rest upon the arms of their two chairs, where the edge of her coat-sleeve just touched the knuckle of his little finger. Two people were passing in front of them. There was no one who could see, and with a lightning-swift impulse she turned her wrist, and for a half-second, while his heart stopped beating, touched all his fingers with her own, then as quickly withdrew her hand and turned as far away from him as the position of her chair permitted. It was a caress of incredible brevity, and so fleeting, so airy, that it was little more than a touch of light itself, like the faint, quick light from a flying star one might just glimpse on one's hand as it passed. But in our pleasant world important things have resulted from touches as evanescent as that. Nature has its uses for the ineffable. Blazing with glory, dumb with rapture, Henry Millick Chester felt his heart rebound to its work, while his withheld breath upheaved in a gulp that half suffocated him. Thus, blinded by the revelation of the stupefying beauty of life, he sat through a heaven-stricken interval, and time was of no moment. Gradually he began to perceive, in the midst of the effulgence which surrounded the next chair like a bright mist, the adorable contour of a shoulder in a tan coat, and the ravishing outline of a rosy cheek that belonged to this divine girl, who was his. By and by he became dreamily aware of other objects beyond that cheek and that shoulder, of a fat man and his fat wife on the opposite side of the car near the end. Unmistakably they were man and wife, but it seemed to Henry that they had no reason to be. Such people had no right to be married. They had no obvious right to exist at all. Certainly they had no right whatever to exist in that car. Their relation to each other had become a sickening commonplace, the bleakness of it as hideously evident as their overfed convexity. It was visible that they looked upon each other as inevitable nuisances which had to be tolerated. They were horrible. Had love ever known these people? It was unthinkable. For lips such as theirs to have pronounced the name of the god would have been blasphemy. For those fat hands ever to have touched desecration. Henry hated the despicable pair. All at once his emotion changed. He did not hate them. He pitied them. From an immense height he looked down with compassion upon their wretched condition. He pitied everybody except himself and the roseate being beside him. They floated together upon a tiny golden cloud, alone in the vast sky, at an immeasurable altitude above the squalid universe. A wave of pity for the rest of mankind flooded over him. But most of all he pitied that miserable, sodden, befleshed old married couple. He was dimly aware of a change that came over these fat people, a strangeness. But he never did realize that at this crisis his eyes, fixed intently upon them, and aided by his plastic countenance, had expressed his feelings and sentiments regarding them in the most lively and vivid way. For at the moment when the stout gentleman laid his paper down, preparatory to infuriated inquiry, both he and his wife were expunged from Henry's consciousness forever, and were seen of him thenceforth no more than if they had been ether and not solid flesh. The exquisite girl had been pretending to pick a thread out of her left sleeve with her right hand, but now at last she leaned back in her chair and again turned her face partly toward Henry. Her under lip was caught in slightly beneath her upper teeth, as if she had been doing something that possibly she oughtn't to be doing, and though the pause in the conversation had been protracted, it is impossible to calculate how long, her charming features were still becomingly overspread with rose. She looked toward her rapt companion, not at him, and her eyes were preoccupied, tender, and faintly embarrassed. The pause continued. He leaned a little closer to her, and he looked at her, and looked at her, and looked at her. At intervals his lips moved as if he were speaking, and yet he was thinking wordlessly. Leaning thus toward her, his gaze and attitude had all the intensity of one who watches a ninth-inning tie in the deciding game of a championship series. And as he looked and looked and looked, the fat man and his wife, quite unaware of their impalpability, also looked and looked and looked in grateful fascination. "Did you—" Henry Millick Chester finally spoke these words in a voice he had borrowed, evidently from a stranger, for it did not fit his throat and was so deep that it disappeared. It seemed to fall down a coal-hole and ended in a dusty choke. "Did you—" he began again, 2 octaves higher, and immediately squeaked out. He said "did you" 5 times before he subjugated the other 2 words. "Did you mean that?" What? Her own voice was so low that he divined rather than heard what she said. He leaned even a little closer, and the fat man nudged his wife, who elbowed his thumb out of her side morbidly. She wasn't missing anything. "Did you mean that?" "Mean what?" "That." "I don't know what you mean." When you oh, you know." "No, I don't." When you took my hand." "I?" With sudden, complete self-possession she turned quickly to face him, giving him a look of half-shocked, half-amused astonishment. "When I took your hand," she repeated incredulously. "What are you saying?" You know," he stammered, "a while ago, when you—" "I didn't do anything of the kind." Impending indignation began to cloud the delicate face ominously. "Why in the world should I?" "But you—" "I didn't," she cut him off sharply. "I couldn't. Why, it wouldn't have been nice. What made you dream I would do a thing like that? How dare you imagine such things?" At first dumbfounded, then appalled, he took the long, swift, sickening descent from his golden cloud with his mouth open, but it snapped tight at the bump with which he struck the earth. He lay prone, dismayed, abject. The lovely witch could have made him believe anything. At least it is the fact that for a moment she made him believe he had imagined that angelic little caress, and perhaps it was the sight of his utter subjection that melted her. For she flashed upon him suddenly with a dazing smile, and then blushing again, but more deeply than before, her whole attitude admitting and yielding, she offered full and amazing confession, her delicious laugh rippling tremulously throughout every word of it. "It must have been an accident, partly." "I love you!" he shouted. The translucent fat man and his wife groped for each other feverishly, and a colored porter touched Henry Millick Chester on the shoulder. "Be in Richmond less than 5 minutes now," said the porter. He tapped the youth's shoulder twice more. It is his office to awaken the rapt dreamer. "Richmond, Indiana, less than 5 minutes now," he repeated more slowly. Henry gave him a stunned and disheveled "What?" "You get off Richmond, don't you?" "What of it? We haven't passed Dayton yet." "Yes, sir, long ago. Past Dayton 8:50. Be in Richmond mighty quick now." The porter appeared to be a malicious liar. Henry appealed pitifully to the girl. "But we haven't passed Dayton." "Yes, just after you sat down by me. We stopped several minutes." "Yes, sir. Train don't stop no minutes in Richmond, though," said the porter, with a hard laugh, waving his little broom at some outlying freight cars they were passing. "Getting in now. I got your bag on platform." "I don't want to be brushed," Henry said, almost sobbing. "For heaven's sake, get out." Porters expect anything. This one went away solemnly without even lifting his eyebrows. The brakes were going on. One class of railway tragedies is never recorded, though it is the most numerous of all, and fills the longest list of heartbreaks. The statistics ignore it, yet no train ever leaves its shed or moves that is not party to it. It is time and overtime that the safety device inventors should turn their best attention to it, so that the happy days may come at last when we shall see our common carriers equipped with something to prevent these lovers' partings. The train began to slow down. Henry Millick Chester got waveringly to his feet. She rose at the same time and stood beside him. "I am no boy," he began, hardly knowing what he said, but automatically quoting a fragment from his forthcoming address to his father. "I have reached man's estate, and I have met the only—" He stopped short with an exclamation of horror. You haven't even told me your name." "My name?" the girl said, a little startled. "Yes, and your address." "I'm not on my way home now," she said. "I've been visiting in New York, and I'm going to St. Louis to make another visit." "But your name?" She gave him an odd glance of mockery, a little troubled. "You mightn't like my name." "Oh, please, please!" "Besides, do you think it's quite proper for me to—" "Oh, please, to talk of that now, please!" The train had stopped. The glint of a sudden decision shone in the lovely eyes. "I'll write it for you so you won't forget." She went quickly to the writing desk at the end of the compartment, he with her, the eyes of the fat man and his wife following them like two pairs of searchlights swung by the same mechanism. "And where you live," urged Henry. "I shall write to you every day." He drew a long, deep breath and threw back his head. "Till the day when I come for you." "Don't look over my shoulder." She laughed shyly, wrote hurriedly upon a loose sheet, placed it in an envelope, sealed the envelope, and then, as he reached to take it, withheld it tantalizingly. "No, it's my name and where I live, but you can't have it. Not till you promise not to open it until the train is clear out of the station." Outside the window sounded the twice repeated "All aboard!" and far away a fatal bell was clanging. "I promise," he gulped. "Then take it." With a strange new-born masterfulness he made a sudden impetuous gesture, and lifted both the precious envelope and the fingers that enclosed it to his lips. Then he turned and dashed to the forward end of the car, where a porter remained untipped, as Henry leaped from the already rapidly moving steps of the car to the ground. Instantly the wonderful girl was drawn past him, leaning and waving from the railed rear platform whither she had run for this farewell. And in the swift last look that they exchanged there was in her still flushing, lovely face a light of tenderness and of laughter, of kindness, and of something like a fleeting regret. The train gained momentum, skimming onward and away, the end of the observation car dwindling and condensing into itself like a magician's disappearing card, while a white handkerchief waving from the platform quickly became an infinitesimal shred of white. And then there was nothing. The girl was gone. Probably Henry Millick Chester owes his life to the fact that there are no gates between the station building and the tracks at Richmond, for gates and a ticket-clipping official might have delayed Henry's father in the barely successful dash he made to drag from the path of a backing local a boy wholly lost to the outward world in a state of helpless puzzlement which already threatened to become permanent as he stared and stared at a sheet of railway note-paper whereon was written in a charming hand, "Mary Smith, Chicago, Illinois." End of Mary Smith by Booth Tarkington, read by Leonard Wilson.
Forewarned by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrard. Forewarned by Saki. Alethea Debchance sat in a corner of an otherwise empty railway carriage, more or less at ease as regarded body, but in some trepidation as to mind. She had embarked on a social adventure of no little magnitude as compared with the accustomed seclusion and stagnation of her past life. At the age of 28, she could look back on nothing more eventful than the daily round of her existence in her aunt's house at Webblehinton, a hamlet 4½ miles distant from a country town and about a quarter of a century removed from modern times. Their neighbors had been elderly and few, not much given to social intercourse, but helpful or politely sympathetic in times of illness. Newspapers of the ordinary kind were a rarity. Those that Alethea saw regularly were devoted exclusively either to religion or to poultry, and the world of politics was to her an unheeded, unexplored region. Her ideas on life in general had been acquired through the medium of popular, respectable, novel writers, and modified or emphasized by such knowledge as her aunt, the vicar, and her aunt's housekeeper had put at her disposal. And now, in her 29th year, her aunt's death had left her well provided for as regards income, but somewhat isolated in the matter of kith and kin and human companionship. She had some cousins who were on terms of friendly though infrequent correspondence with her, but as they lived permanently in Ceylon, a locality about which she knew little, beyond the assurance contained in the missionary hymn that the human element there was vile, they were not much of immediate use to her. Other cousins she also possessed, more distant as regards relationship, but not quite so geographically remote, seeing that they lived somewhere in the Midlands. She could hardly remember ever having met them, but once or twice in the course of the last 3 or 4 years they had expressed a polite wish that she should pay them a visit. They had probably not been unduly depressed by the fact that her aunt's failing health had prevented her from accepting their invitation. The note of condolence that had arrived on the occasion of her aunt's death had included a vague hope that Alethea would find time in the near future to spend a few days with her cousins, and after much deliberation and many hesitations she had written to propose herself as a guest for a definite date some weeks ahead. The family, she reflected with relief, was not a large one. The two daughters were married and away. There was only old Mrs. Bludward and her son Robert at home. Mrs. Bludward was something of an invalid, and Robert was a young man who had been at Oxford and was going into Parliament. Further than that, Alethea's information did not go. Her imagination, founded on her extensive knowledge of the people one met in novels, had to supply the gaps. The mother was not difficult to place. She would either be an ultra amiable old lady, bearing her feeble health with unclaiming fortitude, and having a kind word for the gardener's boy and a sunny smile for the chance visitor, or else she would be cold and peevish, with eyes that pierced you like a gimlet, and an unreasoning idolatry of her son. Alethea's imagination rather inclined her to the latter view. Robert was more of a problem. There were three dominant types of manhood to be taken into consideration in working out his classification. There was Hugo, who was strong, good, and beautiful, a rare type and not very often met with. There was Sir Jasper, who was utterly vile and absolutely unscrupulous. And there was Neville, who was not really bad at heart, but had a weak mouth and usually required the life work of two good women to keep him from ultimate disaster. It was probable, Alethea considered, that Robert came into the last category, in which case she was certain to enjoy the companionship of one or two excellent women, and might possibly catch glimpses of undesirable adventuresses, or come face to face with reckless admiration seeking married women. It was altogether an exciting prospect, this sudden venture into an unexplored world of unknown human beings, and Alethea rather wished that she could have taken the vicar with her. She was not, however, rich or important enough to travel with a chaplain, as the Marquis of Moistincleux always did in the novel she had just been reading. so she recognized that such a proceeding was out of the question. The train which carried Alethea towards her destination was a local one, with the wayside station habit strongly developed. At most of the stations no one seemed to want to get into the train or to leave it, but at one there were several market folk on the platform, and two men of the farmer or small cattle dealer class entered Alethea's carriage. Apparently they had just foregathered after a day's business, and their conversation consisted of a rapid exchange of short friendly inquiries as to health, family, stock, and so forth, and some grumbling remarks on the weather. Suddenly, however, the talk took a dramatically interesting turn, and Alethea listened with wide-eyed attention. "What do you think of Mr. Robert Bludward, eh?" There was a certain scornful ring in his question. "Robert Bludward? An out and out rotter, that's what he is. Ought to be ashamed to look at any decent man in the face. Send him to Parliament to represent us. Not much! He'd rob a poor man of his last shilling, he would." "Ah, that he would. Tells a pack of lies to get our votes, that's all that he's after. Damn him! Did you see the way the Argus showed him up this week? Properly exposed him, hip and thigh, I tell you." And so on they ran, in their withering indictment. There could be no doubt that it was Alethea's cousin and prospective host to whom they were referring. The allusion to a parliamentary candidature settled that. What could Robert Bludward have done, what manner of man could he be, that people should speak of him with such obvious reprobation? "He was hissed down at Shelford yesterday," said one of the speakers. Hissed! Had it come to that? There was something dramatically biblical in the idea of Robert Bludward's neighbours and acquaintances hissing him for very scorn. Lord Hereward Stranglath had been hissed, now Alethea came to think of it, in the 8th chapter of Matterby Towers, while in the act of opening a Wesleyan bazaar, because he was suspected, unjustly as it turned out afterwards, of having beaten the German governess to death. And in Tainted Guineas, Roper Squenderby had been deservedly hissed on the steps of the Jockey Club for having handed a rival owner a forged telegram containing false news of his mother's death just before the start for an important race, thereby ensuring the withdrawal of his rival's horse. In placid, Saxon-blooded England, people did not demonstrate their feelings lightly, and without some strong compelling cause. What manner of evildoer was Robert Bludward? The train stopped at another small station, and the two men got out. One of them left behind him a copy of the Argus, the local paper to which he had made reference. Alethea pounced on it, in the expectation of finding a cultured literary endorsement of the censure which these rough farming men had expressed in their homely, honest way. She had not far to look. "Mr. Robert Bludward, Swanker," was the title of one of the principal articles in the paper. She did not exactly know what a swanker was. Probably it referred to some unspeakable form of cruelty, but she read enough in the first few sentences of the article to discover that her cousin Robert, the man at whose house she was about to stay, was an unscrupulous, unprincipled character, of a low order of intelligence, yet cunning withal, and that he and his associates were responsible for most of the misery, disease, poverty, and ignorance with which the country was afflicted. Never, except in one or two of the denunciatory psalms, which she had always supposed to have been written in a spirit of exaggerated Oriental imagery, had she read such an indictment of a human being. And this monster was going to meet her at Darrelton station in a few short minutes. She would know him at once. He would have the dark, beetling brows, the quick, furtive glance, the sneering, unsavory smile that always characterized the Sir Jaspers of this world. It was too late to escape. She must force herself to meet him with outward calm. It was a considerable shock to her to find that Robert was fair, with a snub nose, merry eye, and rather a schoolboy manner. "A serpent in duckling's plumage," was her private comment. Merciful chance had revealed him to her in his true colors. As they drove away from the station a dissipated-looking man of the laboring class waved his hat in friendly salute. "Good luck to you, Mr. Bludward," he shouted. "You'll come out on top. We'll break old Chobham's neck for him." "Who was that man?" asked Alethia quickly. "Oh, one of my supporters," laughed Robert. "A bit of a poacher and a bit of a pub loafer, but he's on the right side." So these were the sort of associates that Robert Bludward consorted with, thought Alethia. "Who is the person he referred to as old Chobham?" she asked. "Sir John Chobham, the man who is opposing me," answered Robert. "That is his house away there among the trees on the right." So there was an upright man, possibly a very Hugo in character, who was thwarting and defying the evildoer in his nefarious career, and there was a dastardly plot afoot to break his neck. Possibly the attempt would be made within the next few hours. He must certainly be warned. Alethia remembered how Lady Sylvia Broomgate in Nightshade Court had pretended to be bolted with by her horse up to the front door of a threatened county magnate, and had whispered a warning in his ear which saved him from being the victim of foul murder. She wondered if there was a quiet pony in the stables on which she would be allowed to ride out alone. The chances were that she would be watched. Robert would come spurring after her and seize her bridle, just as she was turning in at Sir John's gates. A group of men that they passed in a village street gave them no very friendly looks, and Alethia thought she heard a furtive hiss. A moment later they came upon an errand boy riding a bicycle. He had the frank, open countenance, neatly brushed hair, and tidy clothes that betoken a clear conscience and a good mother. He stared straight at the occupants of the car, and, after he had passed them, sang in his clear, boyish voice, "We'll hang Bobby Bludward on the sour apple tree." Robert merely laughed. That was how he took the scorn and condemnation of his fellow men. He had goaded them to desperation with his shameless depravity till they spoke openly of putting him to a violent death, and he laughed. Mrs. Bludward proved to be of the type that Alethia had suspected, thin-lipped, cold-eyed, and obviously devoted to her worthless son. From her no help was to be expected. Alethia locked her door that night and placed such ramparts of furniture against it that the maid had great difficulty in breaking in with the early tea in the morning. After breakfast, Alethia, on the pretext of going to look at an outlying rose garden, slipped away to the village through which they had passed on the previous evening. She remembered that Robert had pointed out to her a public reading room, and here she considered it possible that she might meet Sir John Chobham, or someone who knew him well and would carry a message to him. The room was empty when she entered it. A graphic, 12 days old, a yet older copy of Punch, and one or two local papers lay upon the central table. The other tables were stacked for the most part with chess and draughts boards, and wooden boxes of chessmen and dominoes. Listlessly she picked up one of the papers, the Sentinel, and glanced at its contents. Suddenly she started, and began to read with breathless attention a prominently printed article headed "A Little Limelight on Sir John Chobham." The color ebbed away from her face. A look of frightened despair crept into her eyes. Never, in any novel that she had read, had a defenseless young woman been confronted with a situation like this. Sir John, the Hugo of her imagination, was, if anything, rather more depraved and despicable than Robert Bludward. He was mean, evasive, callously indifferent to his country's interests, a cheat, a man who habitually broke his word, and who was responsible with his associates for most of the poverty, misery, crime, and national degradation with which the country was afflicted. He was also a candidate for Parliament, it seemed, and as there was only one seat in this particular locality, it was obvious that the success of either Robert or Sir John would mean a check to the ambitions of the other, hence, no doubt, the rivalry and enmity between these otherwise kindred souls. One was seeking to have his enemy done to death, the other was apparently trying to stir up his supporters to an act of Lynch law. All this in order that there might be an unopposed election, that one or other of the candidates might go into Parliament with honeyed eloquence on his lips and blood on his heart. Were men really so vile? "I must go back to Webblehinton at once," Alethia informed her astonished hostess at lunch time. "I have had a telegram. A friend is very seriously ill, and I have been sent for." It was dreadful to have to concoct lies, but it would be more dreadful to have to spend another night under that roof. Alethia reads novels now with even greater appreciation than before. She has been herself in the world outside Webblehinton, the world where the great dramas of sin and villainy are played unceasingly. She had come unscathed through it, but what might have happened if she had gone unsuspectingly to visit Sir John Chobham and warn him of his danger? What, indeed? She had been saved by the fearless outspokenness of the local press. End of Forewarned by Saki.
The Hill by William Faulkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Before him, and slightly above his head, the hill crest was clearly laid on the sky. Over it slid a sibilant invisibility of wind, like a sheet of water, and it seemed to him that he might lift his feet from the road and swim upward and over the hill on this wind, which filled his clothing, tightening his shirt across his chest, flapping his loose jacket and trousers about him, and which stirred the thick uncombed hair above his stubby, quiet face. His long shadow legs rose perpendicularly and fell ludicrously, as though without power of progression, as though his body had been mesmerized by a whimsical god into a futile puppet-like activity upon one spot, while time and life terrifically passed him and left him behind. At last his shadow reached the crest and fell headlong over it. The opposite valley rim first came into sight, azure and aloof in the level afternoon sun. Against it, like figures rising in a dream, a white church spire rose, then housetops, red and faded green and olive, half hidden in budded oaks and elms. 3 poplars twinkled their leaves against a gray, sunned wall, over which leaned peach and apple trees in an extravagance of fragile pink and white. And though there was no wind in the valley, bent narrowly to the quiet, resistless compulsion of April in their branches, then were still and straight again, except for the silver mist of their never-ceasing, never-escaping leaves. The entire valley stretched beneath him, and his shadow, springing far out, lay across it, quiet and enormous. Here and there a thread of smoke balanced precariously upon a chimney. The hamlet slept, wrapped in peace and quiet beneath the evening sun, as it had slept for a century, waiting, invisibly honeycombed with joys and sorrows, hopes and despairs, for the end of time. From the hilltop, the valley was a motionless mosaic of tree and house. From the hilltop were to be seen no cluttered, barren lots, sodden with spring rain, and churned and torn by hoof of horse and cattle, no piles of winter ashes and rusting tin cans, no dingy hoardings covered with the tattered insanities of posted salacities and advertisements. There was no suggestion of striving, of whipped vanities, of ambition and lusts, of the drying spittle of religious controversy. He could not see that the sonorous simplicity of the courthouse columns was discolored and stained with casual tobacco. In the valley there was no movement, save the thin spiraling of smoke and the heart-tightening grace of the poplars, no sound, save the measured, faint reverberation of an anvil. The slow, featureless mediocrity of his face twisted to an internal impulse, the terrific groping of his mind. His monstrous shadow lay like a portent upon the church, and for a moment he had almost grasped something alien to him, but it eluded him. And being unaware that there was anything which had tried to break down the barriers of his mind and communicate with him, he was unaware that he had been eluded. Behind him was a day of harsh labor with his hands, a strife against the forces of nature to gain bread and clothing and a place to sleep, a victory gotten at the price of bodily tissues and the numbered days of his existence. Before him lay the hamlet which was home to him, the tireless casual, and beyond it lay waiting another day of toil to gain bread and clothing and a place to sleep. In this way he worked out the devastating unimportance of his destiny with a mind heretofore untroubled by moral quibbles and principles, shaken at last by the faint resistless force of spring in a valley at sunset. The sun plunged silently into the liquid green of the west, and the valley was abruptly in shadow. And as the sun released him, who lived and labored in the sun, his mind, that troubled him for the first time, became quieted. Here in the dusk nymphs and fauns might riot to a shrilling of thin pipes, to a shivering and hissing of cymbals in a sharp volcanic abasement beneath a tall icy star. Behind him was the motionless conflagration of sunset. Before him was the opposite valley rim upon the changing sky. For a while he stood on one horizon and stared across at the other, far above a world of endless toil and troubled slumber, untouched, untouchable, forgetting for a space that he must return. He slowly descended the hill. End of The Hill by William Faulkner. Read by Winston Tharp.
William by Richard Marsh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. William by Richard Marsh. I had been seated in the next chair to hers for at least 2 minutes. I felt that it was time to introduce myself. "It's a fine evening." She turned, she looked me up and down, then she looked straight in front of her again. "I don't know you." But I was not to be crushed. There was something about the shape of her that which suggested sociability. "That is my misfortune rather than my fault." "I don't know nothing at all about that. I do not speak to strangers as a rule. Sometimes there's never no knowing who they are." I felt that I was getting on, so I went on. "What do you think of the band?" "It's not loud enough for me. I like a band as I can hear." One suspected there might be occasions on which one could almost like a band which one could not hear, but I did not say so. That broke the ice, and the conversation drifting on to personal topics, she explained to me that she had a young man who, so to speak, was resting, owing to what she called a difference which she had had with him. It struck me that the tale, as she told it, contained elements of tragedy. "Bakers," she observed, "is what I like. I have a sister who likes butchers. To me there's always the smell of the meat about a butcher. But it's as you're made. The worst of bakers is they're such a thirsty lot." "Possibly," I suggested, "that is in a measure owing to the nature of their occupation." "That may be, but still there's a limit. And when a man is always drinking, I think it's time for him to stop." I thought so too, but she went on. "My young man, his name is William Evans, is a baker, and him and me have been walking out together for years come next month. So I said to him, 'William, "It's my day out, Tuesday. I shall expect you to take me somewhere." So he said, "I will." So I said, "Hyde Park Corner, 10:30. I was there as the clock was striking, and a fine scuffle I had to get there too. And if you'll believe me, he kept me waiting 2 hours and 3/4 by the clock what's over the gatekeeper's lodge, which is longer than any gentleman ought to keep a lady waiting, I don't care who he is. So when he did come, I was a bit huffy. So I said, 'Well, William, I hope I've put you to no hurry, and it's a pity you should have troubled yourself to come at this time of day, seeing as how I'm just off home.' So he said, and he wiped his lips, and I could see he had had a moistener, if not more. 'It's like this. I accidentally had an appointment which was of the nature of business, and which I couldn't help, and that's how it is I'm a little behind.' 'I see,' I said. 'And it had something to do with pine pots, I have no doubt.' So he sat down on a seat which was wet owing to there being a drizzle on, and as it seemed silly for me to stand whilst he was sitting, I sat down likewise. So there we sat, neither of us saying nothing, till I began to feel a little damp, because I had my thin things on, and it was beginning to come down heavy. So I said, 'Well, William, have you forgotten it's my day out? I thought you was going to take me somewhere.' He said, 'So I am.' So I said, 'Where are you going to take me to? It's getting on, and I'm likewise getting wet,' which I was. So he said, 'What do you say to Battersea Park?' So I said, 'I say nothing. And the idea, William, of your talking about taking me to Battersea Park, when, as you very well know, it is raining cats and dogs, is not what I expected, because, as he could very well see, I only had a parasol, which was red, and the rain was coming through, and the colour coming out. But he didn't care for the rain no more than nothing, because, as I tell you, he being a baker, to him it was a kind of a change. You must know that William is that near about money that I never saw nothing like him. Not that it's a bad thing in a man, though it may be carried too far, and I must say I do think William do carry it too far. He has never given me nothing which he didn't want me to pay for, not even half a pint of beer, so I was not surprised when he said, 'The fact is, Matilda,' which is me, 'I haven't got no money.' 'Well,' I said, 'that's a nice thing, to promise to take me out, and then to have no money.' So he said, 'If you was to pay the expenses for both the two of us, it might make things more pleasant.' So I said, 'No, I thank you,' because I had been had that way before, and more than once. So I got up and said, 'Well, William, I will now wish you a good day, because I have been here since 10:30, and it is now past 2, and my clothes is sticking to me, and I don't care to stop no longer.' So he said, 'Now, Matilda, don't you get disagreeable,' which I was beginning to feel it, and so I own. 'We are both of us having a day out,' he said, 'and don't let no bad temper spoil our pleasure. I may have some money somewhere, unbeknown to myself, so I will look and see, though I must say I do think it hard that all the expenses should be borne by me.' So he begins feeling in his pockets, and presently he gives a kind of start, and he brings out 1/2 crown. 'There,' he said, 'is 1/2 crown, and if you put 5 shillings to it, it will make 7 and 6.' 'No,' I said, 'I shall put no 5 shillings of mine to no 1/2 crown of yours, and so the least said, the soonest mended, and if you don't mind, I will go and get myself something to eat, being hungry and having, I am thankful to say, money of my own with which to pay for it.' Then he gives another kind of start, and he says, 'There, if I didn't make a pasty for you last night with my own hands,
and I've been sitting on it all the time, which he had, and anything like the mess he'd made of it you never saw. He held it out to me. 'No,' I said, 'I thank you. I'm particular about my victuals, and I never eat no scraps, and still less things that have been sat down upon.' 'Well,' he said, 'it's a pity it should be wasted. I'll eat it myself.' Which he did, and me standing in the rain there looking on. That did put my back up. 'Mr. Evans,' I said, short and sharp, 'I wish you a good day. I am going.' So I goes, and he comes running after me, picking at the bits of pasty what was stuck to the paper. I must say this for William, that it takes a deal to get his temper up. So I pulls up. 'Now let us understand each other, William, if you please. Are you going to pay for something for me to eat, or are you not?' He gives himself a kind of shake so as to get his courage up, and he says, 'You shall have anything you like to eat at my expense, Matilda, so long as the cost does not exceed—' Then he hesitated. 'Ninepence.' Then he gave himself another kind of shake, which I took as a sign that his courage was running down, for both the two of us. That made me fairly wild, it really did. To think that he had promised to take me somewhere, and that I had been more than 3 hours there in the rain, and got wet through, and my things all spoiled, which it was a new dress I had on, what I had got special for the occasion, and it had only come home from the dressmaker's the day before, and the colour was coming out of my parasol, which was likewise new, and my hair all coming out of curl, and me feeling as limp as a rag, and starving hungry, and that he should want to put me off with fourpence halfpenny worth of food, drawn from him as if it were his eye tooth. It did make me feel really wild. I never said a word to him, but I walks right out of the park. He comes running after me, and he catches hold of my arm, and he says, 'Now, Matilda, what did I say just now about letting no bad temper spoil our pleasure?' I said, 'I don't know what your idea of pleasure is, but it isn't mine, and as I don't want to have no more to do with you, Mr. Evans, perhaps you will be so kind as to let me go.' But he holds on to me all the tighter, and he says, 'I'll tell you what, Matilda, a idea has just come into my head. My brother, as you've heard me talk about, lives close by here. We will go and dine with him. He being a married man and with a comfortable home, he will be glad to see us.' Well, I didn't know what to do, not liking to have no quarrel with him in the street, so off we starts for his brother's. He took me to a mews what led out of Park Lane, and as we was turning the corner he said, 'There's only this one thing about my brother. Him and me has had a little difference of opinion, and he's not of a forgiving disposition.' So I said, 'Now, William, what do you mean by that?' So he said, 'Number 32 on the other side is where he lives, and if you was to go on and knock at the door and ask for Mrs. Henry Evans, what is my brother's wife, so to speak, it might smooth the way.' So I said, 'I do not understand you. Just now you was saying as how your brother would be glad to see us. Are you now insinuating otherwise?' He catches a glimpse of my eye, and he sees the kind of mood I was in, and he plucks up, and he walks on, and he says, 'We will hope for the best. Do not let us spoil our day's pleasure by no disagreeable observations. There is never no knowing what might happen.' All of a sudden he cries out, 'There is my brother. Now, Matilda, don't you let him start hitting me.' And he jumps behind me, so as to get into the shadow, as it were. So I says, 'William, whatever is the matter now?
Your conductor seemed to me to be of the most extraordinary character. And there was a great big giant of a man on the other side of the road washing a carriage with a bucket of water and I don't know what. And as I moves on one side he catches sight of William, and anything like the way in which he started swearing you never heard. 'Hullo!' he says. 'There's that putty-faced brother of mine. I've been looking for you for some time. Here's something for you, William.' And before I had no idea what he was going to do, he catches up the bucket of water and he throws it over William, and some of it went over me. Oh dear me, you never saw nothing like the mess that I was in. And he grabs hold of William by the collar and he says, 'Hang me if I don't wipe down the street with you.' And he shouts out, 'Henrietta, here's brother William. Haven't you got anything for him?' You bet your life he's come for something. And a window opens over the way, and a woman puts her head out, and she empties something out of a pail over William, and again some of it went over me. Oh dear, dear. And that giant of a man he set about William something cruel, and all the mews was in a uproar, and I hurried away as hard as I ever could. I was that frightened, and I got into a cab just as I was, and you should have seen how the cabman stared, and drove right away to a sister of mine what lives at Camberwell, and I nearly cried my eyes out, and I've never spoken to William nor set eyes on him since then, which is a fortnight the day after tomorrow. And if you had been in my place, and had been treated as I was, would you have let things go on as usual, just if there hadn't been no difference?' 'No,' I said, 'I should not. I should have insisted on their going on in quite a different kind of way.' And so I told her. End of William by Richard Marsh. Read by Lars Rolander. Buttercup Night by John Galsworthy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Buttercup Night by John Galsworthy. Why is it that in some places there is such a feeling of life being all one? Not merely a long picture show for human eyes, but a single breathing, glowing, growing thing, of which we are no more important a part than the swallows and magpies, the foals and sheep in the meadows, the sycamores and ash trees and flowers in the fields, the rocks and little bright streams, or even the long fleecy clouds and their soft shouting drivers, the winds? True, we register these parts of being, and they, so far as we know, do not register us. Yet it is impossible to feel in such places as I speak of, the busy, dry, complacent sense of being all that matters, which in general we humans have so strongly. In these rare spots, that are always in the remote country, untouched by the advantages of civilization, one is conscious of an enwrapping web or mist of spirit, the glamorous and wistful wrath of all the vanished shapes which once dwelt there in such close comradeship. It was Sunday of an early June when I first came on one such, far down in the West country. I had walked with my knapsack 20 miles, and there being no room at the tiny inn of the very little village, they directed me to a wicket gate, through which by a path leading down a field I would come to a farmhouse where I might find lodging. The moment I got into that field I felt within me a peculiar contentment, and sat down on a rock to let the feeling grow. In an old holly tree rooted to the bank about 50 yards away Two magpies evidently had a nest, for they were coming and going, avoiding my view as much as possible, yet with a certain stealthy confidence which made one feel that they had long prescriptive right to that dwelling place. Around, as far as one could see, there was hardly a yard of level ground. All was hill and hollow, that long ago had been reclaimed from the moor, and against the distant folds of the hills the farmhouse and its thatched barns were just visible, embowered amongst beeches and some dark trees, with a soft bright crown of sunlight over the whole. A gentle wind brought a faint rustling up from those beeches, and from a large lime tree that stood by itself. On this wind some little snowy clouds, very high and fugitive in that blue heaven, were always moving over. But what struck me most were the buttercups. Never was a field so lighted up by those tiny lamps, those little bright pieces of flower china out of the great pottery. They covered the whole ground, as if the sunlight had fallen bodily from the sky, in tens of millions of gold patines, and the fields below as well, down to what was evidently a stream, were just as thick with the extraordinary warmth and glory of them. Leaving the rock at last, I went toward the house. It was long and low and rather sad, standing in a garden all mossy grass and buttercups, with a few rhododendrons and flowery shrubs below a row of fine old Irish yews. On the stone veranda a grey sheepdog and a very small golden-haired child were sitting close together, absorbed in each other. A pleasant woman came in answer to my knock, and told me, in a soft slurring voice, that I might stay the night, and dropping my knapsack, I went out again. Through an old gate under a stone arch I came on the farmyard, quite deserted save for a couple of ducks moving slowly down a gutter in the sunlight, and noticing the upper half of a stable door open, I went across in search of something living. There, in a rough loose box, on thick straw, lay a long tailed black mare with the skin and head of a thoroughbred. She was swathed in blankets, and her face, all cut about the cheeks and over the eyes, rested on an ordinary human's pillow, held by a bearded man in shirt sleeves, while, leaning against the whitewashed walls, sat fully a dozen other men, perfectly silent, very gravely and intently gazing. The mare's eyes were half closed, and what could be seen of them dull and bluish, as though she had been through a long time of pain. Save for her rapid breathing, she lay quite still, but her neck and ears were streaked with sweat, and every now and then her hind legs quivered spasmodically. Seeing me at the door, she raised her head, uttering a queer half-human noise, but the bearded man at once put his hand on her forehead, and with a "Whoa, my dear, whoa, my pretty," pressed it down again, while with the other hand he plumped up the pillow for her cheek. And as the mare obediently let fall her head, one of the men said in a low voice, "I never see anything so like a Christian," and the others echoed in chorus, "Like a Christian, like a Christian." It went to one's heart to watch her, and I moved off down the farm lane into an old orchard, where the apple trees were still in bloom, with bees, very small ones, busy on the blossoms, whose petals were dropping on the dock leaves and buttercups in the long grass. Climbing over the bank at the far end, I found myself in a meadow the like of which, so wild and yet so lush, I think I have never seen. Along one hedge of its meandering length was a mass of pink mayflower, and between two little running streams grew quantities of yellow water iris, daggers as they call them. The print frock orchid, too, was everywhere in the grass, and always the buttercups. Great stones coated with yellowish moss were strewn among the ash trees and dark hollies, and through a grove of beeches on the far side, such as Corot might have painted, a girl was running with a youth after her, who jumped down over the bank and vanished. Thrushes, blackbirds, yaffles, cuckoos, and one other very monotonous little bird were in full song, and this, with the sound of the streams and the wind and the shapes of the rocks and trees, the colours of the flowers and the warmth of the sun, gave one a feeling of being lost in a very wilderness of nature. Some ponies came slowly from the far end, tangled, gypsy-headed little creatures, stared and went off again at speed. It was just one of those places where any day the spirit of all nature might start up in one of those white gaps that separate the trees and rocks. But though I sat a long time waiting, hoping, she did not come. They were all gone from the stable when I went back up to the farm, except the bearded nurse and one tall fellow who might have been the dying Gaul as he crouched there in the straw, and the mare was sleeping, her head between her nurse's knees. That night I woke at 2 o'clock, to find it almost as bright as day, with moonlight coming in through the flimsy curtains, and smitten with the feeling that comes to us creatures of routine so rarely, of what beauty and strangeness we let slip by without ever stretching out hand to grasp it, I got up, dressed, stole downwards and out. Never was such a night of frozen beauty, never such dream tranquillity. The wind had dropped, and the silence was such that one hardly liked to tread even on the grass. From the lawn and fields there seemed to be a mist rising. In truth, the moonlight caught on the dewy buttercups, and across this ghostly radiance the shadows of the yew trees fell in dense black bars. Suddenly I bethought me of the mare. How was she faring this marvellous night? Very softly, opening the door into the yard, I tiptoed across. A light was burning in her box, and I could hear her making the same half-human noise she had made in the afternoon, as if wondering at her feelings, and instantly the voice of the bearded man talking to her as one might talk to a child. "Over, my darling, you've a been long enough o' that side. Way, my swate, you let old Jack turn you then." Then came a scuffling in the straw, a thud, that half-human sigh, and his voice again. "Put your head to pillar, that's my dandy gel. Old Jack wouldn't hurt you, no more'n if you was the queen." Then only her quick breathing could be heard, and his cough and mutter as he settled down once more to his long vigil. I crept very softly up to the window, but she heard me at once, and at the movement of her head the old fellow sat up, blinking his eyes out of the bush of his grizzled hair and beard. Opening the door, I said, "May I come in?" "Ay, come in, sir, if you'm a mind to." I sat down beside him on a sack, and for some time we did not speak, taking each other in. One of his legs was lame, so that he had to keep it stretched out all the time, and awfully tired he looked, great tired. "You're a great nurse," I said at last. "It must be tiring work watching out here all night." His eyes twinkled. They were of that bright grey kind through which the soul looks out. "Oh, no," he said. "I don't grudge it were a dumb animal. Poor things, they can't help theirselves. Many's the night I've sat up with horses and beasts too. 'Tis in me, can't bear to see dumb creatures suffer." And laying his hand on the mare's ears, "They say horses haven't no souls. 'Tis my belief they've souls same as us.
Many's the Christian I've seen ain't got the soul of an horse. Same with the beasts and the ship. 'Tis only them can speak their minds." "And where," I said, "do you think they go to when they die?" He looked at me a little queerly, fancying perhaps that I was leading him into some trap, making sure, too, that I was a real stranger without power over his body or soul, for humble folk must be careful in the country. Then, reassured and nodding in his beard, he answered knowingly, "I don't think they go so very far." "Why, do you ever see their spirits?" No, I never seen none. But for all they say, I don't think none of us goes such a brave way off. There's room for all dead or alive, and there's Christians I've seen. Well, if they'm not dead for good, then neither aren't dumb animals for sure." "And rabbits, squirrels, birds, even insects, how about them?" He was silent, as if I had carried him a little beyond the confines of his philosophy, then shook his head. "'Tis all a bit dimsy. But you watch dumb animals, even the last littlest one, and you'll see they knows a lot more'n what we do. And they does things too that puts shame on a man's often as not. They've got that in them as passes show." Not noticing my stare at that unconscious plagiarism, he went on, "I'd sooner set up of a night with an horse than with an human. They've more sense and patience." And, stroking the mare's forehead, he added, "Now, my dear, time for you to have your bottle." I waited to see her take her draught, and lay her head down once more on the pillow. Then, hoping he would get asleep, I rose to go. "Oh, 'tis nothing much," he said, "this time o' year, not like in winter. 'Twill come day before you know these buttercup nights." And twinkling up at me out of his kindly bearded face, he settled himself again into the straw. I stole a look back at his rough figure propped against the sack, with the mare's head down beside his knee, at her swathed black body, and the gold of the straw, the white walls, and dusky nooks and shadows of that old stable illumined by the dimsy light of the old lantern. And with a sense of having seen something holy, I crept away up into the field where I had lingered the day before, and sat down on the same half-way rock. Close on dawn it was, the moon still sailing wide over the moor, and the flowers of this buttercup night fast closed, not taken in at all by her cold glory. Most silent hour of all the 24, when the soul slips half out of sheath and hovers in the cool, when the spirit is most in tune with what soon or late happens to all spirits, hour when a man cares least whether or no he be alive as we understand the word. None of us goes such a brave way off. There's room for all, dead or alive. Though it was almost unbearably colourless and quiet, there was warmth in thinking of those words of his, in the thought, too, of the millions of living things snugly asleep all round, warmth in realizing that unanimity of sleep, insects and flowers, birds, men, beasts, the very leaves on the trees, away in slumberland. Waiting for the first bird to chirrup, one had perhaps even a stronger feeling than in daytime of the unity and communion of all life, of the subtle brotherhood of living things that fall all together into oblivion, and all together wake. When dawn comes, while moonlight is still powdering the world's face, quite a long time passes before one realizes how the quality of the light has changed. So it was day before I knew it. Then the sun came up above the hills,
Dew began to sparkle, and colour to stain the sky. That first praise of the sun from every bird and leaf and blade of grass, the tremulous flush and chime of dawn. One has strayed so far from the heart of things that it comes as something strange and wonderful. Indeed, I noticed that the beasts and birds gazed at me as if I simply could not be there, at this hour that so belonged to them. And to me, too, they seemed strange and new, with that in them that past show, and as of a world where man did not exist, or existed only as just another form of life, another sort of beast. It was one of those revealing moments when we see our proper place in the scheme, go past our truly irreligious thought. Man, hub of the universe, which has founded most religions. One of those moments when our supreme importance will not wash either in the bath of pure spiritual ecstasy or in the clear fluid of scientific knowledge, and one sees clear, with the eyes of true religion, man playing his little, not unworthy part in the great game of perfection. But just then began the crowning glory of that dawn, the opening and lighting of the buttercups. Not one did I actually see unclose, yet all of a sudden they were awake, the fields once more a blaze of gold. End of Buttercup Night by John Galsworthy. Read by Lars Rolander.
Read by Somerset Maugham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The skipper thrust his hand into one of his trouser pockets, and with difficulty, for they were not at the sides but in front, and he was a portly man, pulled out a large silver watch. He looked at it, and then looked again at the declining sun. The Kanaka at the wheel gave him a glance, but did not speak. The skipper's eyes rested on the island they were approaching. A white line of foam marked the reef. He knew there was an opening large enough to get his ship through, and when they came a little nearer he counted on seeing it. They had nearly an hour of daylight still before them. In the lagoon the water was deep, and they could anchor comfortably. The chief of the village, which he could already see among the coconut trees, was a friend of the mate's, and it would be pleasant to go ashore for the night. The mate came forward at that minute, and the skipper turned to him. "We'll take a bottle of booze along with us and get some girls in to dance," he said. "I don't see the opening," said the mate. He was a Kanaka, a handsome, swarthy fellow, with somewhat the look of a later Roman emperor, inclined to stoutness, but his face was fine and clean-cut. "I'm dead sure there's one right here," said the captain, looking through his glasses. "I can't understand why I can't pick it up. Send one of the boys up the mast to have a look." The mate called one of the crew and gave him the order. The captain watched the Kanaka climb and waited for him to speak, but the Kanaka shouted down that he could see nothing but the unbroken line of foam. The captain spoke Samoan like a native, and he cursed him freely. "Shall he stay up there?" asked the mate. "What the hell good does that do?" answered the captain. "The blame fool can't see worth a cent. You bet your sweet life I'd find the opening if I was up there." He looked at the slender mast with anger. It was all very well for a native who had been used to climbing up coconut trees all his life. He was fat and heavy. "Come down," he shouted. "You're no more use than a dead dog. We'll just have to go along the reef till we find the opening." It was a 70-ton schooner with paraffin auxiliary. and it ran, when there was no headwind, between 4 and 5 knots an hour. It was a bedraggled object. It had been painted white a very long time ago, but it was now dirty, dingy, and mottled. It smelt strongly of paraffin and of the copra which was its usual cargo. They were within 100 feet of the reef now, and the captain told the steersman to run along it till they came to the opening. But when they had gone a couple of miles he realized that they had missed it. He went about and slowly worked back again. The white foam of the reef continued without interruption, and now the sun was setting. With a curse at the stupidity of the crew, the skipper resigned himself to waiting till next morning. "Put her about," he said. "I can't anchor here." They went out to sea a little, and presently it was quite dark. They anchored. When the sail was furled, the ship began to roll a good deal. They said in Apia that one day she would roll right over, and the owner, a German-American who managed one of the largest stores, said that no money was big enough to induce him to go out in her. The cook, a Chinese in white trousers, very dirty and ragged, and a thin white tunic, came to say that supper was ready, and when the skipper went into the cabin he found the engineer already seated at table. The engineer was a long, lean man with a scraggy neck. He was dressed in blue overalls and a sleeveless jersey, which showed his thin arms tattooed from elbow to wrist. "Hell, having to spend the night outside," said the skipper. The engineer did not answer, and they ate their supper in silence. The cabin was lit by a dim oil lamp. When they had eaten the canned apricots with which the meal finished, the Chink brought them a cup of tea. The skipper lit a cigar and went on the upper deck. The island now was only a darker mass against the night. The stars were very bright. The only sound was the ceaseless breaking of the surf. The skipper sank into a deck chair and smoked idly. Presently 3 or 4 members of the crew came up and sat down. One of them had a banjo, and another a concertina. They began to play, and one of them sang. The native songs sounded strange on these instruments. Then to the singing a couple began to dance. It was a barbaric dance, savage and primeval, rapid, with quick movements of the hands and feet and contortions of the body. It was sensual, sexual even, but sexual without passion. It was very animal, direct, weird without mystery, natural in short, and one might almost say childlike. At last they grew tired. They stretched themselves on the deck and slept, and all was silent. The skipper lifted himself heavily out of his chair and clambered down the companion. He went into his cabin and got out of his clothes. He climbed into his bunk and lay there. He panted a little in the heat of the night. But next morning, when the dawn crept over the tranquil sea, the opening in the reef which had eluded them the night before was seen a little to the east of where they lay. The schooner entered the lagoon. There was not a ripple on the surface of the water. Deep down among the coral rocks you saw little coloured fish swim. When he had anchored his ship, the skipper ate his breakfast and went on deck. The sun shone from an unclouded sky, but in the early morning the air was grateful and cool. It was Sunday, and there was a feeling of quietness, a silence as though nature were at rest, which gave him a peculiar sense of comfort. He sat, looking at the wooded coast, and felt lazy and well at ease. Presently a slow smile moved his lips, and he threw the stump of his cigar into the water. "I guess I'll go ashore," he said. "Get the boat out." He climbed stiffly down the ladder and was rowed to a little cove. The coconut trees came down to the water's edge, not in rows, but spaced out with an ordered formality. They were like a ballet of spinsters, elderly but flippant, standing in affected attitudes with the simpering graces of a bygone age. He sauntered idly through them, along a path that could be just seen winding its tortuous way, and it led him presently to a broad creek. There was a bridge across it, but a bridge constructed of single trunks of coconut trees, a dozen of them, placed end to end and supported where they met by a forked branch driven into the bed of the creek. You walked on a smooth, round surface, narrow and slippery, and there was no support for the hand. To cross such a bridge required sure feet and a stout heart. The skipper hesitated, but he saw on the other side, nestling among the trees, a white man's house. He made up his mind and rather gingerly began to walk. He watched his feet carefully, and where one trunk joined on to the next, and there was a difference of level, he tottered a little. It was with a gasp of relief that he reached the last tree, and finally set his feet on the firm ground of the other side. He had been so intent on the difficult crossing that he never noticed anyone was watching him, and it was with surprise that he heard himself spoken to. It takes a bit of nerve to cross these bridges when you're not used to them. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. He had evidently come out of the house which he had seen. "I saw you hesitate," the man continued with a smile on his lips, "and I was watching to see you fall in." "Not in your life," said the captain, who had now recovered his confidence. "I've fallen in myself before now. I remember one evening I came back from shooting, and I fell in, gun and all. Now I get a boy to carry my gun for me." He was a man no longer young, with a small beard, now somewhat grey, and a thin face. He was dressed in a singlet, without arms, and a pair of duck trousers. He wore neither shoes nor socks. He spoke English with a slight accent. "Are you Nielsen?" asked the skipper. "I am." "I've heard about you. I thought you lived somewheres round here." The skipper followed his host into the little bungalow, and sat down heavily in the chair which the other motioned him to take. While Nielsen went out to fetch whisky and glasses, he took a look round the room. It filled him with amazement. He had never seen so many books. The shelves reached from floor to ceiling on all four walls, and they were closely packed. There was a grand piano littered with music, and a large table on which books and magazines lay in disorder. The room made him feel embarrassed. He remembered that Nielsen was a queer fellow. No one knew very much about him, although he had been in the islands for so many years, but those who knew him agreed that he was queer. He was a Swede. "You've got one big heap of books here," he said, when Nielsen returned. "They do no harm," answered Nielsen with a smile. "Have you read them all?" asked the skipper. "Most of them. I'm a bit of a reader myself. I have the Saturday Evening Post sent me reg'lar." Nielsen poured his visitor a good stiff glass of whisky, and gave him a cigar. The skipper volunteered a little information. "I got in last night, but I couldn't find the opening, so I had to anchor outside. I never been this run before, but my people had some stuff they wanted to bring over here. Gray, do you know him?" "Yes, he's got a store a little way along." "Well, there was a lot of canned stuff that he wanted over, and he's got some copra. They thought I might just as well come over as lie idle at Apia. I run between Apia and Pago Pago mostly, but they've got smallpox there just now, and there's nothing stirring." He took a drink of his whisky and lit a cigar. He was a taciturn man, but there was something in Nielsen that made him nervous, and his nervousness made him talk. The Swede was looking at him with dark eyes, in which there was an expression of faint amusement. "This is a tidy little place you've got here." "I've done my best with it." "You must do pretty well with your trees. They look fine, with copra at the price it is now. I had a bit of a plantation myself once, in Upolu it was, but I had to sell it." He looked round the room again, where all those books gave him a feeling of something incomprehensible and hostile. "I guess you must find it a bit lonesome here, though," he said. "I've got used to it. I've been here for 25 years. Now the captain could think of nothing more to say, and he smoked in silence. Nielsen had apparently no wish to break it. He looked at his guest with a meditative eye. He was a tall man, more than 6 feet high, and very stout. His face was red and blotchy, with a network of little purple veins on the cheeks, and his features were sunk into its fatness. His eyes were bloodshot, his neck was buried in rolls of fat. But for a fringe of long curly hair, nearly white, at the back of his head, he was quite bald, and that immense shiny surface of forehead, which might have given him a false look of intelligence, on the contrary gave him one of peculiar imbecility. He wore a blue flannel shirt, open at the neck, and showing his fat chest covered with a mat of reddish hair, and a very old pair of blue serge trousers. He sat in his chair in a heavy, ungainly attitude, his great belly thrust forward, and his fat legs uncrossed. All elasticity had gone from his limbs. Nilsson wondered idly what sort of man he had been in his youth. It was almost impossible to imagine that this creature of vast bulk had ever been a boy who ran about. The skipper finished his whiskey, and Nilsson pushed the bottle towards him. "Help yourself." The skipper leaned forward, and with his great hand seized it. "How come you in these parts anyways?" he said. "Oh, I came out to the islands for my health. My lungs were bad, and they said I hadn't a year to live. You see they were wrong." "I meant how come you to settle down right here?" "I am a sentimentalist." "Oh." Nilsson knew that the skipper had not an idea what he meant, and he looked at him with an ironical twinkle in his dark eyes. Perhaps just because the skipper was so gross and dull a man, the whim seized him to talk further. "You were too busy keeping your balance to notice when you crossed the bridge, but this spot is generally considered rather pretty. It's a cute little house you've got here." "Ah, that wasn't here when I first came. There was a native hut, with its beehive roof and its pillars, overshadowed by a great tree with red flowers, and the croton bushes, their leaves yellow and red and golden, made a pied fence around it. And then all about were the coconut trees, as fanciful as women and as vain. They stood at the water's edge and spent all day looking at their reflections. I was a young man then. Good heavens, it's a quarter of a century ago. And I wanted to enjoy all the loveliness of the world in the short time allotted to me before I passed into the darkness. I thought it was the most beautiful spot I had ever seen. The first time I saw it I had a catch at my heart, and I was afraid I was going to cry. I wasn't more than 25, and though I put the best face I could on it, I didn't want to die, and somehow it seemed to me that the very beauty of this place made it easier for me to accept my fate. I felt when I came here that all my past life had fallen away, Stockholm and its university, and then Bonn. It all seemed the life of somebody else, as though now at last I had achieved the reality which our doctors of philosophy, I am one myself, you know, had discussed so much. A year, I cried to myself. I have a year. I will spend it here, and then I am content to die. We are foolish and sentimental and melodramatic at 25, but if we weren't, perhaps we should be less wise at 50. Now drink, my friend. Don't let the nonsense I talk interfere with you." He waved his thin hand towards the bottle, and the skipper finished what remained in his glass. "You ain't drinking nothing," he said, reaching for the whiskey. "I am of a sober habit," smiled the Swede. "I intoxicate myself in ways which I fancy are more subtle, but perhaps that is only vanity. Anyhow, the effects are more lasting, and the results less deleterious." "They say there's a deal of cocaine taken in the States now," said the captain. Nilsson chuckled. "But I do not see a white man often," he continued, "and for once I don't think a drop of whiskey can do me any harm." He poured himself out a little, added some soda, and took a sip. "And presently I found out why the spot had such an unearthly loveliness. Here love had tarried for a moment, like a migrant bird that happens on a ship in mid-ocean, and for a little while folds its tired wings. The fragrance of a beautiful passion hovered over it like the fragrance of hawthorn in May in the meadows of my home. It seems to me that the places where men have loved or suffered keep about them always some faint aroma of something that has not wholly died. It is as though they had acquired a spiritual significance which mysteriously affects those who pass. I wish I could make myself clear. He smiled a little. Though I cannot imagine that if I did you would understand. He paused. I think this place was beautiful, because here had been loved beautifully. And now he shrugged his shoulders. But perhaps it is only that my aesthetic sense is gratified by the happy conjunction of young love and a suitable setting. Even a man less thick-witted than the skipper might have been forgiven if he were bewildered by Nilsson's words, for he seemed faintly to laugh at what he said. It was as though he spoke from emotion, which his intellect found ridiculous. He had said himself that he was a sentimentalist, and when sentimentality is joined with skepticism, there is often the devil to pay. He was silent for an instant, and looked at the captain with eyes in which there was a sudden perplexity. "You know, I can't help thinking that I've seen you somewhere or other," he said. "I couldn't say as I remember you," returned the skipper. "I have a curious feeling as though your face were familiar to me. It's been puzzling me for some time, but I can't situate my recollection in any place or at any time." The skipper massively shrugged his heavy shoulders. "It's 30 years since I first come to the islands. A man can't figure on remembering all the folk he meets in a while like that." The Swede shook his head. "You know how one sometimes has the feeling that a place one has never been to before is strangely familiar. That's how I seem to see you." He gave a whimsical smile. "Perhaps I knew you in some past existence. Perhaps you were the master of a galley in ancient Rome, and I was a slave at the oar. 30 years have you been here?" "Every bit of 30 years. I wonder if you knew a man called Red." "Red?" "That is the only name I've ever known him by. I never knew him personally. I never even set eyes on him. And yet I seem to see him more clearly than many men, my brothers, for instance, with whom I passed my daily life for many years. He lives in my imagination with the distinctness of a Paolo Malatesta or a Romeo. But I dare say you have never read Dante or Shakespeare." "I can't say as I have," said the captain. Nilsson, smoking a cigar, leaned back in his chair and looked vacantly at the ring of smoke which floated in the still air. A smile played on his lips, but his eyes were grave. Then he looked at the captain. There was in his gross obesity something extraordinarily repellent. He had the plethoric self-satisfaction of the very fat. It was an outrage. It set Nilsson's nerves on edge. But the contrast between the man before him and the man he had in mind was pleasant. "It appears that Red was the most comely thing you ever saw. I've talked to quite a number of people who knew him in those days, white men, and they all agree that the first time you saw him his beauty just took your breath away. They called him Red on account of his flaming hair. It had a natural wave and he wore it long. It must have been of that wonderful color that the Pre-Raphaelites raved over. I don't think he was vain of it. He was much too ingenuous for that, but no one could have blamed him if he had been. He was tall, 6 feet and an inch or two. In the native house that used to stand here was the mark of his height cut with a knife on the central trunk that supported the roof. And he was made like a Greek god, broad in the shoulders and thin in the flanks. He was like Apollo, with just that soft roundness which Praxiteles gave him, and that suave feminine grace which has in it something troubling and mysterious. His skin was dazzling white, milky, like satin. His skin was like a woman's. I had kind of a white skin myself when I was a kiddie, said the skipper, with a twinkle in his bloodshot eyes. But Nielsen paid no attention to him. He was telling his story now, and interruption made him impatient. And his face was just as beautiful as his body. He had large blue eyes, very dark, so that some say they were black, and unlike most red-haired people he had dark eyebrows and long dark lashes. His features were perfectly regular, and his mouth was like a scarlet wound. He was 20. On these words the Swede stopped, with a certain sense of the dramatic. He took a sip of whiskey. He was unique. There never was anyone more beautiful. There was no more reason for him than for a wonderful blossom to flower on a wild plant. He was a happy accident of nature. One day he landed at that cove into which you must have put this morning. He was an American sailor, and he had deserted from a man-of-war in Apia. He had induced some good-humoured native to give him a passage on a cutter that happened to be sailing from Apia to Safoto, and he had been put ashore here in a dugout. I do not know why he deserted. Perhaps life on a man-of-war with its restrictions irked him. Perhaps he was in trouble. And perhaps it was the South Seas and these romantic islands that got into his bones. Every now and then they take a man strangely, and he finds himself like a fly in a spider's web. It may be that there was a softness of fibre in him, and these green hills with their soft airs, this blue sea, took the northern strength from him, as Delilah took the Nazarites. Anyhow, he wanted to hide himself, and he thought he would be safe in this secluded nook till his ship had sailed from Samoa. There was a native hut at the cove, and as he stood there, wondering where exactly he should turn his steps, a young girl came out and invited him to enter. He knew scarcely 2 words of the native tongue, and she as little English, but he understood well enough what her smiles meant, and her pretty gestures, and he followed her. He sat down on a mat, and she gave him slices of pineapple to eat. I can speak of Red only from hearsay, but I saw the girl 3 years after he first met her, and she was scarcely 19 then. You cannot imagine how exquisite she was. She had the passionate grace of the hibiscus and the rich color. She was rather tall, slim, with the delicate features of her race, and large eyes like pools of still water under the palm trees. Her hair, black and curling, fell down her back, and she wore a wreath of scented flowers. Her hands were lovely. They were so small, so exquisitely formed, they gave your heartstrings a wrench. And in those days she laughed easily. Her smile was so delightful that it made your knees shake. Her skin was like a field of ripe corn on a summer day. Good heavens, how can I describe her? She was too beautiful to be real. And these 2 young things, she was 16 and he was 20, fell in love with one another at first sight. That is the real love, not the love that comes from sympathy, common interests, or intellectual community, but love pure and simple. That is the love that Adam felt for Eve when he awoke and found her in the garden gazing at him with dewy eyes. That is the love that draws the beasts to one another, and the gods. That is the love that makes the world a miracle. That is the love which gives life its pregnant meaning. You have never heard of the wise, cynical French duke who said that with 2 lovers there is always one who loves and one who lets himself be loved. It is a bitter truth to which most of us have to resign ourselves. But now and then there are 2 who love, and 2 who let themselves be loved. Then one might fancy that the sun stands still as it stood when Joshua prayed to the God of Israel. And even now, after all these years, when I think of those 2, so young, so fair, so simple, and of their love, I feel a pang. It tears my heart just as my heart is torn when on certain nights I watch the full moon shining on the lagoon from an unclouded sky. there is always pain in the contemplation of perfect beauty. They were children. She was good and sweet and kind. I know nothing of him, and I like to think that then, at all events, he was ingenuous and frank. I like to think that his soul was as comely as his body. But I dare say he had no more soul than the creatures of the woods and forests who made pipes from reeds and bathed in the mountain streams when the world was young, and you might catch sight of little fawns galloping through the glade on the back of a bearded centaur. A soul is a troublesome possession, and when man developed it he lost the Garden of Eden. Well, when Red came to the island, it had recently been visited by one of those epidemics which the white man has brought to the South Seas, and 1/3 of the inhabitants had died. It seems that the girl had lost all her near kin, and she lived now in the house of distant cousins. The household consisted of 2 ancient crones, bowed and wrinkled, 2 younger women, and a man and a boy. For a few days he stayed there, but perhaps he felt himself too near the shore, with the possibility that he might fall in with white men who would reveal his hiding place. Perhaps the lovers could not bear that the company of others should rob them for an instant of the delight of being together. One morning they set out, the pair of them, with the few things that belonged to the girl, and walked along a grassy path under the coconuts till they came to the creek you see. They had to cross the bridge you crossed, and the girl laughed gleefully because he was afraid. She held his hand till they came to the end of the first tree, and then his courage failed him, and he had to go back. He was obliged to take off all his clothes before he could risk it, and she carried them over for him on her head. They settled down in the empty hut that stood here. Whether she had any rights over it, land tenure is a complicated business in the islands, or whether the owner had died during the epidemic, I do not know. But anyhow no one questioned them, and they took possession. Their furniture consisted of a couple of grass mats on which they slept, a fragment of looking-glass, and a bowl or 2. In this pleasant land, that is enough to start housekeeping on. They say that happy people have no history, and certainly a happy love has none. They did nothing all day long, and yet the days seemed all too short. The girl had a native name, but Red called her Sally. He picked up the easy language very quickly, and he used to lie on the mat for hours while she chattered gaily to him. He was a silent fellow, and perhaps his mind was lethargic. He smoked incessantly the cigarettes which she made him out of the native tobacco and pandanus leaf, and he watched her while with deft fingers she made grass mats. Often natives would come in and tell long stories of the old days when the island was disturbed by tribal wars. Sometimes he would go fishing on the reef and bring home a basket full of colored fish. Sometimes at night he would go out with a lantern to catch lobster. There were plantains round the hut, and Sally would roast them for their frugal meal. She knew how to make delicious messes from coconuts, and the breadfruit tree by the side of the creek gave them its fruit. On feast days they killed a little pig and cooked it on hot stones. They bathed together in the creek, and in the evening they went down to the lagoon and paddled about in a dugout with its great outrigger. The sea was deep blue, wine-colored at sundown, like the sea of Homeric Greece, but in the lagoon the color had an infinite variety, aquamarine and amethyst and emerald, and the setting sun turned it for a short moment to liquid gold. Then there was the color of the coral, brown, white, pink, red, purple, and the shapes it took were marvelous. It was like a magic garden, and the hurrying fish were like butterflies. It strangely lacked reality. Among the coral were pools with a floor of white sand, and here, where the water was dazzling clear, it was very good to bathe. Then, cool and happy, they wandered back in the gloaming over the soft grass road to the creek, walking hand in hand, and now the mynah birds filled the coconut trees with their clamor. And then the night, with that great sky shining with gold, that seemed to stretch more widely than the skies of Europe, and the soft airs that blew gently through the open hut, the long night again was all too short. She was 16, and he was barely 20. The dawn crept in among the wooden pillars of the hut, and looked at those lovely children sleeping in one another's arms. The sun hid behind the great tattered leaves of the plantains, so that it might not disturb them, and then with playful malice shot a golden ray, like the outstretched paw of a Persian cat, on their faces. They opened their sleepy eyes, and they smiled to welcome another day. The weeks lengthened into months, and a year passed. They seemed to love one another as, I hesitate to say passionately, for passion has in it always a shade of sadness, a touch of bitterness or anguish, but as wholeheartedly, as simply and naturally as on that first day on which, meeting, they had recognized that a God was in them. If you had asked them, I have no doubt that they would have thought it impossible to suppose their love could ever cease. Do we not know that the essential element of love is a belief in its own eternity? And yet perhaps in Red there was already a very little seed, unknown to himself and unsuspected by the girl, which would in time have grown to weariness. For one day one of the natives from the cove told them that some way down the coast at the anchorage was a British whaling ship. "Gee," he said, "I wonder if I could make a trade of some nuts and plantains for a pound or two of tobacco." The pandanus cigarettes that Sally made him with untiring hands were strong and pleasant enough to smoke, but they left him unsatisfied, and he yearned on a sudden for real tobacco, hard, rank, and pungent. He had not smoked a pipe for many months. His mouth watered at the thought of it. One would have thought some premonition of harm would have made Sally seek to dissuade him, but love possessed her so completely that it never occurred to her any power on earth could take him from her. They went up into the hills together, and gathered a great basket of wild oranges, green but sweet and juicy, and they picked plantains from around the hut, and coconuts from their trees, and breadfruit and mangoes, and they carried them down to the cove. They loaded the unstable canoe with them, and Red and the native boy who had brought them the news of the ship paddled along outside the reef. It was the last time she ever saw him. Next day the boy came back alone. He was all in tears. This is the story he told. When, after their long paddle, they reached the ship, and Red hailed it, a white man looked over the side and told them to come on board. They took the fruit they had brought with them, and Red piled it up on the deck. The white man and he began to talk, and they seemed to come to some agreement. One of them went below and brought up tobacco. Red took some at once and lit a pipe. The boy imitated the zest with which he blew a great cloud of smoke from his mouth. Then they said something to him, and he went into the cabin. Through the open door the boy, watching curiously, saw a bottle brought out and glasses. Red drank and smoked. They seemed to ask him something, for he shook his head and laughed. The man, the first man who had spoken to them, laughed too, and he filled Red's glass once more. They went on talking and drinking, and presently, growing tired of watching a sight that meant nothing to him, the boy curled himself up on the deck and slept. He was awakened by a kick, and jumping to his feet he saw that the ship was slowly sailing out of the lagoon. He caught sight of Red seated at the table, with his head resting heavily on his arms, fast asleep. He made a movement towards him, intending to wake him, but a rough hand seized his arm, and a man, with a scowl and words which he did not understand, pointed to the side. He shouted to Red, but in a moment he was seized and flung overboard. Helpless, he swam round to his canoe, which was drifting a little way off, and pushed it on to the reef. He climbed in, and sobbing all the way, paddled back to shore. What had happened was obvious enough. The whaler, by desertion or sickness, was short of hands, and the captain, when Red came aboard, had asked him to sign on. On his refusal, he had made him drunk and kidnapped him. Sally was beside herself with grief. For 3 days she screamed and cried. The natives did what they could to comfort her, but she would not be comforted. She would not eat. And then, exhausted, she sank into a sullen apathy. She spent long days at the cove, watching the lagoon, in the vain hope that Red somehow or other would manage to escape. She sat on the white sand hour after hour, with the tears running down her cheeks, and at night dragged herself wearily back across the creek to the little hut where she had been happy. The people with whom she had lived before Red came to the island wished her to return to them, but she would not. She was convinced that Red would come back, and she wanted him to find her where he had left her. 4 months later she was delivered of a stillborn child, and the old woman who had come to help her through her confinement remained with her in the hut. All joy was taken from her life. If her anguish with time became less intolerable, it was replaced by a settled melancholy. You would not have thought that among these people, whose emotions, though so violent, are very transient, a woman could be found capable of so enduring a passion. She never lost the profound conviction that sooner or later Red would come back. She watched for him, and every time someone crossed this slender little bridge of coconut trees, she looked. It might at last be he. Nielsen stopped talking and gave a faint sigh. "And what happened to her in the end?" asked the skipper. Nielsen smiled bitterly. "Oh, 3 years afterwards she took up with another white man." The skipper gave a fat, cynical chuckle. "That's generally what happens to them," he said. The Swede shot him a look of hatred. He did not know why that gross, obese man excited in him so violent a repulsion. But his thoughts wandered, and he found his mind filled with memories of the past. He went back 25 years. It was when he first came to the island, weary of Apia, with its heavy drinking, its gambling and coarse sensuality, a sick man, trying to resign himself to the loss of the career which had fired his imagination with ambitious thoughts. He set behind him resolutely all his hopes of making a great name for himself, and strove to content himself with the few poor months of careful life which was all that he could count on. He was boarding with a half-caste trader who had a store a couple of miles along the coast at the edge of a native village, and one day, wandering aimlessly along the grassy paths of the coconut groves, he had come upon the hut in which Sally lived. The beauty of the spot had filled him with a rapture so great that it was almost painful, and then he had seen Sally. She was the loveliest creature he had ever seen, and the sadness in those dark, magnificent eyes of hers affected him strangely. The Kanakas were a handsome race, and beauty was not rare among them. But it was the beauty of shapely animals. It was empty, but those tragic eyes were dark with mystery, and you felt in them the bitter complexity of the groping human soul. The trader told him the story, and it moved him. "Do you think he'll ever come back?" asked Nielsen. "No fear. Why, it'll be a couple of years before the ship is paid off, and by then he'll have forgotten all about her. I bet he was pretty mad when he woke up and found he'd been shanghaied, and I shouldn't wonder but he wanted to fight somebody. But he'd got to grin and bear it, and I guess in a month he was thinking it the best thing that had ever happened to him that he got away from the island." But Nielsen could not get the story out of his head. Perhaps because he was sick and weakly, the radiant health of Red appealed to his imagination. Himself an ugly man, insignificant of appearance, he prized very highly comeliness in others. He had never been passionately in love, and certainly he had never been passionately loved. The mutual attraction of those two young things gave him a singular delight. It had the ineffable beauty of the absolute. He went again to the little hut by the creek. He had a gift for languages and an energetic mind, accustomed to work, and he had already given much time to the study of the local tongue. Old habit was strong in him, and he was gathering together material for a paper on the Samoan speech. The old crone who shared the hut with Sally invited him to come in and sit down. She gave him kava to drink and cigarettes to smoke. She was glad to have someone to chat with, and while she talked he looked at Sally. She reminded him of the Psyche in the museum at Naples. Her features had the same dear purity of line, and though she had borne a child, she had still a virginal aspect. It was not till he had seen her 2 or 3 times that he induced her to speak. Then it was only to ask him if he had seen in Appia a man called Red. 2 years had passed since his disappearance, but it was plain that she still thought of him incessantly. It did not take Nilsson long to discover that he was in love with her. It was only by an effort of will now that he prevented himself from going every day to the creek, and when he was not with Sally his thoughts were. At first, looking upon himself as a dying man, he asked only to look at her, and occasionally hear her speak, and his love gave him a wonderful happiness. He exulted in its purity. He wanted nothing from her but the opportunity to weave around her graceful person a web of beautiful fancies. But the open air, the equable temperature, the rest, the simple fare, began to have an unexpected effect on his health. His temperature did not soar at nights to such alarming heights. He coughed less and began to put on weight. 6 months passed without his having a hemorrhage, and on a sudden he saw the possibility that he might live. He had studied his disease carefully, and the hope dawned upon him that with great care he might arrest its course. It exhilarated him to look forward once more to the future. He made plans. It was evident that any active life was out of the question, but he could live on the islands, and the small income he had, insufficient elsewhere, would be ample to keep him. He could grow coconuts. That would give him an occupation, and he would send for his books and a piano. But his quick mind saw that in all this he was merely trying to conceal from himself the desire which obsessed him. He wanted Sally. He loved not only her beauty, but that dim soul which he divined behind her suffering eyes. He would intoxicate her with his passion. In the end he would make her forget, and in an ecstasy of surrender he fancied himself giving her too the happiness which he had thought never to know again, but had now so miraculously achieved. He asked her to live with him. She refused. He had expected that, and did not let it depress him, for he was sure that sooner or later she would yield. His love was irresistible. He told the old woman of his wishes, and found somewhat to his surprise that she and the neighbors, long aware of them, were strongly urging Sally to accept his offer. After all, every native was glad to keep house for a white man, and Nilsson, according to the standards of the island, was a rich one. The trader with whom he boarded went to her and told her not to be a fool. Such an opportunity would not come again, and after so long she could not still believe that Red would ever return. The girl's resistance only increased Nilsson's desire, and what had been a very pure love now became an agonizing passion. He was determined that nothing should stand in his way. He gave Sally no peace. At last, worn out by his persistence and the persuasions, by turns pleading and angry, of everyone around her, she consented. But the day after, when, exultant, he went to see her, he found that in the night she had burnt down the hut in which she and Red had lived together. The old crone ran towards him, full of angry abuse of Sally, but he waved her aside. It did not matter. They would build a bungalow on the place where the hut had stood. A European house would really be more convenient if he wanted to bring out a piano and a vast number of books. And so the little wooden house was built in which he had now lived for many years, and Sally became his wife. But after the first few weeks of rapture, during which he was satisfied with what she gave him, he had known little happiness. She had yielded to him through weariness, but she had only yielded what she set no store on. The soul which he had dimly glimpsed escaped him. He knew that she cared nothing for him. She still loved Red, and all the time she was waiting for his return. At a sign from him, Nielsen knew that notwithstanding his love, his tenderness, his sympathy, his generosity, she would leave him without a moment's hesitation. She would never give a thought to his distress. Anguish seized him, and he battered at that impenetrable self of hers which sullenly resisted him. His love became bitter. He tried to melt her heart with kindness, but it remained as hard as before. He feigned indifference, but she did not notice it. Sometimes he lost his temper and abused her, and then she wept silently. Sometimes he thought she was nothing but a fraud, and that soul simply an invention of his own, and that he could not get into the sanctuary of her heart because there was no sanctuary there. His love became a prison from which he longed to escape, but he had not the strength merely to open the door, that was all it needed, and walk out into the open air. It was torture, and at last he became numb and hopeless. In the end the fire burnt itself out, and when he saw her eyes rest for an instant on the slender bridge, it was no longer rage that filled his heart, but impatience. For many years now they had lived together, bound by the ties of habit and convenience, and it was with a smile that he looked back on his old passion. She was an old woman, for the women on the islands age quickly, and if he had no love for her any more, he had tolerance. She left him alone. He was contented with his piano and his books. His thoughts led him to a desire for words. When I look back now and reflect on that brief, passionate love of Red and Sally, I think that perhaps they should thank the ruthless fate that separated them when their love seemed still to be at its height. They suffered, but they suffered in beauty. They were spared the real tragedy of love. "I don't know exactly as I get you," said the skipper. "The tragedy of love is not death or separation. How long do you think it would have been before one or other of them ceased to care? Oh, it is dreadfully bitter to look at a woman whom you have loved with all your heart and soul, so that you felt you could not bear to let her out of your sight, and realize that you would not mind if you never saw her again. The tragedy of love is indifference." But while he was speaking, a very extraordinary thing happened. Though he had been addressing the skipper, he had not been talking to him. He had been putting his thoughts into words for himself, and with his eyes fixed on the man in front of him, he had not seen him. But now an image presented itself to them, an image not of the man he saw, but of another man. It was as though he were looking into one of those distorting mirrors that make you extraordinarily squat or outrageously elongate. But here exactly the opposite took place, and in the obese, ugly old man he caught the shadowy glimpse of a stripling. He gave him now a quick, searching scrutiny. Why had a haphazard stroll brought him just to this place? A sudden tremor of his heart made him slightly breathless. An absurd suspicion seized him. What had occurred to him was impossible, and yet it might be a fact. "What is your name?" he asked abruptly. The skipper's face puckered, and he gave a cunning chuckle. He looked then malicious and horribly vulgar. "It's such a damned long time since I heard it that I almost forget it myself. But for 30 years now in the islands they've always called me Red." His huge form shook as he gave a low, almost silent laugh. It was obscene. Nielsen shuddered. Red was hugely amused, and from his bloodshot eyes tears ran down his cheeks. Nielsen gave a gasp, for at that moment a woman came in. She was a native, a woman of somewhat commanding presence, stout without being corpulent, dark, for the natives grow darker with age, with varied grey hair. She wore a black Mother Hubbard, and its thinness showed her heavy breasts. The moment had come. She made an observation to Nielsen about some household matter, and he answered it. He wondered if his voice sounded as unnatural to her as it did to himself. She gave the man who was sitting in the chair by the window an indifferent glance, and went out of the room. The moment had come and gone. Nielsen for a moment could not speak. He was strangely shaken. Then he said, "I'd be very glad if you'd stay and have a bit of dinner with me. Pot luck." "I don't think I will," said Red. "I must go after this fellow Gray. I'll give him his stuff and then I'll get away. I want to be back in Appia tomorrow. I'll send a boy along with you to show you the way." "That'll be fine." Red heaved himself out of his chair, while the Swede called one of the boys who worked on the plantation. He told him where the skipper wanted to go, and the boy stepped along the bridge. Red prepared to follow him. "Don't fall in," said Nielsen. "Not on your life." Nielsen watched him make his way across, and when he had disappeared among the coconuts, he looked still. Then he sank heavily in his chair. Was that the man who had prevented him from being happy? Was that the man whom Sally had loved all these years and for whom she had waited so desperately? It was grotesque. A sudden fury seized him so that he had an instinct to spring up and smash everything around him. He had been cheated. They had seen each other at last and had not known it. He began to laugh mirthlessly, and his laughter grew till it became hysterical. The gods had played him a cruel trick, and he was old now. At last Sally came in to tell him dinner was ready. He sat down in front of her and tried to eat. He wondered what she would say if he told her now that the fat old man sitting in the chair was the lover whom she remembered still with the passionate abandonment of her youth. Years ago, when he hated her because she made him so unhappy, he would have been glad to tell her. He wanted to hurt her then as she hurt him, because his hatred was only love. But now he did not care. He shrugged his shoulders listlessly. "What did that man want?" she asked presently. He did not answer at once. She was old, too, a fat, old native woman. He wondered why he had ever loved her so madly. He had laid at her feet all the treasures of his soul, and she had cared nothing for them. Waste, what waste! And now, when he looked at her, he felt only contempt. His patience was at last exhausted. He answered her question. "He's the captain of a schooner. He's come from Appia." "Yes." "He brought me news from home. My eldest brother is very ill, and I must go back. Will you be gone long?" He shrugged his shoulders. End of Red by Somerset Maugham. Read by Karen Howard of Crofton, Maryland.
Rip Van Winkle by Washington Irving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Rip Van Winkle, a posthumous writing of Diedrich Knickerbocker. By Woden, god of Saxons, from whence comes Wednesday, that is, Woden's day, truth is a thing that ever I will keep until the day in which I creep into my sepulchre. Cartwright. Whoever has made a voyage up the Hudson must remember the Catskill Mountains. They are a dismembered branch of the great Appalachian family, and are seen away to the west of the river, swelling up to a noble height, and lording it over the surrounding country. Every change of season, every change of weather, indeed every hour of the day, produces some change in the magical hues and shapes of these mountains. and they are regarded by all the good wives, far and near, as perfect barometers. When the weather is fair and settled, they are clothed in blue and purple, and print their bold outlines on the clear evening sky. But sometimes, when the rest of the landscape is cloudless, they will gather a hood of gray vapors about their summits, which, in the last rays of the setting sun, will glow and light up like a crown of glory. At the foot of these fairy mountains the voyager may have descried the light smoke curling up from a village whose shingle roofs gleam among the trees, just where the blue tints of the upland melt away into the fresh green of the nearer landscape. It is a little village of great antiquity, having been founded by some of the Dutch colonists in the early times of the province, just about the beginning of the government of good Peter Stuyvesant, may he rest in peace, and there were some of the houses of the original settlers standing within a few years, built of small yellow bricks brought from Holland, having latticed windows and gable fronts, surmounted with weathercocks. In that same village, and in one of these very houses, which, to tell the precise truth, was sadly time-worn and weather-beaten, there lived many years since, while the country was yet a province of Great Britain, a simple, good-natured fellow of the name of Rip Van Winkle. He was a descendant of the Van Winkles who figured so gallantly in the chivalrous days of Peter Stuyvesant, and accompanied him to the siege of Fort Christina. He inherited, however, but little of the martial quality of his ancestors. I have observed that he was a simple, good-natured man. He was, moreover, a kind neighbor, and an obedient, henpecked husband. Indeed, to the latter circumstance might be owing that meekness of spirit which gained him such universal popularity. For those men are most apt to be obsequious and conciliating abroad, who are under the discipline of shrews at home. Their tempers, doubtless, are rendered pliant and malleable in the fiery furnace of domestic tribulation, and a curtain lecture is worth all the sermons in the world for teaching the virtues of patience and long-suffering. A termagant wife may, therefore, in some respects be considered a tolerable blessing, and if so, Rip Van Winkle was thrice blessed. Certain it is that he was a great favorite among the good wives of the village, who, as usual with the amiable sex, took his part in all family squabbles, and never failed, whenever they talked those matters over in their evening gossipings, to lay all the blame on Dame Van Winkle. The children of the village, too, would shout with joy whenever he approached. He assisted at their sports, made their playthings, taught them to fly kites and shoot marbles, and told them long stories of ghosts, witches, and Indians. Whenever he went dodging about the village, he was surrounded by a troop of them, hanging on his skirts, clambering on his back, and playing 1,000 tricks on him with impunity. And not a dog would bark at him throughout the neighborhood. The great error in Rip's composition was an insuperable aversion to all kinds of profitable labor. It could not be from the want of assiduity or perseverance, for he would sit on a wet rock with a rod as long and heavy as a Tartar's lance, and fish all day without a murmur, even though he should not be encouraged by a single nibble. He would carry a fowling-piece on his shoulder for hours together, trudging through woods and swamps and up hill and down dale to shoot a few squirrels or wild pigeons. He would never refuse to assist a neighbor, even in the roughest toil, and was a foremost man at all country frolics for husking Indian corn or building stone fences. The women of the village, too, used to employ him to run their errands, and to do such little odd jobs as their less obliging husbands would not do for them. In a word, Rip was ready to attend to anybody's business but his own. But as to doing family duty and keeping his farm in order, he found it impossible. In fact, he declared it was of no use to work on his farm. It was the most pestilent little piece of ground in the whole country. Everything about it went wrong, and would go wrong in spite of him. His fences were continually falling to pieces. His cow would either go astray or get among the cabbages. Weeds were sure to grow quicker in his fields than anywhere else. The rain always made a point of setting in just as he had some outdoor work to do, so that, though his patrimonial estate had dwindled away under his management acre by acre, until there was little more left than a mere patch of Indian corn and potatoes, yet it was the worst conditioned farm in the neighborhood. His children, too, were as ragged and wild as if they belonged to nobody. His son Rip, an urchin begotten in his own likeness, promised to inherit the habits with the old clothes of his father. He was generally seen trooping like a colt at his mother's heels, equipped in a pair of his father's cast-off galligaskins, which he had much ado to hold up with one hand, as a fine lady does her train in bad weather. Rip Van Winkle, however, was one of those happy mortals of foolish, well-oiled dispositions who take the world easy, eat white bread or brown, whichever can be got with least thought or trouble, and would rather starve on a penny than work for a pound. If left to himself, he would have whistled his life away in perfect contentment, but his wife kept continually dinning in his ears about his idleness, his carelessness, and the ruin he was bringing on his family. Morning, noon, and night her tongue was incessantly going, and everything he said or did was sure to produce a torrent of household eloquence. Rip had but one way of replying to all lectures of the kind, and that by frequent use had grown into a habit. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, cast up his eyes, but said nothing. This, however, always provoked a fresh volley from his wife, so that he was fain to draw off his forces and take to the outside of the house, the only side which, in truth, belongs to a hen-pecked husband. Rip's sole domestic adherent was his dog, Wolf, who was as much henpecked as his master, for Dame Van Winkle regarded them as companions in idleness, and even looked upon Wolf with an evil eye as the cause of his master's going so often astray. True it is, in all points of spirit befitting an honorable dog, he was as courageous an animal as ever scoured the woods. But what courage can withstand the ever-during and all-besetting terrors of a woman's tongue? The moment Wolf entered the house, his crest fell, his tail drooped to the ground or curled between his legs, he sneaked about with a gallows air, casting many a sidelong glance at Dame Van Winkle, and at the least flourish of a broomstick or ladle he would fly to the door with yelping precipitation. Times grew worse and worse with Rip Van Winkle as years of matrimony rolled on. A tart temper never mellows with age, and a sharp tongue is the only edged tool that grows keener with constant use. For a long while he consoled himself, when driven from home, by frequenting a kind of perpetual club of sages, philosophers, and other idle personages of the village, which held its sessions on a bench before a small inn, designated by a rubicund portrait of His Majesty George III. Here they used to sit in the shade through a long, lazy summer's day, talking listlessly over village gossip or telling endless sleepy stories about nothing. But it would have been worth any statesman's money to have heard the profound discussions that sometimes took place when, by chance, an old newspaper fell into their hands from some passing traveller. How solemnly they would listen to the contents, as drawled out by Derrick Van Bummel, the schoolmaster, a dapper, learned little man, who was not to be daunted by the most gigantic word in the dictionary, and how sagely they would deliberate upon public events, some months after they had taken place. The opinions of this junto were completely controlled by Nicholas Vedder, a patriarch of the village and landlord of the inn, at the door of which he took his seat from morning till night, just moving sufficiently to avoid the sun and keep in the shade of a large tree, so that the neighbors could tell the hour by his movements as accurately as by a sundial. It is true he was rarely heard to speak, but smoked his pipe incessantly. His adherents, however, for every great man has his adherents, perfectly understood him, and knew how to gather his opinions. When anything that was read or related displeased him, he was observed to smoke his pipe vehemently and to send forth short, frequent, and angry puffs. But when pleased, he would inhale the smoke slowly and tranquilly, and emit it in light and placid clouds, and sometimes, taking the pipe from his mouth, and letting the fragrant vapour curl about his nose, would gravely nod his head in token of perfect approbation. From even this stronghold the unlucky Rip was at length routed by his termagant wife, who would suddenly break in upon the tranquillity of the assemblage, and call the members all to naught. Nor was that august personage Nicholas Vedder himself sacred from the daring tongue of this terrible virago, who charged him outright with encouraging her husband in habits of idleness. Poor Rip was at last reduced almost to despair, and his only alternative to escape from the labor of the farm and the clamor of his wife was to take gun in hand and stroll away into the woods. Here he would sometimes seat himself at the foot of a tree and share the contents of his wallet with Wolf, with whom he sympathized as a fellow-sufferer in persecution. "Poor Wolf," he would say, "thy mistress leads thee a dog's life of it. But never mind, my lad. Whilst I live, thou shalt never want a friend to stand by thee." Wolf would wag his tail, look wistfully at his master's face, and if dogs can feel pity, I verily believe he reciprocated the sentiment with all his heart. In a long ramble of the kind on a fine autumnal day, Rip had unconsciously scrambled to one of the highest parts of the Catskill Mountains. He was after his favorite sport of squirrel shooting, and the still solitudes had echoed and re-echoed with the reports of his gun. Panting and fatigued, he threw himself, late in the afternoon, on a green knoll covered with mountain herbage that crowned the brow of a precipice. From an opening between the trees he could overlook all the lower country for many a mile of rich woodland. He saw at a distance the lordly Hudson, far, far below him, moving on its silent but majestic course, with the reflection of a purple cloud, or the sail of a lagging bark, here and there sleeping on its glassy bosom, and at last losing itself in the blue highlands. On the other side he looked down into a deep mountain glen, wild, lonely, and shagged, the bottom filled with fragments from the impending cliffs, and scarcely lighted by the reflected rays of the setting sun. For some time Rip lay musing on this scene. Evening was gradually advancing. The mountains began to throw their long blue shadows over the valleys. He saw that it would be dark long before he could reach the village, and he heaved a heavy sigh when he thought of encountering the terrors of Dame Van Winkle. As he was about to descend, he heard a voice from a distance, hallooing, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" He looked round, but could see nothing but a crow winging its solitary flight across the mountain. He thought his fancy must have deceived him, and turned again to descend, when he heard the same cry ring through the still evening air, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" At the same time Wolf bristled up his back, and giving a low growl, skulked to his master's side, looking fearfully down into the glen. Rip now felt a vague apprehension stealing over him. He looked anxiously in the same direction, and perceived a strange figure slowly toiling up the rocks and bending under the weight of something he carried on his back. He was surprised to see any human being in this lonely and unfrequented place, but supposing it to be some one of the neighborhood in need of his assistance, he hastened down to yield it. On nearer approach he was still more surprised at the singularity of the stranger's appearance. He was a short, square-built old fellow, with thick bushy hair and a grizzled beard. His dress was of the antique Dutch fashion, a cloth jerkin strapped around the waist, several pair of breeches, the outer one of ample volume, decorated with rows of buttons down the sides and bunches at the knees. He bore on his shoulder a stout keg that seemed full of liquor, and made signs for Rip to approach and assist him with the load. Though rather shy and distrustful of this new acquaintance, Rip complied with his usual alacrity, and mutually relieving one another, they clambered up a narrow gully, apparently the dry bed of a mountain torrent. As they ascended, Rip every now and then heard long rolling peals, like distant thunder, that seemed to issue out of a deep ravine, or rather cleft between lofty rocks, toward which their ragged path conducted. He paused for an instant, but, supposing it to be the muttering of one of those transient thunder-showers which often take place in mountain heights, he proceeded. Passing through the ravine, they came to a hollow, like a small amphitheatre, surrounded by perpendicular precipices, over the brinks of which impending trees shot their branches, so that you only caught glimpses of the azure sky and the bright evening cloud. During the whole time Rip and his companion had labored on in silence, for though the former marvelled greatly what could be the object of carrying a keg of liquor up this wild mountain, yet there was something strange and incomprehensible about the unknown that inspired awe and checked familiarity. On entering the amphitheatre, new objects of wonder presented themselves. On a level spot in the centre was a company of odd-looking personages playing at ninepins. They were dressed in quaint outlandish fashion. Some wore short doublets, others jerkins with long knives in their belts, and most of them had enormous breeches, of similar style with that of the guides. Their visages, too, were peculiar. One had a large beard, broad face, and small piggish eyes. The face of another seemed to consist entirely of nose, and was surmounted by a white sugar-loaf hat set off with a little red cock's tail. They all had beards, of various shapes and colors. There was one who seemed to be the commander. He was a stout old gentleman, with a weather-beaten countenance. He wore a laced doublet, broad belt and hanger, high-crowned hat and feather, red stockings, and high-heeled shoes, with roses in them. The whole group reminded Rip of the figures in an old Flemish painting in the parlour of Dominie van Schaik, the village parson, and which had been brought over from Holland at the time of the settlement. What seemed particularly odd to Rip was that though these fellows were evidently amusing themselves, yet they maintained the gravest faces, the most mysterious silence, and were, withal, the most melancholy party of pleasure he had ever witnessed. Nothing interrupted the stillness of the scene but the noise of the balls, which, whenever they were rolled, echoed along the mountains like rumbling peals of thunder. As Rip and his companion approached them, they suddenly desisted from their play and stared at him with such fixed statue-like gaze and such strange, uncouth, lack-lustre countenances, that his heart turned within him and his knees smote together. His companion now emptied the contents of the keg into large flagons, and made signs to him to wait upon the company. He obeyed with fear and trembling. They quaffed their liquor in profound silence, and then returned to their game. By degrees Rip's awe and apprehension subsided. He even ventured, when no eye was fixed upon him, to taste the beverage, which he found had much of the flavour of excellent Hollands. He was naturally a thirsty soul, and was soon tempted to repeat the draught. One taste provoked another, and he reiterated his visits to the flagon so often that at length his senses were overpowered, his eyes swam in his head gradually declined, and he fell into a deep sleep. On waking, he found himself on the green knoll whence he had first seen the old man of the glen. He rubbed his eyes. It was a bright, sunny morning. The birds were hopping and twittering among the bushes, and the eagle was wheeling aloft and breasting the pure mountain breeze. "Surely," thought Rip, "I have not slept here all night." He recalled the occurrences before he fell asleep. The strange man with a keg of liquor, the mountain ravine, the wild retreat among the rocks, the woe-begotten party at ninepins, the flagon. "Oh, that flagon, that wicked flagon!" thought Rip. "What excuse shall I make to Dame Van Winkle?" He looked round for his gun, but in place of the clean, well-oiled fowling-piece, he found an old firelock lying by him, the barrel encrusted with rust, the lock falling off, and the stock worm-eaten. He now suspected that the grave roysters of the mountain had put a trick upon him, and having dosed him with liquor, had robbed him of his gun. Wolf, too, had disappeared, but he might have strayed away after a squirrel or partridge. He whistled after him and shouted his name, but all in vain. The echoes repeated his whistle and shout, but no dog was to be seen. He determined to revisit the scene of the last evening's gambol, and if he met any of the party, to demand his dog and gun. As he rose to walk, he found himself stiff in the joints and wanting in his usual activity. "These mountain beds do not agree with me," thought Rip, "and if this frolic should lay me up with a fit of rheumatism, I shall have a blessed time with Dame Van Winkle." With some difficulty he got down into the glen. He found the gully up which he and his companion had ascended the preceding evening, but to his astonishment a mountain stream was now foaming down it, leaping from rock to rock and filling the glen with babbling murmurs. He, however, made shift to scramble up its sides, working his toilsome way through thickets of birch, sassafras, and witch-hazel, and sometimes tripped up or entangled by the wild grapevines that twisted their coils and tendrils from tree to tree, and spread a kind of network in his path. At length he reached to where the ravine had opened through the cliffs to the amphitheatre, but no traces of such opening remained. The rocks presented a high, impenetrable wall, over which the torrent came tumbling in a sheet of feathery foam, and fell into a broad, deep basin, black from the shadows of the surrounding forest. Here, then, poor Rip was brought to a stand. He again called and whistled after his dog. He was only answered by the cawing of a flock of idle crows, sporting high in air about a dry tree that overhung a sunny precipice, and who, secure in their elevation, seemed to look down and scoff at the poor man's perplexities. What was to be done? The morning was passing away, and Rip felt famished for want of his breakfast. He grieved to give up his dog and gun, he dreaded to meet his wife, but it would not do to starve among the mountains. He shook his head, shouldered the rusty firelock, and, with a heart full of trouble and anxiety, turned his steps homeward. As he approached the village, he met a number of people, but none whom he knew, which somewhat surprised him, for he had thought himself acquainted with every one in the country round. Their dress, too, was of a different fashion from that to which he was accustomed. They all stared at him with equal marks of surprise, and whenever they cast their eyes upon him, invariably stroked their chins. The constant recurrence of this gesture induced Rip involuntarily to do the same, when, to his astonishment, he found his beard had grown a foot long. He had now entered the skirts of the village. A troop of strange children ran at his heels, hooting after him and pointing at his gray beard. The dogs, too, not one of which he recognized for an old acquaintance, barked at him as he passed. The very village was altered. It was larger and more populous. There were rows of houses which he had never seen before, and those which had been his familiar haunts had disappeared. Strange names were over the doors, strange faces at the windows. Everything was strange. His mind now misgave him. He began to doubt whether both he and the world around him were not bewitched. Surely this was his native village, which he had left but the day before. There stood the Catskill Mountains. There ran the silver Hudson at a distance. There was every hill and dale precisely as it had always been. Rip was sorely perplexed. "That flagon last night," thought he, "has addled my poor head sadly." It was with some difficulty that he found the way to his own house, which he approached with silent awe, expecting every moment to hear the shrill voice of Dame Van Winkle. He found the house gone to decay, the roof fallen in, the windows shattered, and the doors off the hinges. A half-starved dog that looked like Wolf was skulking about it. Rip called him by name, but the cur snarled, showed his teeth, and passed on. This was an unkind cut indeed. "My very dog," sighed poor Rip, "has forgotten me." He entered the house, which, to tell the truth, Dame Van Winkle had always kept in neat order. It was empty, forlorn, and apparently abandoned. This desolateness overcame all his connubial fears. He called loudly for his wife and children. The lonely chambers rang for a moment with his voice, and then all again was silence. He now hurried forth and hastened to his old resort, the village inn, but it too was gone. A large rickety wooden building stood in its place, with great gaping windows, some of them broken and mended with old hats and petticoats, and over the door was painted "The Union Hotel, by Jonathan Doolittle." Instead of the great tree that used to shelter the quiet little Dutch inn of yore, there now was reared a tall naked pole, with something on the top that looked like a red nightcap, and from it was fluttering a flag, on which was a singular assemblage of stars and stripes. All this was strange and incomprehensible. He recognized on the sign, however, the ruby face of King George, under which he had smoked so many a peaceful pipe. But even this was singularly metamorphosed. The red coat was changed for one of blue and buff. A sword was held in the hand instead of a sceptre. The head was decorated with a cocked hat, and underneath was painted in large characters, "General Washington." There was, as usual, a crowd of folk about the door, but none that Rip recollected. The very character of the people seemed changed. There was a busy, bustling, disputatious tone about it, instead of the accustomed phlegm and drowsy tranquillity. He looked in vain for the sage Nicholas Vedder, with his broad face, double chin, and fair long pipe, uttering clouds of tobacco smoke instead of idle speeches, or Van Bummel, the schoolmaster, doling forth the contents of an ancient newspaper. In place of these, a lean, bilious-looking fellow, with his pockets full of handbills, was haranguing vehemently about rights of citizens, elections, members of Congress, liberty, Bunker's Hill, heroes of '76, and other words which were a perfect Babylonish jargon to the bewildered Van Winkle. The appearance of Rip, with his long grizzled beard, his rusty fowling-piece, his uncouth dress, and an army of women and children at his heels, soon attracted the attention of the tavern politicians. They crowded round him, eyeing him from head to foot with great curiosity. The orator bustled up to him, and drawing him partly aside, inquired on which side he voted. Rip stared in vacant stupidity. Another short but busy little fellow pulled him by the arm, and rising up on tiptoe, inquired in his ear whether he was Federal or Democrat. Rip was equally at a loss to comprehend the question, when a knowing, self-important old gentleman, in a sharp cocked hat, made his way through the crowd, putting them to the right and left with his elbows as he passed, and planting himself before Van Winkle, with one arm akimbo, the other resting on his cane, his keen eyes and sharp hat penetrating, as it were, into his very soul, demanded in an austere tone what brought him to the election with a gun on his shoulder and a mob at his heels, and whether he meant to breed a riot in the village. "Alas, gentlemen," cried Rip, somewhat dismayed, "I am a poor quiet man, a native of the place, and a loyal subject of the king, God bless him." Here a general shout burst from the bystanders. "A Tory! A Tory! A spy! A refugee! Hustle him! Away with him!" It was with great difficulty that the self-important man in the cocked hat restored order, and having assumed a tenfold austerity of brow, demanded again of the unknown culprit what he came there for and whom he was seeking. The poor man humbly assured him that he meant no harm, but merely came there in search of some of his neighbors, who used to keep about the tavern. Well, who are they? Name them. Rip bethought himself a moment, and inquired, Where's Nicholas Vedder? There was a silence for a little while, when an old man replied, in a thin piping voice, Nicholas Vedder! Why, he is dead and gone these 18 years. There was a wooden tombstone in the churchyard that used to tell all about him, but that's rotten and gone too. Where's Bram Dutcher? Oh, he went off to the army in the beginning of the war. Some say he was killed at the storming of Stony Point. Others say he was drowned in a squall at the foot of Antony's Nose. I don't know. He never came back again. Where's Van Bummel, the schoolmaster? He went off to the wars, too, was a great militia general, and is now in Congress. Rip's heart died away at hearing of these sad changes in his home and friends, and finding himself thus alone in the world. Every answer puzzled him, too, by treating of such enormous lapses of time, and of matters which he could not understand. War, Congress, Stony Point. He had no courage to ask after any more friends, but cried out in despair, Does nobody here know Rip Van Winkle? Oh, Rip Van Winkle! Exclaimed 2 or 3. Oh, to be sure! That's Rip Van Winkle yonder, leaning against the tree. Rip looked and beheld a precise counterpart of himself as he went up the mountain, apparently as lazy and certainly as ragged. The poor fellow was now completely confounded. He doubted his own identity, and whether he was himself or another man. In the midst of his bewilderment, the man in the cocked hat demanded who he was and what was his name. God knows, exclaimed he, at his wit's end, I'm not myself. I'm somebody else. That's me yonder. No, that's somebody else got into my shoes. I was myself last night before I fell asleep on the mountain, and they've changed my gun, and everything's changed, and I'm changed, and I can't tell what's my name or who I am. The bystanders began now to look at each other, nod, wink significantly, and tap their fingers against their foreheads. There was a whisper also about securing the gun and keeping the old fellow from doing mischief, at the very suggestion of which the self-important man in the cocked hat retired with some precipitation. At this critical moment a fresh, comely woman pressed through the throng to get a peep at the grey-bearded man. She had a chubby child in her arms, which, frightened at his looks, began to cry. "Hush, Rip!" cried she. "Hush, you little fool! The man won't hurt you." The name of the child, the air of the mother, the tone of her voice, all awakened a train of recollections in his mind. "What is your name, good woman?" asked he. "Judith Gardenier." "And your father's name?" "Ah, poor man! Rip Van Winkle was his name, but it's 20 years since he went away from home with his gun, and never has been heard of since. His dog came home without him. But whether he shot himself or was carried away by the Indians, nobody can tell. I was then but a little girl." Rip had but one question more to ask, but he put it with a faltering voice. "Where's your mother?" "Oh, she too died but a short time since. She broke a blood vessel in a fit of passion at a New England peddler." There was a drop of comfort at least in this intelligence. The honest man could contain himself no longer. He caught his daughter and her child in his arms. "I am your father," cried he. "Young Rip Van Winkle once, old Rip Van Winkle now. Does anybody know poor Rip Van Winkle?" All stood amazed, until an old woman, tottering out from among the crowd, put her hand to her brow, and peering under it in his face for a moment, exclaimed, "Sure enough, it is Rip Van Winkle! It is himself! Welcome home again, old neighbor! Why, Where have you been these 20 long years?" Rip's story was soon told, for the whole 20 years had been to him but as one night. The neighbors stared when they heard it. Some were seen to wink at each other and put their tongues in their cheeks, and the self-important man in the cocked hat, who, when the alarm was over, had returned to the field, screwed down the corners of his mouth and shook his head, upon which there was a general shaking of the head throughout the assemblage. It was determined, however, to take the opinion of old Peter Vanderdonk, who was seen slowly advancing up the road. He was a descendant of the historian of that name who wrote one of the earliest accounts of the province. Peter was the most ancient inhabitant of the village, and well versed in all the wonderful events and traditions of the neighborhood. He recollected Rip at once, and corroborated his story in the most satisfactory manner. He assured the company that it was a fact, handed down from his ancestor the historian, that the Catskill Mountains had always been haunted by strange beings; that it was affirmed that the great Hendrik Hudson, the first discoverer of the river and country, kept a kind of vigil there every 20 years, with his crew of the Half Moon, being permitted in this way to revisit the scenes of his enterprise, and keep a guardian eye upon the river and the great city called by his name; that his father had once seen them in their old Dutch dresses playing at ninepins in the hollow of the mountain, and that he himself had heard, one summer afternoon, the sound of their balls like distant peals of thunder. To make a long story short, the company broke up, and returned to the more important concerns of the election. Rip's daughter took him home to live with her. She had a snug, well-furnished house, and a stout, cheery farmer for a husband, whom Rip recollected for one of the urchins that used to climb upon his back. As to Rip's son and heir, who was the ditto of himself, seen leaning against the tree, he was employed to work on the farm, but evinced an hereditary disposition to attend to anything else but his business. Rip now resumed his old walks and habits. He soon found many of his former cronies, though all rather worse for the wear and tear of time, and preferred making friends among the rising generation, with whom he soon grew into great favor. Having nothing to do at home, and being arrived at that happy age when a man can be idle with impunity, he took his place once more on the bench at the inn door, and was reverenced as one of the patriarchs of the village, and a chronicle of the old times before the war. It was some time before he could get into his regular track of gossip, or could be made to comprehend the strange events that had taken place during his torpor. How that there had been a revolutionary war, that the country had thrown off the yoke of old England, and that, instead of being a subject of his Majesty George III, he was now a free citizen of the United States. Rip, in fact, was no politician. The changes of states and empires made but little impression on him. But there was one species of despotism under which he had long groaned, and that was petticoat government. Happily that was at an end. He had got his neck out of the yoke of matrimony, and could go in and out whenever he pleased, without dreading the tyranny of Dame Van Winkle. Whenever her name was mentioned, however, he shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and cast up his eyes, which might pass either for an expression of resignation to his fate, or joy at his deliverance. He used to tell his story to every stranger that arrived at Mr. Doolittle's hotel. He was observed at first to vary on some points every time he told it, which was, doubtless, owing to his having so recently awaked. It at last settled down precisely to the tale I have related, and not a man, woman, or child in the neighborhood but knew it by heart. Some always pretended to doubt the reality of it, and insisted that Rip had been out of his head, and that this was one point on which he always remained flighty. The old Dutch inhabitants, however, almost universally gave it full credit. Even to this day they never hear a thunderstorm of a summer afternoon about the Catskill but say that Hendrik Hudson and his crew are at their game of ninepins, and it is a common wish of all henpecked husbands in the neighborhood, when life hangs heavy on their hands, that they might have a quieting draught out of Rip Van Winkle's flagon. End of Rip Van Winkle.
The Treasure Ship by H. H. Munro, also known as Saki. The great galleon lay in semi-retirement under the sand and weed and water of the northern bay, where the fortune of war and weather had long ago ensconced it. 3 1/4 centuries had passed since the day when it had taken the high seas as an important unit of a fighting squadron, precisely which squadron the learned were not agreed. The galleon had brought nothing into the world, but it had, according to tradition and report, taken much out of it. But how much? There again the learned were in disagreement. Some were as generous in their estimate as an income tax assessor. Others applied a species of higher criticism to the submerged treasure chests and debased their contents to the currency of goblin gold. Of the former school was Lulu, Duchess of Dulverton. The Duchess was not only a believer in the existence of a sunken treasure of alluring proportions, she also believed that she knew of a method by which the said treasure might be precisely located and cheaply disembedded. An aunt on her mother's side of the family had been maid of honor at the court of Monaco, and had taken a respectful interest in the deep-sea researches in which the throne of that country, impatient perhaps of its terrestrial restrictions, was wont to immerse itself. It was through the instrumentality of this relative that the Duchess learned of an invention, perfected and very nearly patented by a Monegascan savant, by means of which the home life of the Mediterranean sardine might be studied at a depth of many fathoms in a cold white light of more than ballroom brilliancy. Implicated in this invention, and, in the Duchess's eyes, the most attractive part of it, was an electric suction dredge, specially designed for dragging to the surface such objects of interest and value as might be found in the more accessible levels of the ocean bed. The rights of the invention were to be acquired for a matter of 1,800 francs, and the apparatus for a few thousand more. The Duchess of Dulverton was rich, as the world counted wealth. She nursed the hope of being one day rich at her own computation. Companies had been formed and efforts had been made again and again during the course of 3 centuries to probe for the alleged treasures of the interesting galleon. With the aid of this invention, she considered that she might go to work on the wreck privately and independently. After all, one of her ancestors on her mother's side was descended from Medina Sidonia, so she was of opinion that she had as much right to the treasure as anyone. She acquired the invention and bought the apparatus. Among other family ties and encumbrances, Lulu possessed a nephew, Vasco Honiton, a young gentleman who was blessed with a small income and a large circle of relatives, and lived impartially and precariously on both. The name Vasco had been given him possibly in the hope that he might live up to its adventurous tradition, but he limited himself strictly to the home industry of adventurer, preferring to exploit the assured rather than to explore the unknown. Lulu's intercourse with him had been restricted of recent years to the negative processes of being out of town when he called on her and short of money when he wrote to her. Now, however, she bethought herself of his eminent suitability for the direction of a treasure-seeking experiment. If anyone could extract gold from an unpromising situation, it would certainly be Vasco, and of course, under the necessary safeguards in the way of supervision. Where money was in question, Vasco's conscience was liable to fits of obstinate silence. Somewhere on the west coast of Ireland, the Dulverton property included a few acres of shingle, rock, and heather, too barren to support even an agrarian outrage, but embracing a small and fairly deep bay where the lobster yield was good in most seasons. There was a bleak little house on the property, and for those who liked lobsters and solitude, and were able to accept an Irish cook's ideas as to what might be perpetrated in the name of mayonnaise, Innisgluther was a tolerable exile during the summer months. Lulu seldom went there herself, but she lent the house lavishly to friends and relations. She put it now at Vasco's disposal. "It will be the very place to practice and experiment with the salvage apparatus," she said. "The bay is quite deep in places, and you will be able to test everything thoroughly before starting on the treasure hunt." In less than 3 weeks Vasco turned up in town to report progress. "The apparatus works beautifully," he informed his aunt. "The deeper one got, the clearer everything grew. We found something in the way of a sunken wreck to operate on, too." "A wreck in Innisgluther Bay!" exclaimed Lulu. "A submerged motorboat, the Sub Rosa," said Vasco. "No, really," said Lulu. "Poor Billy Yutley's boat. I remember it went down somewhere off that coast some 3 years ago. His body was washed ashore at the point. People said at the time that the boat was capsized intentionally. A case of suicide, you know. People always say that sort of thing when anything tragic happens." "In this case, they were right," said Vasco. "What do you mean?" asked the Duchess hurriedly. "What makes you think so?" "I know," said Vasco simply. "No? How can you know? How can anyone know? The thing happened 3 years ago." "In a locker of the Sub Rosa I found a watertight strong box. It contained papers." Vasco paused with dramatic effect and searched for a moment in the inner breast pocket of his coat. He drew out a folded slip of paper. The Duchess snatched at it in almost indecent haste and moved appreciably nearer the fireplace. "Was this in the Sub Rosa's strong box?" she asked. "Oh, no," said Vasco carelessly. "That is the list of the well-known people who would be involved in a very disagreeable scandal if the Sub Rosa's papers were made public. I've put you at the head of it, otherwise it follows alphabetical order." The Duchess gazed helplessly at the string of names, which seemed for the moment to include nearly everyone she knew. As a matter of fact, her own name at the head of the list exercised an almost paralyzing effect on her thinking faculties. "Of course you have destroyed the papers?" she asked when she had somewhat recovered herself. She was conscious that she made the remark with an entire lack of conviction. Vasco shook his head. "But you should have," said Lulu angrily. "If, as you say, they are highly compromising—" "Oh, they are, I assure you of that," interposed the young man. "Then you should put them out of harm's way at once. Supposing anything should leak out, think of all these poor, unfortunate people who would be involved in the disclosures." And Lulu tapped the list with an agitated gesture. "Unfortunate, perhaps, but not poor," corrected Vasco. "If you read the list carefully, you'll notice that I haven't troubled to include anyone whose financial standing isn't above question." Lulu glared at her nephew for some moments in silence. Then she asked hoarsely, "What are you going to do?" "Nothing, for the remainder of my life," he answered meaningly. "A little hunting, perhaps," he continued, "and I shall have a villa at Florence. The Villa Sub Rosa would sound rather quaint and picturesque, don't you think? And quite a lot of people would be able to attach a meaning to the name. And I suppose I must have a hobby. I shall probably collect Rayburns." Lulu's relative, who lived at the court of Monaco, got quite a snappish answer when she wrote recommending some further invention in the realm of marine research. End of The Treasure Ship by H. Munro, also called Saki.
The Coup de Grace by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The fighting had been hard and continuous. That was attested by all the senses. The very taste of battle was in the air. All was now over. It remained only to succor the wounded, bury the dead, to tidy up a bit, as the humorist of a burial squad put it. A good deal of tidying up was required. As far as one could see through the forests, among the splintered trees, lay wrecks of men and horses. Among them moved the stretcher-bearers, gathering and carrying away the few who showed signs of life. Most of the wounded had died of neglect, while the right to minister to their wants was in dispute. It is an army regulation that the wounded must wait. The best way to care for them is to win the battle. It must be confessed that victory is a distinct advantage to a man requiring attention, but many do not live to avail themselves of it. The dead are collected in groups of 12 or a score, and laid side by side in rows, while the trenches were dug to receive them. Some, found at too great a distance from these rallying points, were buried where they lay. There was little attempt at identification, though in most cases the burial parties being detailed to glean the same ground which they had assisted to reap. The names of the victorious dead were known and listed. The enemy's fallen had to be content with counting, but of that they got enough. Many of them were counted several times, and the total, as given afterward in the official report of the victorious commander, denoted rather a hope than a result. At some little distance from the spot where one of the burial parties had established its bivouac of the dead, a man in the uniform of a federal officer stood leaning against a tree. From his feet upward to his neck his attitude was that of weariness, reposing. But he turned his head uneasily from side to side. His mind was apparently not at rest. He was perhaps uncertain in which direction to go. He was not likely to remain where he was, for already the level rays of the setting sun straggled redly through the open spaces of the wood, and the weary soldiers were quitting their task for the day. He would hardly make a night of it alone, there among the dead. 9 men in 10, whom you meet after a battle, inquire the way to some fraction of the army, as if any one could know. Doubtless this officer was lost. After resting himself a moment, he would presumably follow one of the retiring burial squads. When all were gone, he walked straightaway into the forest toward the red west, its light staining his face like blood. The air of confidence with which he now strode along showed that he was on familiar ground. He had recovered his bearings. The dead on his right and on his left were unregarded as he passed. An occasional low moan from some sorely stricken wretch whom the relief parties had not reached, and who would have to pass a comfortless night beneath the stars with his thirst to keep him company, was equally unheeded. What indeed could the officer have done, being no surgeon and having no water? At the head of a shallow ravine, a mere depression of the ground, lay a small group of bodies. He saw, and swerving suddenly from his course, walked rapidly toward them. Scanning each one sharply as he passed, he stopped at last above one which lay at a slight remove from the others, near a clump of small trees. He looked at it narrowly. It seemed to stir. He stooped and laid his hand upon its face. It screamed. The officer was Captain Dowling Madwell, of a Massachusetts regiment of infantry, a daring and intelligent soldier, an honorable man. In the regiment were 2 brothers named Halcrow, Caffal and Creed Halcrow. Caffal Halcrow was a sergeant in Captain Madwell's company, and these 2 men, the sergeant and the captain, were devoted friends. In so far as disparity of rank, difference in duties, and considerations of military discipline would permit, they were commonly together. They had, indeed, grown up together from childhood. A habit of the heart is not easily broken off. Caffal Halcrow had nothing military in his taste nor disposition, but the thought of separation from his friend was disagreeable. he enlisted in the company in which Madwell was second lieutenant. Each had taken 2 steps upward in rank, but between the highest non-commissioned and the lowest commissioned officer the gulf is deep and wide, and the old relation was maintained with difficulty and a difference. Creed Halcrow, the brother of Cafell, was the major of the regiment, a cynical, saturnine man, between whom and Captain Madwell there was a natural antipathy, which circumstances had nourished and strengthened to an active animosity. But for the restraining influence of their mutual relation to Cafall, these 2 patriots would doubtless have endeavored to deprive their country of each other's services. At the opening of the battle that morning, the regiment was performing outpost duty a mile away from the main army. It was attacked and nearly surrounded in the forest, but stubbornly held its ground. During a lull in the fighting, Major Halcrow came to Captain Madwell. The 2 exchanged formal salutes, and the major said, "Captain, the colonel directs that you push your company to the head of this ravine and hold your place there until recalled. I need hardly apprise you of the dangerous character of the movement. But if you wish, you can, I suppose, turn over the command to your first lieutenant. I was not, however, directed to authorize the substitution. It is merely a suggestion of my own, unofficially made." To this deadly insult, Captain Madwell coolly replied, "Sir, I invite you to accompany the movement. A mounted officer would be a conspicuous mark, and I have long held the opinion that it would be better if you were dead." The art of repartee was cultivated in military circles as early as 1862. A half hour later, Captain Madwell's company was driven from its position at the head of the ravine, with a loss of 1/3 its number. Among the fallen was Sergeant Halcrow. The regiment was soon afterward forced back to the main line, and at the close of the battle was miles away. The captain was now standing at the side of his subordinate and friend. Sergeant Halcrow was mortally hurt. His clothing was deranged. It seemed to have been violently torn apart, exposing the abdomen. Some of the buttons of his jacket had been pulled off and lay on the ground beside him, and fragments of his other garments were strewn about. His leather belt was parted and had apparently been dragged from beneath him as he lay. There had been no great effusion of blood. The only visible wound was a wide, ragged opening in the abdomen. It was defiled with earth and dead leaves. Protruding from it was a loop of small intestine. In all his experience, Captain Madwell had not seen a wound like this. He could neither conjecture how it was made nor explain the attendant circumstances. The strangely torn clothing, the parted belt, the besmirching of the white skin. He knelt and made a close examination. When he rose to his feet, he turned his eyes in different directions as if looking for an enemy. 50 yards away, on the crest of a low, thinly wooded hill, he saw several dark objects moving about among the fallen men. A herd of swine. One stood with its back to him, its shoulders sharply elevated. Its forefeet were upon a human body. Its head was depressed and invisible. The bristly ridge of its chine shone black against the red west. Captain Madwell drew away his eyes and fixed them again upon the thing which had been his friend. The man who had suffered these monstrous mutilations was alive. At intervals he moved his limbs, he moaned at every breath. He stared blankly into the face of his friend, and if touched, screamed. In his giant agony he had torn up the ground on which he lay. His clenched hands were full of leaves and twigs and earth. Articulate speech was beyond his power. It was impossible to know if he were sensible to anything but pain. The expression of his face was an appeal. His eyes were full of prayer. For what? There was no misreading that look. The captain had too frequently seen it in the eyes of those whose lips had still the power to formulate it by an entreaty for death. Consciously or unconsciously, this writhing fragment of humanity, this type and example of acute sensation, this handiwork of man and beast, this humble, unheroic Prometheus, was imploring everything, all, the whole non-ego, for the boon of oblivion. To the earth and sky alike, to the trees, to the man, to whatever took form in sense or consciousness, this incarnate suffering addressed that silent plea. Indeed, for that which we accord to even the meanest creature without sense to demand it, denying it only to the wretched of our own race, for the blessed release, the right of utmost compassion, the coup de grace. Captain Madwell spoke the name of his friend. He repeated it over and over, without effect, until emotion choked his utterance. His tears plashed upon the livid face beneath his own, and blinded himself. He saw nothing but a blurred and moving object, but the moans were more distinct than ever, interrupted at briefer intervals by sharper shrieks. He turned away, struck his hand upon his forehead, and strode from the spot. The swine, catching sight of him, threw up their crimson muzzles, regarding him suspiciously a second, and then, with a gruff, concerted grunt, raced away out of sight. A horse, its forelegs splintered by a cannon shot, lifted its head sideways from the ground and neighed piteously. Madwell stepped forward, drew his revolver, and shot the poor beast between the eyes, narrowly observing its death struggle, which, contrary to his expectation, was violent and long. But at last it lay still. The tense muscles of its lips, which had uncovered the teeth in a horrible grin, relaxed. The sharp, clean-cut profile took on a look of profound peace and rest. Along the distant, thinly wooded crest to westward, the fringe of sunset fire had now nearly burned itself out. The light upon the trunks of the trees had faded to a tender gray. Shadows were in their tops, like great dark birds a-perch. Night was coming, and there were miles of haunted forest between Captain Madwell and camp. Yet he stood there at the side of the dead animal, apparently lost to all sense of his surroundings. His eyes were bent upon the earth at his feet. His left hand hung loosely at his side. His right still held the pistol. Presently he lifted his face, turned it toward his dying friend, and walked rapidly back to his side. He knelt upon one knee, cocked the weapon, placed the muzzle against the man's forehead, and, turning away his eyes, pulled the trigger. There was no report. He had used his last cartridge for the horse. The sufferer moaned, and his lips moved convulsively. The froth that ran from them had a tinge of blood. Captain Madwell rose to his feet and drew his sword from the scabbard. He passed the fingers of his left hand along the edge from hilt to point. He held it out straight before him as if to test his nerves. There was no visible tremor of the blade. The ray of bleak skylight that it reflected was steady and true. He stooped and with his left hand tore away the dying man's shirt, rose and placed the point of the sword just over the heart. This time he did not withdraw his eyes. Grasping the hilt with both hands, he thrust downward with all his strength and weight. The blade sank into the man's body, through his body into the earth. Captain Madwell came near falling forward upon his work. The dying man drew up his knees, and at the same time threw his right arm across his breast and grasped the steel so tightly that the knuckles of the hand visibly whitened. By a violent but vain effort to withdraw the blade, the wound was enlarged. A rill of blood escaped, running sinuously down into the deranged clothing. At that moment 3 men stepped silently forward from behind the clump of young trees which had concealed their approach. 2 were hospital attendants and carried a stretcher. The 3rd was Major Creed Halbrough. The end of the Coup de Grace by Ambrose Bierce. Read by Mike Vendetti.
The False Rhyme by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Come tell me where the maid is found, whose heart can love without deceit, and I will range the world around, to sigh one moment at her feet. Thomas Moore. On a fine July day, the fair Margaret, Queen of Navarre, then on a visit to her royal brother, had arranged a rural feast for the morning following, which Francis declined attending. He was melancholy, and the cause was said to be some lover's quarrel with a favourite dame. The morrow came, and dark rain and murky clouds destroyed at once the schemes of the courtly throng. Margaret was angry, and she grew weary. Her only hope for amusement was in Francis, and he had shut himself up. An excellent reason why she should the more desire to see him. She entered his apartment. He was standing at the casement, against which the noisy shower beat, writing with a diamond on the glass. 2 beautiful dogs were his sole companions. As Queen Margaret entered, he hastily let down the silken curtain before the window, and looked a little confused. "What treason is this, my liege," said the Queen, "which crimsons your cheek? I must see the same." "It is treason," replied the King, "and therefore, sweet sister, thou mayest not see it." This the more excited Margaret's curiosity, and a playful contest ensued. Francis at last yielded. He threw himself on a huge, high-backed settee, and as the lady drew back the curtain with an arch smile, he grew grave and sentimental as he reflected on the cause which had inspired his libel against all womankind. "What have we here?" cried Margaret. "Nay, this is lège majesté. Souvent fait Paris, ben fou qui s'y fit." Very little change would greatly amend your couplet. Would it not run better thus? Souvent envahi, bien fou qui s'y fit? I could tell you 20 stories of man's inconstancy. "I will be content with one true tale of woman's fidelity," said Francis dryly, "but do not provoke me. I would fain be at peace with the soft mutabilities, for thy dear sake." "I defy your grace," replied Margaret rashly, "to instance the falsehood of one noble and well-reputed dame." "Not even Emily de Lagny?" asked the King. This was a sore subject for the Queen. Emily had been brought up in her own household, the most beautiful and the most virtuous of her maids of honour. She had long loved the Sire de Lagny, and their nuptials were celebrated with rejoicings, but a little ominous of the result. De Lagny was accused but a year after of traitorously yielding to the Emperor a fortress under his command, and he was condemned to perpetual imprisonment. For some time Emily seemed inconsolable, often visiting the miserable dungeon of her husband, and suffering on her return, from witnessing his wretchedness, such paroxysms of grief as threatened her life. Eventually, in the midst of her sorrow, she disappeared, and inquiry only divulged the disgraceful fact that she had escaped from France, bearing her jewels with her, and accompanied by her page, Robinet Leroux. It was whispered that, during their journey, the lady and the stripling often occupied one chamber, and Margaret, enraged at these discoveries, commanded that no further quest be made for her lost favourite. Taunted now by her brother, she defended Emily, declaring that she believed her to be guiltless, even going so far as to boast that within a month she would bring proof of her innocence. "Robinet was a pretty boy," said Francis, laughing. "Let us make a bet," cried Margaret. "If I lose, I will bear this vile rhyme of thine as a motto to my shame, to my grave. If I win, I will break my window, and grant thee whatever boon thou askest." The result of this bet was long sung by troubadour and minstrel. The queen employed 100 emissaries, published rewards for any intelligence of Emily, all in vain. The month was expiring, and Margaret would have given any bright jewels to redeem her word. On the eve of that fatal day, the jailer of the prison in which the Sire de Lagny was confined sought an audience with the queen. He brought her a message from the knight to say that if the Lady Margaret would ask his pardon as her boon, and obtain from her royal brother that he might be brought before him, her bet was won. Fair Margaret was very joyful, and readily made the desired promise. Francis was unwilling to see his false servant, but he was in high good humour, for a cavalier had that morning brought intelligence of a victory over the Imperialists. The messenger himself was lauded in the dispatches as the most fearless and bravest knight in France. The king loaded him with presents, only regretting that a vow prevented the soldier from raising his visor or declaring his name. That same evening, as the setting sun shone on the lattice on which the ungallant rhyme was traced, Francis reposed on the same settee, and the beautiful Queen of Navarre, with triumph in her bright eyes, sat beside him. Attended by guards, the prisoner was brought in. His frame was attenuated by privation, and he walked with tottering steps. He kneeled at the feet of Francis, and uncovered his head. A quantity of rich golden hair then escaping, fell over the sunken cheeks and the pallid brow of the suppliant.
"We have treason here," cried the king. "Sir Jailer, where is your prisoner?"
"Sire, blame him not," said the soft faltering voice of Emily. "Wiser men than he have been deceived by women. My dear lord was guiltless of the crime for which he suffered. There was but one mode to save him. I assumed his chains. He escaped with poor Robinette Leroux in my attire. He joined your army. The young and gallant cavalier who delivered the dispatches to your grace, whom you overwhelmed with honours and reward, is my own Ingerard de Lagny. I waited but for his arrival with testimonials of his innocence, to declare myself to my lady the queen. Has she not won her bet? And the boon she asks—" "Is de Lagny's pardon," said Margaret, as she also knelt to the king. "Spare your faithful vassal, sire, and reward this lady's truth." Francis first broke the false speaking window. Then he raised the ladies from their supplicatory posture. In the tournament given to celebrate this triumph of ladies, the Sire de Lagny bore off every prize, and surely there was more loveliness in Emily's faded cheek, more grace in her emaciated form, type as they were of truest affection, than in the prouder bearing and fresher complexion of the most brilliant beauty in attendance on the courtly festival. End of The False Rhyme by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Read by Capricia Page.
The Crystal Egg by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Crystal Egg by H.G. Wells. There was, until a year ago, a little and very grimy looking shop near Seven Dials, over which, in weather-worn yellow lettering, the name of Sea Cave, Naturalist and Dealer in Antiquities was inscribed. The contents of its window were curiously variegated. They comprised some elephant tusks, and an imperfect set of chessmen, beads and weapons, a box of eyes, 2 skulls of tigers and 1 human, several moth-eaten stuffed monkeys, one holding a lamp, an old-fashioned cabinet, a fly-blown ostrich egg or so, some fishing tackle, and an extraordinarily dirty, empty glass fish tank. There was also, at the moment the story begins, a mass of crystal, worked into the shape of an egg and brilliantly polished. And at that 2 people, who stood outside the window, were looking, one of them a tall thin clergyman, the other a black-bearded young man of dusky complexion and unobtrusive costume. The dusky young man spoke with eager gesticulation, and seemed anxious for his companion to purchase the article. While they were there, Mr. Cave came into his shop, his beard still wagging with the bread and butter of his tea. When he saw these men and the object of their regard, his countenance fell. He glanced guiltily over his shoulder, and softly shut the door. He was a little old man, with pale face and peculiar, watery blue eyes. His hair was a dirty gray, and he wore a shabby blue frock coat, an ancient silk hat, and carpet slippers very much down at heel. He remained watching the 2 men as they talked. The clergyman went deep into his trouser pocket, examined a handful of money, and showed his teeth in an agreeable smile. Mr. Cave seemed still more depressed when they came into the shop. The clergyman, without any ceremony, asked the price of the crystal egg. Mr. Cave glanced nervously towards the door leading into the parlour, and said £5. The clergyman protested that the price was high, to his companion as well as to Mr. Cave. It was, indeed, very much more than Mr. Cave had intended to ask, when he had stocked the article, and an attempt at bargaining ensued. Mr. Cave stepped to the shop door, and held it open. £5 is my price, he said, as though he wished to save himself the trouble of unprofitable discussion. As he did so, the upper portion of a woman's face appeared above the blind in the glass upper panel of the door leading into the parlour, and stared curiously at the 2 customers. £5 is my price, said Mr. Cave, with a quiver in his voice. The swarthy young man had so far remained a spectator, watching Cave keenly. Now he spoke. "Give him £5," he said. The clergyman glanced at him to see if he were in earnest, and, when he looked at Mr. Cave again, he saw that the latter's face was white. "It's a lot of money," said the clergyman, and, diving into his pocket, began counting his resources. He had little more than 30 shillings, and he appealed to his companion, with whom he seemed to be on terms of considerable intimacy. This gave Mr. Cave an opportunity of collecting his thoughts, and he began to explain in an agitated manner that the crystal was not, as a matter of fact, entirely free for sale. His 2 customers were naturally surprised at this, and inquired why he had not thought of that before he began to bargain. Mr. Cave became confused, but he stuck to his story that the crystal was not in the market that afternoon, that a probable purchaser of it had already appeared. The 2, treating this as an attempt to raise the price still further, made as if they would leave the shop. But at this point the parlour door opened, and the owner of the dark fringe and the little eyes appeared. She was a coarse-featured, corpulent woman, younger and very much larger than Mr. Cave. She walked heavily, and her face was flushed. "That crystal is for sale," she said, "and £5 is a good enough price for it. I can't think what you're about, Cave, not to take the gentleman's offer." Mr. Cave, greatly perturbed by the irruption, looked angrily at her over the rims of his spectacles, and, without excessive assurance, asserted his right to manage his business in his own way. An altercation began. The 2 customers watched the scene with interest and some amusement, occasionally assisting Mrs. Cave with suggestions. Mr. Cave, hard driven, persisted in a confused and impossible story of an inquiry for the crystal that morning, and his agitation became painful. But he stuck to his point with extraordinary persistence. It was the young Oriental who ended this curious controversy. He proposed that they should call again in the course of 2 days, so as to give the alleged inquirer a fair chance. "And then we must insist," said the clergyman. "£5." Mrs. Cave took it on herself to apologize for her husband, explaining that he was sometimes "a little odd," and as the two customers left, the couple prepared for a free discussion of the incident in all its bearings. Mrs. Cave talked to her husband with a singular directness. The poor little man, quivering with emotion, muddled himself between his stories, maintaining on the one hand that he had another customer in view, and on the other asserting that the crystal was honestly worth 10 guineas. "Why did you ask £5?" said his wife. "Do let me manage my business my own way," said Mr. Cave. Mr. Cave had living with him a stepdaughter and a stepson, and at supper that night the transaction was rediscussed. None of them had a high opinion of Mr. Cave's business methods, and this action seemed a culminating folly. "It's my opinion he's refused that crystal before," said the stepson, a loose-limbed lout of 18. "But £5!" said the stepdaughter, an argumentative young woman of 26. Mr. Cave's answers were wretched. He could only mumble weak assertions that he knew his own business best. They drove him from his half-eaten supper into the shop, to close it for the night, his ears aflame and tears of vexation behind his spectacles. Why had he left the crystal in the window so long? The folly of it! That was the trouble closest in his mind. For a time he could see no way of evading sale. After supper his stepdaughter and stepson smartened themselves up and went out, and his wife retired upstairs to reflect upon the business aspects of the crystal, over a little sugar and lemon and so forth in hot water. Mr. Cave went into the shop and stayed there until late, ostensibly to make ornamental rockeries for goldfish cases, but really for a private purpose that will be better explained later. The next day Mrs. Cave found that the crystal had been removed from the window, and was lying behind some second-hand books on angling. She replaced it in a conspicuous position, but she did not argue further about it, as a nervous headache disinclined her from debate. Mr. Cave was always disinclined. The day passed disagreeably. Mr. Cave was, if anything, more absent-minded than usual, and uncommonly irritable withal. In the afternoon, when his wife was taking her customary sleep, he removed the crystal from the window again. The next day Mr. Cave had to deliver a consignment of dogfish at one of the hospital schools, where they were needed for dissection. In his absence Mrs. Cave's mind reverted to the topic of the crystal, and the methods of expenditure suitable to a windfall of £5. She had already devised some very agreeable expedients, among others a dress of green silk for herself and a trip to Richmond, when a jangling of the front door bell summoned her into the shop. The customer was an examination coach, who came to complain of the non-delivery of certain frogs asked for the previous day. Mrs. Cave did not approve of this particular branch of Mr. Cave's business, and the gentleman, who had called in a somewhat aggressive mood, retired after a brief exchange of words, entirely civil so far as he was concerned. Mrs. Cave's eye then naturally turned to the window, for the sight of the crystal was an assurance of the £5 and of her dreams. What was her surprise to find it gone! She went to the place behind the locker on the counter, where she had discovered it the day before. It was not there, and she immediately began an eager search about the shop. When Mr. Cave returned from his business with the dogfish, about 1:45 in the afternoon, he found the shop in some confusion, and his wife extremely exasperated and on her knees behind the counter, routing among his taxidermic material. Her face came up hot and angry over the counter as the jangling bell announced his return, and she forthwith accused him of hiding it. "Hid what?" asked Mr. Cave. "The crystal." At that Mr. Cave, apparently much surprised, rushed to the window. "Isn't it here?" he said. "Great heavens! What has become of it?" Just then Mr. Cave's stepson re entered the shop from the inner room. He had come home a minute or so before Mr. Cave, and he was blaspheming freely. He was apprentice to a second hand furniture dealer down the road, but he had his meals at home, and he was naturally annoyed to find no dinner ready. But when he heard of the loss of the crystal he forgot his meal, and his anger was diverted from his mother to his stepfather. Their first idea, of course, was that he had hidden it, but Mr. Cave stoutly denied all knowledge of its fate, freely offering his bedabbled affidavit in the matter, and at last was worked up to the point of accusing, first his wife and then his stepson, of having taken it with a view to a private sale. So began an exceedingly acrimonious and emotional discussion, which ended for Mrs. Cave in a peculiar nervous condition midway between hysterics and amuck, and caused the stepson to be half an hour late at the furniture establishment in the afternoon. Mr. Cave took refuge from his wife's emotions in the shop. In the evening the matter was resumed with less passion and in a judicial spirit, under the presidency of the stepdaughter. The supper passed unhappily, and culminated in a painful scene. Mr. Cave gave way at last to extreme exasperation, and went out banging the front door violently. The rest of the family, having discussed him with the freedom his absence warranted, hunted the house from garret to cellar, hoping to light upon the crystal. The next day the two customers called again. They were received by Mrs. Cave almost in tears. It transpired that no one could imagine all that she had stood from Cave at various times in her married pilgrimage. She also gave a garbled account of the disappearance. The clergyman and the Oriental laughed silently at one another, and said it was very extraordinary. As Mrs. Cave seemed disposed to give them the complete history of her life, they made to leave the shop. Thereupon Mrs. Cave, still clinging to hope, asked for the clergyman's address, so that if she could get anything out of Cave she might communicate it. The address was duly given, but apparently was afterwards mislaid. Mrs. Cave can remember nothing about it. In the evening of that day the Caves seemed to have exhausted their emotions, and Mr. Cave, who had been out in the afternoon, supped in a gloomy isolation that contrasted pleasantly with the impassioned controversy of the previous days. For some time matters were very badly strained in the Cave household, but neither crystal nor customer reappeared. Now, without mincing the matter, we must admit that Mr. Cave was a liar. He knew perfectly well where the crystal was. It was in the rooms of Mr. Jacoby Wace, assistant demonstrator at St. Catherine's Hospital, Westbourne Street. It stood on the sideboard, partially covered by a black velvet cloth, and beside a decanter of American whiskey. It is from Mr. Wace, indeed, that the particulars upon which this narrative is based were derived. Cave had taken off the thing to the hospital hidden in the dogfish sack, and there had pressed the young investigator to keep it for him. Mr. Wace was a little dubious at first. His relationship to Cave was peculiar. He had a taste for singular characters, and he had more than once invited the old man to smoke and drink in his rooms, and to unfold his rather amusing views of life in general, and of his wife in particular. Mr. Wace had encountered Mrs. Cave, too, on occasions when Mr. Cave was not at home to attend to him. He knew the constant interference to which Cave was subjected, and having weighed the story judiciously, he decided to give the crystal a refuge. Mr. Cave promised to explain the reasons for his remarkable affection for the crystal more fully on a later occasion, but he spoke distinctly of seeing visions therein. He called on Mr. Wace the same evening. He told a complicated story. The crystal, he said, had come into his possession with other oddments at the forced sale of another curiosity dealer's effects, and not knowing what its value might be, he had ticketed it at 10 shillings. It had hung upon his hands at that price for some months, and he was thinking of reducing the figure, when he made a singular discovery. At that time his health was very bad, and it must be borne in mind that, throughout all this experience, his physical condition was one of ebb, and he was in considerable distress by reason of the negligence, the positive ill treatment even, he received from his wife and stepchildren. His wife was vain, extravagant, unfeeling, and had a growing taste for private drinking. His stepdaughter was mean and overreaching, and his stepson had conceived a violent dislike for him, and lost no chance of showing it. The requirements of his business pressed heavily upon him, and Mr. Wace does not think that he was altogether free from occasional intemperance. He had begun life in a comfortable position, he was a man of fair education, and he suffered, for weeks at a stretch, from melancholia and insomnia. Afraid to disturb his family, he would slip quietly from his wife's side when his thoughts became intolerable, and wander about the house. And about 3 o'clock one morning, late in August, chance directed him into the shop. The dirty little place was impenetrably black except in one spot, where he perceived an unusual glow of light. Approaching this, he discovered it to be the crystal egg, which was standing on the corner of the counter towards the window. A thin ray smote through a crack in the shutters, impinged upon the object, and seemed as if it were to fill its entire interior. It occurred to Mr. Cave that this was not in accordance with the laws of optics as he had known them in his younger days. He could understand the rays being refracted by the crystal and coming to a focus in its interior, but this diffusion jarred with his physical conceptions. He approached the crystal nearly, peering into it and round it, with a transient revival of the scientific curiosity that in his youth had determined his choice of a calling. He was surprised to find the light not steady, but writhing within the substance of the egg, as though that object was a hollow sphere of some luminous vapor. In moving about to get different points of view, he had suddenly found that he had come between it and the ray, and that the crystal none the less remained luminous. Greatly astonished, he lifted it out of the light ray and carried it to the darkest part of the shop. It remained bright for some 4 or 5 minutes, when it slowly faded and went out. He placed it in the thin streak of daylight, and its luminousness was almost immediately restored. So far, at least, Mr. Wace was able to verify the remarkable story of Mr. Cave. He has himself repeatedly held this crystal in a ray of light which had to be of a less diameter than 1 mm, and in a perfect darkness, such as could be produced by velvet wrapping, the crystal did undoubtedly appear very faintly phosphorescent. It would seem, however, that the luminousness was of some exceptional sort, and not equally visible to all eyes, for Mr. Harpinger, whose name will be familiar to the scientific reader in connection with the Pasteur Institute, was quite unable to see any light whatever. And Mr. Wace's own capacity for its appreciation was out of comparison inferior to that of Mr. Cave's. Even with Mr. Cave the power varied very considerably. His vision was most vivid during states of extreme weakness and fatigue. Now, from the outset this light in the crystal exercised a curious fascination upon Mr. Cave, and it says more for his loneliness of soul than a volume of pathetic writing could do that he told no human being of his curious observations. He seems to have been living in such an atmosphere of petty spite that to admit the existence of a pleasure would have been to risk the loss of it. He found that as the dawn advanced and the amount of diffused light increased, the crystal became to all appearance non luminous. and for some time he was unable to see anything in it, except at night time in dark corners of the shop. But the use of an old velvet cloth, which he used as a background for a collection of minerals, occurred to him, and by doubling this, and putting it over his head and hands, he was able to get a sight of the luminous movement within the crystal even in the daytime. He was very cautious lest he should be thus discovered by his wife, and he practised this occupation only in the afternoons, while she was asleep upstairs, and then circumspectly in a hollow under the counter. And one day, turning the crystal about in his hands, he saw something. It came and went like a flash, but it gave him the impression that the object had for a moment opened to him the view of a wide and spacious and strange country, and, turning it about, he did, just as the light faded, see the same vision again. Now it would be tedious and unnecessary to state all the phases of Mr. Cave's discovery from this point. Suffice that the effect was this. The crystal, being peered into at an angle of about 137 degrees from the direction of the illuminating ray, gave a clear and consistent picture of a wide and peculiar countryside. It was not dreamlike at all. It produced a definite impression of reality, and the better the light the more real and solid it seemed. It was a moving picture. That is to say, certain objects moved in it, but slowly, in an orderly manner, like real things, and, according as the direction of the lighting and vision changed, the picture changed also. It must, indeed, have been like looking through an oval glass at a view, and turning the glass about to get at different aspects. Mr. Cave's statements, Mr. Wace assures me, were extremely circumstantial, and entirely free from any of that emotional quality that taints hallucinatory impressions. But it must be remembered that all the efforts of Mr. Wace to see any similar clarity in the faint opalescence of the crystal were wholly unsuccessful, try as he would. The difference in intensity of the impressions received by the two men was very great, and it is quite conceivable that what was a view to Mr. Cave was a mere blurred nebulosity to Mr. Wace. The view, as Mr. Cave described it, was invariably of an extensive plain, and he seemed always to be looking at it from a considerable height, as if from a tower or a mast. To the east and to the west the plain was bounded at a remote distance by vast reddish cliffs, which reminded him of those he had seen in some picture. But what the picture was Mr. Wace was unable to ascertain. These cliffs passed north and south. He could tell the points of the compass by the stars that were visible of a night, receding in an almost illimitable perspective, and fading into the mists of the distance before they met. He was nearer the eastern set of cliffs on the occasion of his first vision. The sun was rising over them, and black against the sunlight and pale against their shadow appeared a multitude of soaring forms that Mr. Cave regarded as birds. A vast range of buildings spread below him. He seemed to be looking down upon them, and, as they approached the blurred and refracted edge of the picture, they became indistinct. There were also trees curious in shape and in coloring, a deep mossy green and an exquisite gray, beside a wide and shifting canal. And something great and brilliantly colored flew across the picture. But the first time Mr. Cave saw these pictures he saw only in flashes. His hands shook, his head moved, the vision came and went, and grew foggy and indistinct. And at first he had the greatest difficulty in finding the picture again once the direction of it was lost. His next clear vision, which came about a week after the first, the interval having yielded nothing but tantalizing glimpses and some useful experience, showed him the view down the length of the valley. The view was different, but he had a curious persuasion, which his subsequent observations abundantly confirmed, that he was regarding this strange world from exactly the same spot, although he was looking in a different direction. The long façade of the great building, whose roof he had looked down upon before, was now receding in perspective. He recognized the roof. In the front of the façade was a terrace of massive proportions and extraordinary length, and down the middle of the terrace at certain intervals stood huge but very graceful masts, bearing small shiny objects which reflected the setting sun. The import of these small objects did not occur to Mr. Cave until some time after, as he was describing the scene to Mr. Wace. The terrace overhung a thicket of the most luxuriant and graceful vegetation, and beyond this was a wide grassy lawn on which certain broad creatures, in form like beetles, but enormously larger, reposed. Beyond this again was a richly decorated causeway of pinkish stone, and beyond that, and lined with dense red weeds, and passing up the valley exactly parallel with the distant cliffs, was a broad and mirror-like expanse of water. The air seemed full of squadrons of great birds maneuvering in stately curves, and across the river was a multitude of splendid buildings, richly colored and glittering with metallic tracery and facets, among a forest of moss-like and lichenous trees. And suddenly something flapped repeatedly across the vision, like the fluttering of a jeweled fan or the beating of a wing, and a face, or rather the upper part of a face, with very large eyes, came, as it were, close to his own, and as if on the other side of the crystal. Mr. Cave was so startled and so impressed by the absolute reality of these eyes that he drew his head back from the crystal to look behind it. He had become so absorbed in watching that he was quite surprised to find himself in the cool darkness of his little shop, with its familiar odor of metal, mustiness, and decay. And as he blinked about him the glowing crystal faded and went out. Such were the first general impressions of Mr. Cave. The story is curiously direct and circumstantial. From the outset, when the valley first flashed momentarily on his senses, his imagination was strangely affected, and as he began to appreciate the details of the scene he saw, his wonder rose to the point of a passion. He went about his business listless and distraught, thinking only of the time when he should be able to return to his watching. And then, a few weeks after his first sight of the valley, came the two customers, the stress and excitement of their offer, and the narrow escape of the crystal from sale, as I have already told. Now, while the thing was Mr. Cave's secret, it remained a mere wonder, a thing to creep to covertly and peep at, as a child might peep upon a forbidden garden. But Mr. Wace has, for a young scientific investigator, a particularly lucid and consecutive habit of mind. Directly the crystal and its story came to him, and he had satisfied himself by seeing the phosphorescence with his own eyes, that there really was a certain evidence for Mr. Cave's statements, he proceeded to develop the matter systematically. Mr. Cave was only too eager to come and feast his eyes on this wonderland he saw, and he came every night from 8:30 until 10:30, and sometimes, in Mr. Wace's absence, during the day. On Sunday afternoons also he came. From the outset Mr. Wace made copious notes, and it was due to his scientific method that the relation between the direction from which the initiating ray entered the crystal and the orientation of the picture were proved, and by covering the crystal in a box perforated only with a small aperture to admit the exciting ray, and by substituting black holland for his buff blinds, he greatly improved the conditions of the observations, so that in a little while they were able to survey the valley in any direction they desired. So, having cleared the way, we may give a brief account of this visionary world within the crystal. The things were in all cases seen by Mr. Cave, and the method of working was invariably for him to watch the crystal and report what he saw, while Mr. Wace, who as a science student had learnt the trick of writing in the dark, wrote a brief note of his report. When the crystal faded, it was put into its box in the proper position and the electric light turned on. Mr. Wace asked questions, and suggested observations to clear up difficult points. Nothing, indeed, could have been less visionary and more matter of fact. The attention of Mr. Cave had been speedily directed to the bird-like creatures he had seen so abundantly present in each of his earlier visions. His first impression was soon corrected, and he considered for a time that they might represent a diurnal species of bat. Then he thought, grotesquely enough, that they might be cherubs. Their heads were round, and curiously human, and it was the eyes of one of them that had so startled him on his second observation. They had broad, silvery wings, not feathered, but glistening almost as brilliantly as new-killed fish, and with the same subtle play of color, and these wings were not built on the plan of birdwing or bat, Mr. Wace learned, but supported by curved ribs radiating from the body. A sort of butterfly wing, with curved ribs, seems best to express their appearance. The body was small, but fitted with two bunches of prehensile organs, like long tentacles, immediately under the mouth. Incredible as it appeared to Mr. Wace, the persuasion at last became irresistible that it was these creatures which owned the great quasi-human buildings and the magnificent garden that made the broad valley so splendid. And Mr. Cave perceived that the buildings, with other peculiarities, had no doors, but that the great circular windows, which opened freely, gave the creatures egress and entrance. They would alight upon their tentacles, fold their wings to a smallness almost rod-like, and hop into the interior. But among them was a multitude of smaller winged creatures, like great dragon-flies and moths and flying beetles, and across the greensward brilliantly colored gigantic ground-beetles crawled lazily to and fro. Moreover, on the causeways and terraces, large-headed creatures similar to the greater winged flies, but wingless, were visible, hopping busily upon their hand-like tangle of tentacles. Allusion has already been made to the glittering objects upon masts that stood upon the terrace of the nearer building. It dawned upon Mr. Cave, after regarding one of these masts very fixedly on one particularly vivid day, that the glittering object there was a crystal exactly like that into which he peered, and a still more careful scrutiny convinced him that each one in a vista of nearly 20 carried a similar object. Occasionally one of the large flying creatures would flutter up to one, and, folding its wings and coiling a number of its tentacles about the mast, would regard the crystal fixedly for a space, sometimes for as long as 15 minutes. And a series of observations, made at the suggestion of Mr. Wace, convinced both watchers that, so far as this visionary world was concerned, the crystal into which they peered actually stood at the summit of the inmost mast of the terrace, and that on one occasion at least one of these inhabitants of this other world had looked into Mr. Cave's face while he was making these observations. So much for the essential facts of this very singular story. Unless we dismiss it all as the ingenious fabrication of Mr. Wace, we have to believe one of two things: either that Mr. Cave's crystal was in two worlds at once, and that, while it was carried about in one, it remained stationary in the other, which seems altogether absurd; or else that it had some peculiar relation of sympathy with another and exactly similar crystal in this other world, so that what was seen in the interior of the one in this world was, under suitable conditions, visible to an observer in the corresponding crystal in the other world, and vice versa. At present, indeed, we do not know of any way in which two crystals could so come en rapport, but nowadays we know enough to understand that the thing is not altogether impossible. This view of the crystals as en rapport was the supposition that occurred to Mr. Wace, and to me at least it seems extremely plausible. And where was this other world? On this, also, the alert intelligence of Mr. Wace speedily threw light. After sunset the sky darkened rapidly. There was a very brief twilight interval indeed, and the stars shone out. They were recognizably the same as those we see, arranged in the same constellations. Mr. Cave recognized the Bear, the Pleiades, Aldebaran, and Sirius, so that the other world must be somewhere in the solar system, and, at the utmost, only a few hundreds of millions of miles from our own. Following up this clue, Mr. Wace learned that the midnight sky was a darker blue even than our midwinter sky, and that the sun seemed a little smaller. And there were two small moons, like our moon, but smaller and quite differently marked, one of which moved so rapidly that its motion was clearly visible as one regarded it. These moons were never high in the sky, but vanished as they rose. That is, every time they revolved they were eclipsed because they were so near their primary planet. And all this answers quite completely, although Mr. Cave did not know it, to what must be the condition of things on Mars. Indeed, it seems an exceedingly plausible conclusion that peering into this crystal, Mr. Cave did actually see the planet Mars and its inhabitants. And if that be the case, then the evening star that shone so brilliantly in the sky of that distant vision was neither more nor less than our own familiar Earth. For a time the Martians, if they were Martians, do not seem to have known of Mr. Cave's inspection. Once or twice one would come to peer, and go away very shortly to some other mast, as though the vision was unsatisfactory. During this time Mr. Cave was able to watch the proceedings of these winged people without being disturbed by their attentions, and, although his report is necessarily vague and fragmentary, it is nevertheless very suggestive. Imagine the impression of humanity a Martian observer would get who, after a difficult process of preparation, and with considerable fatigue to the eyes, was able to peer at London from the steeple of St. Martin's Church for stretches, at longest, of 4 minutes at a time. Mr. Cave was unable to ascertain if the winged Martians were the same as the Martians who hopped about the causeways and terraces, and if the latter could put on wings at will. He several times saw certain clumsy bipeds, dimly suggestive of apes, white and partially translucent, feeding among certain of the lichenous trees, and once some of these fled before one of the hopping round-headed Martians. The latter caught one in its tentacles, and then the picture faded suddenly and left Mr. Cave most tantalizingly in the dark. On another occasion, a vast thing, that Mr. Cave thought at first was some gigantic insect, appeared advancing along the causeway beside the canal with extraordinary rapidity. As this drew nearer, Mr. Cave perceived that it was a mechanism of shining metals, and of extraordinary complexity. And then, when he looked again, it had passed out of sight. After a time Mr. Wace aspired to attract the attention of the Martians, and the next time that the strange eyes of one of them appeared close to the crystal, Mr. Cave cried out and sprang away, and they immediately turned on the light and began to gesticulate in a manner suggestive of signalling. But when at last Mr. Cave examined the crystal again, the Martian had departed. Thus far these observations had progressed in early November, and then Mr. Cave, feeling that the suspicions of his family about the crystal were allayed, began to take it to and fro with him in order that, as occasion rose in the daytime or night, he might comfort himself with what was fast becoming the most real thing in his existence. In December Mr. Wace's work in connection with the forthcoming examination became heavy. The sittings were reluctantly suspended for a week, and for 10 or 11 days, he is not quite sure which, he saw nothing of Cave. He then grew anxious to resume these investigations, and, in the stress of his seasonal labours being abated, he went down to Seven Dials. At the corner he noticed a shutter before a bird fancier's window, and then another at a cobbler's. Mr. Cave's shop was closed. He rapped, and the door was opened by the stepson in black. He at once called Mrs. Cave, who was, Mr. Wace could not but observe, in cheap but ample widow's weeds of the most imposing pattern. Without any very great surprise, Mr. Wace learnt that Cave was dead, and already buried. She was in tears, and her voice was a little thick. She had just returned from Highgate. Her mind seemed occupied with her own prospects and the honourable details of the obsequies. But Mr. Wace was at last able to learn the particulars of Cave's death. He had been found dead in his shop in the early morning, the day after his last visit to Mr. Wace, and the crystal had been clasped in his stone cold hands. His face was smiling, said Mrs. Cave, and the velvet cloth from the minerals lay on the floor at his feet. He must have been dead 5 or 6 hours when he was found. This came as a great shock to Wace, and he began to reproach himself bitterly for having neglected the plain symptoms of the old man's ill health. But his chief thought was of the crystal. He approached that topic in a gingerly manner, because he knew Mrs. Cave's peculiarities. He was dumbfounded to learn that it was sold. Mrs. Cave's first impulse, directly Cave's body had been taken upstairs, had been to write to the mad clergyman who had offered £5 for the crystal, informing him of its recovery. But after a violent hunt in which her daughter joined her, they were convinced of the loss of this address. As they were without the means required to mourn and bury Cave in the elaborate style the dignity of an old Seven Dials inhabitant demands, they had appealed to a friendly fellow tradesman in Great Portland Street. He had very kindly taken over a portion of the stock at a valuation. The valuation was his own, and the crystal egg was included in one of the lots. Mr. Wace, after a few suitable consolatory observations, a little off-handedly proffered, perhaps, hurried at once to Great Portland Street. But there he learned that the crystal egg had already been sold to a tall, dark man in grey, and there the material facts in this curious, and to me at least very suggestive, story come abruptly to an end. The Great Portland Street dealer did not know who the tall dark man in grey was, nor had he observed him with sufficient attention to describe him minutely. He did not even know which way this person had gone after leaving the shop. For a time Mr. Wace remained in the shop, trying the dealer's patience with hopeless questions, venting his own exasperation, and at last, realizing abruptly that the whole thing had passed out of his hands, had vanished like a vision of the night, he returned to his own rooms, a little astonished to find the notes he had made still tangible and visible upon his untidy table. His annoyance and disappointment were naturally very great. He made a second call, equally ineffectual, upon the Great Portland Street dealer, and he resorted to advertisements in such periodicals as were likely to come into the hands of a bric-a-brac collector. He also wrote letters to the Daily Chronicle and Nature, but both those periodicals, suspecting a hoax, asked him to reconsider his action before they printed, and he was advised that such a strange story, unfortunately so bare of supporting evidence, might imperil his reputation as an investigator. Moreover, the calls of his proper work were urgent, so that after a month or so, save for an occasional reminder to certain dealers, he had reluctantly to abandon the quest for the crystal egg, and from that day to this it remains undiscovered. Occasionally, however, he tells me, and I can quite believe him, he has bursts of zeal, in which he abandons his more urgent occupation and resumes the search. Whether or not it will remain lost for ever, with the material and origin of it, are things equally speculative at the present time. If the present purchaser is a collector, one would have expected the inquiries of Mr. Wace to have reached him through the dealers. He has been able to discover Mr. Cave's clergyman and Oriental, no other than the Rev. James Parker and the young Prince of Bossokuni in Java. I am obliged to them for certain particulars. The object of the Prince was simply curiosity and extravagance. He was so eager to buy, because Cave was so oddly reluctant to sell. It is just as possible that the buyer in the second instance was simply a casual purchaser and not a collector at all, and the crystal egg, for all I know, may at the present moment be within a mile of me, decorating a drawing room or serving as a paperweight, its remarkable functions all unknown. Indeed, it is partly with the idea of such a possibility that I have thrown this narrative into a form that will give it a chance of being read by the ordinary consumer of fiction. My own ideas in the matter are practically identical with those of Mr. Wace. I believe the crystal on the mast in Mars and the crystal egg of Mr. Caves to be in some physical, but at present quite inexplicable, way en rapport, and we both believe that the terrestrial crystal must have been, possibly at some remote date, sent hither from that planet, in order to give the Martians a near view of our affairs. Possibly the fellows to the crystals in the other masts are also on our globe. No theory of hallucination suffices for the facts. End of The Crystal Egg by H.G. Wells.
The Autobiography of a Monkey by Albert Bigelow Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Charlotte Duckett. Part First. The Departure from the Forest. Where the light laughs through the tree-tops, and sports with the tangled glade, in the depths of the Afric forest, my earliest scenes were laid. In a bower that was merry with smilax. From the grimace of nowhere I woke. I was born on the first day of April. They called me a jungle joke. And the voices of birds were about me, and the beat and the flutter of wing, while morning returned at the trumpet of Tusky, our elephant king. My nurse was a crooning old beldam, who gazed at the palms of my hands, and vowed I was destined to travel to many marvellous lands. But little I healed for her croaking, for I gambolled the whole day long, and swung by my tail from the tree-top, and joined in the jungle song. The Jungle Song.
Oh, I am the lord of the forest and plain.
We are the beasts that acknowledge your reign.
We are the minstrels that come at your call, and we are the jesters that laugh at you all. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes,
oh yes.
The tribes of the
jungle are we.
Our home is the
darksome wilderness
that never a man
shall see. Oh, the jungle was meant and made for my will,
For the sport of the chase and the zest of the kill.
For the beating of wings and the echo of song. For the gambol and grimace of whole season long. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. The tribes of the jungle
are we.
Our home is the darksome wilderness that never a man
shall see.
But, alas, for the boasts of the jungle, the man came among us one day, and one with a box that made music enticed foolish monkeys away. The birds and the beasts of the forest were mute at the marvellous song, but the monkeys crept out of the tree-tops, an eager and wondering throng. The birds and the beasts of the forest kept hidden and silent that day, but the monkey folk formed a procession and followed the minstrel away. And thus did we give up our forest to dwell with our brothers the men. Farewell to the beautiful jungle. 'Twas long ere I see it again. Part Second. The Ways of Men. Then away to a far distant country, on a drift that they said was a ship, and I studied the ways of my master, and profited much by the trip. And we sailed to his home in far Naples, where I studied the language of men, and I sat on a bench with his children, and soon we went sailing again. and I made some nice friends on the voyage, and engaged in a pretty romance. I charmed all the ladies by climbing, and one of them taught me a dance. Yet often I longed for the jungle, its song and the rustle of wings, and sometimes at night in my slumber I talked with our elephant king. One morning my master awoke me, and dressed me in a gaudy new suit. I beheld the new world in the sunlight, and lifted my hat in salute. And then began troubles and trials. Through the streets by a string I was led, toiling hard all the day for my master, yet oft go hungry to bed. But he sold me at last to a circus, and my lot came easier then, so I gave many moments of leisure to acquiring the habits of men. I copied their manners and customs, I made of each fashion a note, and children admired my performance, and the ladies the cut of my coat. By and by I was sold to a banker, who was charmed by my ball-rolling feat, and arranged in a Fauntleroy costume, I passed all my time on the street. But alas for my plans of the future, he died without leaving a cent. I had to go out to hard labour, to pay for my victuals and rent, till I met with a gentleman's valet, who was like me in manner and face. I told him some stories that pleased him, and bribed him to give me his place. Then I started to serve my new master. A bachelor cynic was he, who quickly saw through the deception, and made a proposal to me. Said he,
"You're a monkey, you rascal, an excellent type of brood. Let's play a joke on society by passing you off as a dude."
So he took me at first to his barber, who shaved me and shortened my hair, and the last trace of the jungle was gone when I rose from his chair. And then to his tailor and hatter, his hosier, and all the rest, till at night I was changed from a monkey to a chappie most smartly dressed. And standing alone and reflecting, I thought of the why and the how. I wondered what Tusky was doing, and what would the jungle say now. Part third. The Butterfly Well. It was then for the triumphs of conquest. Oh, then for the life of the swell. I dwelt like a lord with my patron, in a style of a gilded hotel. And we went out to plays and to dinner, on the ladies he took me to call, and once we received an invitation to a beautiful fancy-dressed ball. 'Twas a famous affair, and it won me, with its titter and tinsel and tune, for it carried me back to the jungle, and the monkey dance under the moon. Then I mingled with other diversions, I learned how to paint and to ride, I cut a great figure at polo, and science the golfing I tried. As a wheelman I soon became famous, and made a great score on the track. I was known as the king of the scorchers, with the typical bicycle back. Then a girl who was youthful and silly said she loved me just for a lark, and came with an elegant turnout, and took me for a drive in the park. And I took her out boating next morning, for the face of my charmer was fair. It carried me back to the jungle, to the flowers that were blossoming there. But soon, in the midst of my pleasure, in the glow of the roseate dream, the boat struck a rock and tipped over, and tumbled us both to the stream. Then ho for the skill of the jungle, the deftness of foot and of hand, for I hung from a limb, and I saved her, and drew her at last to the stand. And then to her home I went proudly, to claim the fair maid for my own. But her father demanded a title, and hardened his heart like a stone. And then came the death of my patron, that left me alone in the strife. I yearned once more for the jungle, I turned to political life. Part fourth. The return path. As I studied a week to gain knowledge, I waded through volumes of stuff, and I found that the only requirements were cunning and blarney and bluff. And these I had bought from my jungle, inherited straight from my race, with a gift for political music and a truly political face. Thus feeling at home in my labours, my plan was successful, of course, and when they came round with appointments, they gave me a job on the force. And such is my skill as a roundsman, the talent in keeping the peace, I rose in a year to be captain, and then to be chief of police. And then, as my years were advancing, so great was their honour and trust, that they twined me to chaplet of laurel, and sculptured in marble my bust. Yet often I dreamed of the jungle, its song and the rustle of wing, and sometimes I still talk in my slumber with Tusky our elephant king. When lo, my political party, that now was in power and supreme, confirmed a most noble appointment that realized all of my dream. For they made me their African envoy, and soon I went sailing again to meet my old playmates and tell them the ways and the customs of men, to calm the dusk native and gather my people in sun-haunted nooks, to tell them my story and teach them the wisdom and cometh of books, the words and the ways of their fathers, deliver my race from its ban. For man did not spring from the monkey, but monkey descended from man.
The End of Autobiography of a Monkey by Albert Bigelow Paine, recorded by Charlotte Duckett.